Welcome along, ladies and gentlemen, to the British Mini Bikes, round number 3 here at Rowrah. Of course, round 1 was already here at the circuit, and we are here once again for motorbike action. My name is Joseph Black, and I'll be here alongside the British Mini Bikes crew and those at Stretton events as well, and it'll be fantastic fun across the course of the day. Plenty of racing ready to go for today's action. First up will be the Mini Moto rookies. They're about to get hot onto the circuit in a few minutes' time. Then the JSM90s will follow them right after. Then the FIM Moto, the Mini GP 190s and the MGP 190 and 70 Cup before the Minibike 160s. The Vets and the Superminis are on at 11:30. At 11:50, that'll be the FIM MGP 160s. Then we're going to have a break for lunch for the marshals, of course, the hard-working crew behind the scenes. Then afterwards, there will be the Minibike 140s, the BMB 110 Cup, and the Ohvale 110 Cup as well. The MGP 160 50s, and then we'll rotate our way back around once again for the race 2s of the day. It is a beautiful day here at Rowrah, unlike the first round of the season, which of course was held here mainly because it was raining that day. So hopefully today we'll be seeing a lot more riders taking the alternative lines, for example, in terms of making the moves and making their ways up the order. But we've seen them racing around Rowrah once, and they will have the confidence of racing there once to take it into this again, which will be an important factor. All things considered. We had practice earlier on today, and this is just a lull in the on-track action as they get the racing ready to get underway. And that is exactly why we will be seeing we'll be seeing them set before they get themselves underway. There should be 6 riders taking to the Mini Motos to start off with. Luke McMahon, Bobby Baker, Louis Alimlik, Albie Stone, Thomas Nelson, and Ronnie Green will be the 6 in that field, most likely. And that's, in fact, what we had on the entry list at the very least. Although, now that I look, there was a few different riders for the first round of the season. Daisy Grayson, Albie Stone, Lawson Dorrington, Izzy Cook, Luke McMahon, and Bobby Baker. So only those last 2, and Albie Stone as well, will be racing from round 1 to round 3, if my calculations are correct, which of course they may well not be. My maths is not the greatest, but we will see. Well, they will stack up here today when we get them out on track for the first race of the season, or for the first race of the day, even the 3rd round of the season, which means this will be the 5th and 6th races of the season in total. But it should be a lot of fun throughout the course of the day. Of course, let us know in the chat who you are supporting for today's racing action, because of course we are always keen to find out who is watching on from home. I know I've got a couple of names that I've got my eye out on in terms of later, in terms of who is going to be in the chat based on the first round of the season, which of course I was at. But round number 3 will be a little bit different, excuse me, because of course we've got plenty of different riders, as I mentioned, with the Mini Moto rookies and people who are hoping to make their name known throughout the course of the campaign and today. But yeah, we had a round in between at Teesside, and in terms of those Mini Motos that were racing around there, well, it was Lawson Dorrington who took the victory in race 1 there and race 2 as well. So it's an open opportunity for somebody else to take that run and to take that spot away, especially after he cleaned up last time out. So it'll be interesting to see how they will do. Of course, it's been a couple of months since that first round, so they've spent a while away from the Rowrah Circuit. Of course, they have the ability to test whenever they feel as though they need it. But yeah, it's been a couple of months away for the majority of these riders because, of course, there's plenty of circuits to get used to on our calendar this season because, of course, we've got 2 more rounds, Three Sisters and Wilton Mill to round out the year after this one in August and September. So Rowrah, the only double round on the calendar and the only double round of the year as well. But it's a fantastic track. And of course, my first BMB round was around here as well. We've got our spectators ready to watch today's action. That's somebody sitting right at the very top of the hill. Of course, that's... Oh, which bird is that? I can't quite identify. Either way, we are getting ready to get underway. We are 1 minute away from green flag for the Mini Motos, the first race of the day, and they're just getting themselves set up and ready for the day. It's going to be a very, very good racing action all the way throughout the course of it. As I say, because we've got so many different championships, we're going to have plenty of racing to speak about and plenty of racing to watch as well. We're going to have a total of 16 races across the day, if my maths are correct. Yeah, 16. My maths are correct. We're going to have 16 races across the course of today in the British Mini Bikes Championship, and it should be a lot of fun to watch as well here at this very good facility. And there we go. There are the bikes coming out onto the circuit for the first time and heading their way around just to get themselves ready and waiting for the action to get underway. Of course, they are not green flag as of yet, but they will be very soon indeed as they just get themselves ready and set to go racing. It will be Luke McMahon on this field, and Bobby Baker will be there as well. Louis Elemelek will be in third, Thomas Nelson in fourth, and Ronnie Green in fifth. No sign in terms of the live timing, at the very least, of our sixth rider in the class of Albie Stone. But we'll see where he ends up being as we can have a look at some of the bikes heading through. They just have so much control over those bikes for what it's worth, because they've of course not had that much experience, all things considered, on these mini bikes. And so it's fantastic to see them ready to race and ready to, you know, they've got the basics down of motorbike riding. And it's just been fantastic to see the development across the course of the year and, of course, across the last couple of years as far as these riders are concerned. And, yeah, they're coming around to get themselves lined up on the grid for this race number 1 of the day. They'll be kicking off the action for everybody here today, so it should be good to see. Luke McMahon, Bobby Baker and Louis Elemelek even. Then Thomas Nelson, Ronnie Green and Albie Stone, who did not set a time in qualifying session number 1. So hopefully he'll be able to join us. And in fact, is there going to be 6 bikes on that grid, or is there going to be just the 5? So maybe Albie Stone, a no-show for today's racing action, which means we'll get 5 bikes ready to go racing in the Mini Moto Rookies. They're just sitting there on the grid. The flag is going to go up at the back of the field. As McMahon has a bit of a wobble on the bike to get himself going, but the action is now underway for the first race of the day, and it will be side by side into the first corner. But that's not going to last very long. Luke McMahon taking the beam and taking what would be known in motocross as the whole shot into the first corner, and it's a good start from Luke McMahon, but Bobby Baker's going to try to keep him honest in that second spot at the moment, really trying to chase in and catch up to the number 31, who takes the initial lead for now. We're going to have 12 laps of racing around this circuit, and so it will be a great fight between, I'm sure, a lot of these bikes here today. I do believe that we will not be seeing Albie Stone, so I think we're going to have these 5 riders battling it out for this race and for the action across the weekend as well. But Luke McMahon, big lead at the moment. You can see how big that gap is visibly. I'd say that that's probably about 2 or 3 seconds that he's got over Bobby Baker to start off with, and that's a very, very good start indeed. Just got the great launch off the line. Bobby Baker tried to challenge into the first 2 corners, but McMahon in the end just ended up being able to build that gap up and just continue it on. Nelson and Green not anywhere to be seen for now, but we will see them come to the line in just a few moments' time. McMahon is going to take that lead at the end of the first lap ahead of Bobby Baker in that second place, and Nelson and Green further down the order with Elimelech splitting those two and the top 2 as well in third place. Not too far off the back of Bobby Baker, but he's going to be trying to challenge the number 21. Oh, the number 21 will be trying to challenge the number 64 later on in the day and later on in this race as well. Don't forget, we've got plenty of racing action, and this is just the beginning of what will be a very, very long but a very, very good day indeed. 16 races across the course of it, and yeah, Luke McMahon, the gap is now 4.0 seconds ahead of Bobby Baker in second place. Louis Elimelech is going to be 3 seconds off the back of Baker, and Thomas Nelson 10 seconds off of the back of Elimelech for that third place, and Ronnie Green 2.4 off the back of the number 46. We could see some good fighting for 4th and 5th place as we head towards the latter stages of this race. And yeah, it will be the end of lap number 2 in just a couple of moments' time. McMahon will continue to lead onto it. He set the fastest lap last time out of a 1:04.017. Bobby Baker is going to be a little bit over 4 seconds off of that, and then Louis Elimelech is going to be 3 seconds off of him. So the 31 very much has the pace of this field so far. And Nelson and Green, I'm not quite sure the gap between the two, but they have been very good so far in terms of keeping close to each other, and we may well see fighting between the 46 and the 49 at some point very, very soon indeed. But yeah, this is going to be a fantastic ride so far, and he's going to look to continue this on. Is Luke McMahon across the course of this weekend. Of course, the second round of the season at Teesside. He ended up not competing, unfortunately, in race 1, but race 2 he was able to pick up a podium, which is exactly what he would have wanted to see behind Lawson Dorrington and Albie Stone for those first and second places. Then in that first round of the season, which I believe he's the only rider to actually be there at every round of the season. So fair play to him for being able to have done just that. Luke McMahon picked up a second place behind Daisy Grayson in race 1 in the rain at Rowrah, and then race 2 he ended up not finishing the race, unfortunately, or not even starting the race. But yeah, he has managed to keep himself just in contention all the way throughout the season. He finds himself in the top few riders right now in terms of the class and in terms of the championship as well. And yeah, he will just keep trying to fight his way onwards to try and keep himself within that contention. Or in fact, Bobby Baker has also been around at all other rounds as well. So yeah, he's been consistent all the way throughout as well. This is slightly further down in the order. This is going to be Thomas Nelson with the bright green 46, easily denoting which bike is going to be ridden. Of course, it can be difficult sometimes with the way that the bikes are on. Sometimes they'll be racing in different championships. They'll have different numbers. Sometimes they tape a number 1 to the car to add on to maybe, for example, if we had another 46 in this championship. But no, Thomas Nelson very easily denoted on that 46 bike right there, and he's just trying to learn the circuit because, of course, it's all about the experience for some of these riders as well. And yeah, it's going to be the first time that he races around Rowrah this season in terms of the British mini bikes, at least. So he's just getting himself ready to launch a real assault on round number 3. We have 8 laps to go in this race, by the way, and Luke McMahon is consistently into the 104s. Bobby Baker consistently in the 108s. And Louis Elimelech did go a little bit slow on that last lap, so he was about on pace with Thomas Nelson, but maybe there was just a mistake somewhere in the lap from the 21, because he has been pretty decently quick, has been solidly the 3rd quickest rider in this race, and hopes to keep it up throughout the course of this weekend, or of this day, because of course yesterday's action was not about the racing. It was all about the qualifying for all of these bikes. And yeah, it was good to keep a track of yesterday. The differences between the paces, and Luke McMahon has very much came to the races here today with lap times even quicker than he was going yesterday. So yesterday he said a 105 and a 104, but it was 104.6, and his fastest lap here is a 104.0. So he's very much at the races today. He's very much ready to get himself going. And well, he's even quicker than he was in the warm-up earlier today as well. A 104.401. So a complete, what's the word for that? Is it a palindrome for Luke McMahon? A 104.401 at the front of that field. Bobby Baker consistently in the 108s, which tracks. Louis Lemelick is also in the 110s, which also tracks. And then Thomas Nelson's found a bit more pace than he had earlier on in this one, because he was setting 118s in practice and he's got a 115 here. So he's found some time. So impressive from Thomas Nelson that he's just been able to keep up that pace a little bit more throughout, and he'll hope that that is a sign of things to come for the number 46. He tries to close in on Louis Lemelick, and he was a little bit closer in terms of the pace last time out. Once again, he was about a second and 1.8 seconds off of the pace of the 21. So there is certainly time to find, but if his pace so far today is anything to go by, he's going to find that time, and he's just done a very good job to keep up with it. Ronnie Green is going to be in that 5th place. Of course, the 46 and the 49, you flip the last digit around and it will be the difference between those two riders. Although, of course, Thomas Nelson in that 4th place, Ronnie Green in 5th. Luke McMahon now has that gap of over 23 seconds back to Bobby Baker. He's had the pace of the field so far today, and we are about halfway through this one. And he's doing very well to stay ahead of the 64 and stay consistent, because sometimes what can happen is when you're running by yourself, it's going to be difficult to keep yourself disciplined. And so you may well find that you end up having problems and dropping down in terms of the pace because you're trying to find that extra time. He doesn't feel the need to find that extra time. He's just staying consistent in the 104s. And that is working out very, very well for him indeed. His first lap was 106, of course, because he had to get off the line, and then since then it's been all 104s, and it's not like he's been trying to find that extra time that will cost him in the end, because of course he may well push over the limit. He's just stayed consistently in the 104s. His fastest lap was lap number 2, a 104.017, as he comes through and tries to lap, I believe that to be Louis Lemelick. But yeah, he's done a very good job indeed, has McMahon, to stay consistent and on pace so far throughout the course of this race, and it bodes well for the rest of the weekend as well, for the rest of the racing that will have only one more session in terms of racing that they will have on track. But of course, it is going to be one of the most important ones, this being the other most important one, the 2 races of the day. Of course, no points handed out for the practices. Qualifying yesterday was important to set yourself up for today and for your positioning in this challenge and in this championship as well. It has been very fun to watch as they progress and as they've improved throughout the course of the championship in total. Just because these are of course our smallest riders, so they are going to be they're going to have a lot more room for error in there, but they will also have a lot more room for improvement, and we've seen improvement across the course of the championship as well. And well, this will be interesting in terms of the championship, because Luke McMahon has an opportunity here to pick up as many points as he feels he needs to, because of course these riders are going to be challenging for the championship. We are going to be over halfway through, or we will be exactly halfway through by the time we cross the beam to finish off race number 1 here today, because we've had 5 rounds in the championship so far. We've got 5 rounds to go later on in the season when we head to, of course, those rounds later on at Wilton Mill and Three Sisters. And so this is going to reach a culmination. Albie Stone currently leads that championship with 71 points. Lawson Dorrington in 2nd place. Daisy Grayson in 3rd after just the 1 round of the season, picking up both the race victories. Bobby Baker will take a decent haul of points from this first race at least, but it'll be all about Luke McMahon and how can he challenge for that championship, because of course he has picked up, or he will most likely pick up, the race win, barring any mistakes later on in this one. So he'll pick up 25 points, which will take him onto 61 and take him in contention for that 3rd place with Bobby Baker. And then if he picks up another good round in race number 2, if he picks up another victory, he will be leading the championship, heading to the next race in August at Three Sisters. But yeah, it's all going to be about trying to find the time and find yourself consistent. Consistency is key at the end of the day. And well, Baker and McMahon, benefiting off of the fact they're going to be here at all of the rounds of the season, are going to be the riders who will be contesting for the championship lead at the end of race 2 here today, if they're able to finish both of the races. And if they finish it with the pace that they've done so far, then they will be in absolutely prime position to do very, very well indeed. It was indeed Louis Lemelec who's been lapped just a moment ago. Thomas Nelson a lap down, and Ronnie Green too as well. But we will head on to the next lap of this race, and Luke McMahon is going to be leading away from Bobby Baker, as these two are going to be, they're not going to be racing on track necessarily, but it is going to be just about trying to find those lines for Thomas Nelson, who has eventually let Bobby Baker go, because of course the 64 was lapping the 46, another palindromic moment for us there. But the 64 did, of course, lap the 46, but for Thomas Nelson, he was just throwing up a couple of defensive shapes, knowing that he doesn't need to let the 64 go, because, I mean, there's 39 seconds, in fact, between Bobby Baker and the race leader, Luke McMahon. And there's also about 30 seconds between Thomas Nelson and then Lemelec and Green. There's also about 30 seconds between Green and or Baker even, and Lemelec as well. So it's not going to be under any pressure in terms of that, but it's going to be all about trying to learn the lines, learn how you defend, because, of course, these are going to be our most inexperienced riders of the day. Luke McMahon, though, is building up that experience. He's had a fantastic race so far to add to his 100% record in terms of attendance in this championship in the 3rd round of the season. And he will do very, very well indeed to keep this consistency up. He's heading through the last few corners to round off his first race of the day. There is going to be yellow flags out there on the circuit. Somebody having a problem further down the order, but it will be for our race victor. Race 1 for Luke McMahon. The 31 takes the victory at the very start of the day and kicks us off for today's action. Bobby Baker likely to come home in 2nd place. I think that's Thomas Nelson having issues right down at the final corner. But Baker will come across the line to come home in 2nd place, but not before Lemelec and Green come to the line to finish 3rd and 5th respectively. And Bobby Baker, we are just waiting on him to get to the end. Thomas Nelson, there you go, with that green 46 on the front, very identifiable for that rider, who ends up in 4th place. Bobby Baker will be the last finisher of this race to come home in 2nd place. The 64 will be happy with that performance. He'll be happy with the total that will give him, and around the final corner he will come. He'll finish off the first of 16 races here today, the first of 2 races for these British mini bikes riders and for these mini moto riders as well. So that is the end of race number 1 here today, and that is going to be it for the mini moto rookies for this morning. They can have a rest, they can have a look at what happened, and then they can try to analyze heading into race number 2 of the day. And we're going to have our race number 2 coming up very, very shortly indeed. But just first, we're going to have a chat about that mini moto rookies race. And it was very much Luke McMahon who had the pace to lead and take the victory in that race in the end. 45.9 seconds ahead of Bobby Baker in 2nd place. And yeah, it was just a very fantastic performance from the 31 and the 64 as well to come home in a 1-2 finish, looking for 3rd place. And it'll be Louis Lemelec to finish there. Thomas Nelson in 4th, and Ronnie Green to round out the field in the British mini bikes to kick ourselves off with the mini moto rookies race number 1. McMahon just coasting to the line at the end because of the gap that he managed to build up. So he probably could have been about 50 seconds ahead of Bobby Baker. That might threaten in terms of being able to lap into race 2. And that is incredibly impressive pace from McMahon at the front of this field. We're going to head on to the 2nd race of the day, our 2nd race of action, the Junior SM90. Junior SM90, a little bit older, a little bit bigger, but no less interesting. I think it's fair to say. Yesterday in qualifying, we had Oliver Bennett taking that pole position ahead of Louis Craig in second place, and he'll be alongside on the front row. Callum Fahey will be in third, and Liam Hoyland will be fourth. Nathaniel Bunclark in fifth, and Harry Birch will be in sixth spot. Dylan Musgrove, Oscar Duckworth, and Bobby Baker, in fact, will round out that field. So I say a little bit older. Not in Bobby Baker's case. He is exactly the same age. Well, he's going to be about 2 minutes older than at the end of that race as he heads to the start of this one. But yeah, it'll be good to see the number 64 back out on track. He's not taking any leave, not yet anyway, until later on in this one. And they've headed out of the pit lane. They're going to go on their formation lap and get themselves ready and set. Having a look at this circuit layout and where they're going to find the time. It'll be good to see for all of these riders where they're going to be able to stack up. So as I say, in qualifying yesterday, it was in the end Oliver Bennett with the lap to take him up to that pole position at the very top of that field, and well, second place will be looking to challenge throughout the course of the race. Of course, it's all going to be about who can take that lead into the first corner, I think, because that's going to be very, very crucial, in fact, because it's just going to be difficult for all of these riders to fight back with that. Of course, they've not had... Round one at Rowrah wasn't necessarily the best in terms of the on-track racing action because of the rain and because it changed the dynamics of everything. So we didn't get that many overtakes. So they haven't quite learned how to make those overtakes just yet. In the mini bikes, at least in the Junior SM90s. So it's going to be all about trying to learn that in race number one. Of course, if it hadn't rained in that round at March, which is going to be a harder task than expected for these English conditions, then it will be a different story. But for this one, it's going to be what have they learned over the course of yesterday, and what will they learn across the course of this race right here. The riders getting ready to get themselves underway for the racing session that is just about to get going here. The Junior SM90s will be interesting to watch. Bennett to Craig to Fahey to Hoyland to Bunclark to Birch, Musgrove, Duckworth, and Baker as well. So a 9-bike field for race number 2 for us here today. Of course, out of the 16 races that we are going to have across the course of this Sunday, and it's going to be very much racing Sunday for all of these riders. It's going to be short, it's going to be sharp races for them, and it'll be no less exciting either way though. So we will see what these drivers are going to be able to do later on into this race, but we shall see what they're going to be able to do. The flag's held up at the back and at the front, and the green flag is going to drop. We are ready to go racing here for the Junior SM90s. And it looks like Oliver Bennett with a very, very good start indeed, just getting very low to the ground to push away from that second place spot. A good start from our rider at the front, who now takes the lead in this race. And second place, very, very close indeed behind. Third and fourth might have a little bit of a scrap, although third just moves across to cover off and tries to stay ahead. There was a little bit of fighting, in fact, for that fourth place rider with fifth place, but was able to ward them off and will head on further up to try and challenge for the top 3 after all of that. So we may well have just seen a swap. We saw somebody certainly coming across to cover, whether that was going to be the bike ahead who was just trying to defend, or the bike behind that was able to make their way through. Not quite sure just yet. It is certainly Liam Hoyland in that fourth place, and I'm expecting Callum Fahey to be that number 28 in third place, and Louis Craig and Oliver Bennett to start to build up that gap at the top of this field right now. But we're going to end off this first lap, and and everything is going to become just that little bit more clear. It is going to be Louis Craig chasing in behind Oliver Bennett for first and second. Callum Fahey leading Hoyland in third and fourth. Nathaniel Bunclark in fifth, not too far ahead of Harry Birch in sixth, and Oscar Duckworth getting through into seventh place, with Bobby Baker in eighth as it stands, with the 44 not coming to the line. So maybe something for the 44 to think about. Dylan Musgrove having an issue early on in this one. But yeah, Oliver Bennett with a very, very good start indeed. A 1 minute flat 4:51 in the first lap of this race. Louis Craig second with a 1:01.281 last time out. So it was about 4/10 off the back of Bennett. And we'll be hoping to close in and chase in throughout the course of this race as well. So we've got 9 bikes ready to go racing. I believe we may well have 8 out there on the circuit, though. Unfortunately, we have not been able to see Dylan Musgrove. But as we head to the end of that second lap, there's not going to be much of a split in terms of the pace between Bennett and Craig. There is about 5/10 between them in terms of the racing, but there is going to be about 600ths of a second splitting them in terms of pace at the end of that second lap. So doing very, very well just to keep themselves in contention with each other. Oliver Bennett, of course, trying to ward off Louis Craig as it stands, but the number 25 not having it, wanting to stay in behind, wanting to go racing with him. And in the meantime, Liam Hoyland might have dropped off the back of Callum Fahey just a little bit. 1.3, the difference between those two. Nathaniel Bunclark in that 5th place, ready to chase behind Hoyland, and then Harry Birch in 6th place as well. All of those riders split by 1.7 seconds in total. So they will be seeing what they can do throughout the course of the rest of this race. In terms of fighting it out for that podium position, currently held by Callum Fahey. But that is going to be the only position I think they're going to fight it out for, because it has been such a big lead from these two at the start. It was about 5 seconds they crossed the beam last time out. Louis Craig this time around with the fastest lap. 4/10 now, or just under 4/10 off of the back of our race leader in the 1:14. So Craig looking to challenge right now. The difference between them and Fahey is now 7.8, as he's been able to build up a gap over Liam Hoyland of 2 seconds, in fact, right now, as Nathaniel Bunclark 1.3 off the back of Hoyland. So not too far. Harry Birch only 5/10 off the back of Bunclark as well. So all of these riders not too far off the back of each other at the moment in terms of that fight for 3rd place. And Dylan Musgrove has been able to get going in the end. He had an issue, it seems, at the start of this race, unfortunately, for the 44, who seems to have some decent pace and is hoping to make his way back into this race, being a lap down on the rider in front. So Dylan Musgrove hoping to I think, use this first race as a learning experience, and use this first race as a way to see what everybody else is like in racing conditions. And then race 2 can be even better. Fastest lap for Oliver Bennett as he tries to increase that gap over Louis Craig. It is now 1.3 seconds between the 1:14 and the 25, just because of the pace that he showed last time out. These two very close. This is Harry Birch and Nathaniel Bunclark. Birch made his way through on Bunclark last time out, the 77 ahead of the 35, and it might be a move back down the inside for Nathaniel Bunclark. He's going to have a look, but Birch sweeps across and just about holds on to that place. You can see Hoyland up ahead, and I think for Harry Birch, that'll be the focus at the moment. He'll be hoping that Bunclark doesn't fight him too much, so they can work together to get up ahead and get up into that 4th place. Now that 3rd seems to be potentially that little bit unreachable, 2.7 the gap between themselves and that podium spot right now. So it's all about trying to chase in and all about trying to catch up to the 28. Of course, if there's any mistakes further up the order, then that will cause something for these riders. But I don't know whether there will be, because of how well Bennett and Craig and Fahey and everybody, in fact, has been able to take to this Rowrah Circuit. Bennett now has extended that lead at the top, 1.9 the difference between himself and Louis Craig in that 2nd place, and that may well be a swap of positions further down in the order, running wide and allowing the bike behind to make their way through. We'll see who that is in just a couple of moments time, of course, as we're not quite close enough to see those numbers on the front of the bikes if they are not clear and obvious. And so that for those riders, it's going to be difficult to identify, but I'm going to give it my best shot as we head through the course of this race. And we are going to be almost halfway through already. It's absolutely flown by because of how close these riders were at the very start. And they're not too far off each other either. Harry Birch last time with a personal best, 2/10 quicker than Liam Hoyland in the lead of that group for that 4th place. And Nathaniel Bunclark is going to hope to pick up the pace on what would have been the halfway mark of the laps, just because of the fact that Birch had picked it up as well. So Bunclark would have been wanting to stay with the 77 on the track, and he's going to do his best to try and pick up that position as well, and take that 4th place that will be hotly contested throughout the course of this race and the next as well. But they're doing a very good job at the moment just to keep themselves in range, and it's all about, again, as I say, learning experiences and trying to fight with each other. which is, of course, the aim of the game for this level of racing as well. They're learning, aren't they, out there on the road, and they are doing a very good job at learning as well. Louis Craig, currently our championship leader, 25 points. No, the number 25 is going to lead this championship with 95 points, even ahead of Harry Birch in that second place. Birch, of course, is going to be in 5th place in this race, so we'll lose a decent bit of ground to Craig, but there's also a decent bit of ground lost already because of how big the gap is for Louis Craig at the moment. 37 points ahead of Harry Birch, and that is a huge gap to have at this point in the season. So props to the 25 for being able to get ahead of this talented grid by that amount already. Harry Birch in 2nd place. Oliver Bennett will be fighting with him for that 2nd spot in the championship, and I think he may well take it off of him in this race. Callum Fahey 4th in the championship. Oscar Duckworth 5th, and Liam Hoyland 6th. Then Mosgrove, Bunclark, McClellan, and Oliver Med even to round out the order. So in terms of all of the riders out there on the circuit, they are all in this championship, and they've all raced all of the races this season, apart from Bobby Baker, who's making his debut here today in this championship, of course, stepping up from the Mini Moto rookies. We're going to go 3 wide between these riders, very close indeed between them, but fair racing respect given between all of them. I think that might be somebody lapping and somebody being lapped either way of the rider in the middle, so just caught in the middle, and did a very good job actually to be able to avoid that racing at the moment. But 4 laps to go in this race, and Oliver Bennett has that gap of 4 seconds ahead of Louis Craig. At the top, if it was 4 minutes, it'd be even more impressive. But I mean, the pace of the top 2 has been under a minute, which has been not surprising if you have a look at their pace in general. But it's certainly been a very, very strong performance. I mean, in the warm-ups today, they were going for 58s and 59s between the two of them, and in fact, they were the only riders in the warm-ups who were able to get to those times. And in qualifying yesterday, well, it was 58 and 59 respectively for Bennett and for Craig. So Oliver Bennett clearly has some pace out here. Louis Craig the same, and it'll be interesting to see if anybody's able to challenge, as Oliver Bennett has found another gear in this race. A lot of the riders seem to have found that extra gear, that extra second in these races as opposed to the qualifying, so they're just getting more comfortable. And the 114, you can see how comfortable he is on that bike at the moment, setting consistent 57s, which is better than he was doing in the qualifyings. And well, since lap 3 he's been able to stay within the 57s, got very close on lap number 3 and lap number 6 where he set 57.9s, but other than that he's been relatively consistent in the 57s. In fact, lap number 8 he set 58.6, so that proves me wrong, but on the whole he's been very consistent, and that is because of lap traffic that he did have that loss in pace, but he has been able to keep himself continuing on for now, and continuing to lead this race with 3 laps to go for Oliver Bennett. He's going to come home likely for a fantastic victory to kick off his race weekend, and it will be in line with how he's done so far this season, of course, because he's been a fantastic rider, as has the number 25 as well, Louis Craig, also a race winner, also a double race winner. He won both of the races in Rowrah, and well, he's just done well to keep it with him. And well, this will be interesting to see for the rest of this season. These two fighting it out likely for the championship overall. If we have a look at round number 2 of the season, though, which was at Teesside, it was Louis Craig who took the victory in race 1, and it was Harry Birch who took the win in race number 2 there. So Oliver Bennett finding a lot of time in this final, or in this 3rd race of the season, and we're going to head on to the last lap, and he's done a very, very exceptional job just to keep himself in that range and keep himself in that lead of this group right now. And just I mean, the pace that he's showing is very, very exemplary, and he continues to impress lap after lap after lap. I believe he's just gone past Bobby Baker once again to go, who set his personal best, and Bobby Baker has gotten used to these bikes. His lap times have come down throughout, and that was his personal best of the race with that 108.2 by a significant margin. So promising signs for the 64, as he will hope to challenge for the victory in the Mini Motos, and then challenge maybe to get further up in the order in the Junior SM90s. But Oliver Bennett, rounding the final few corners, has done an exemplary job here today, and he will come through to take this victory in race number 2 of the day. The Junior SM90 heads to Oliver Bennett in sensational style. 57's almost all the way throughout. He's found that extra gear from qualifying. Louis Craig, a very strong second place in the end, as Bobby Baker just comes home right ahead of him in the 64 to finish in a respectable 8th place after just jumping straight onto the bike from the previous race. He's done 2 races. He can now take his leave and take a moment off, and we're taking a moment off from riders finishing until we get to, I believe, it'll be Dylan Musgrove, the next rider around the final corner to finish us off for his race number 1. Indeed it is. And then it'll be Oscar Duckworth just following him behind, the 95 in 7th. In the end, Callum Fahey will come home to round out the podium. He was challenged by Birch, Hoyland and Bunclark earlier on, but he was just able to keep that pace exceptionally. And in fact, the last lap, he was only 2 thousandths ahead of Harry Birch. So he found that extra gear midway through the race. And so he was just able to rest on it for the remainder of it. Harry Birch in that 4th place, of course, Liam Hoyland in 5th, and Nathaniel Bunclark, the final finisher in race number 2 of the day. And race number 1 for the Junior SM90s. But Oliver Bennett with that victory, a very, very impressive race indeed. And hopefully we'll get your full finishing order in just a few moments' time to see what these riders were able to do. There we go. Luke McMahon with consistent 104s, of course, coasted to the line in the end. He ended up 45 seconds ahead of Bobby Baker in the first race of the day. But that was the race that went a while ago. Bobby Baker, for him, it will feel like an absolute age ago because he's been able to race 2 races so far this morning. But in the Junior SM90s, it was Oliver Bennett to take the victory. Louis Craig in that 2nd place. And in 3rd, it was Callum Fahey. Harry Birch in 4th, Liam Hoyland in 5th, Nathaniel Bunclark in 6th, Oscar Duckworth in 7th, Bobby Baker in 8th, and Dylan Musgrove, who had unfortunate problems with his bike at the start of the race. He ended up in 9th and final position for himself. Fastest lap, of course, went to Oliver Bennett with a 57.430, which he set on lap number 4 of the race. Louis Craig not too far behind. He was setting 50. He set a couple of 57s throughout the course of the race. He kept in the low 58 for most of the race. There we go. There is your final finishing order, and you can see that Oliver Bennett did take the victory. You can see that there was quite a few swaps further down the order. Harry Birch, our biggest gainer off of the finish of this race, and he was able to jump up from 6th to 4th place. Hoyland and Bunclark dropping places. Dylan Musgrove, of course, having his problems. And then Duckworth and Baker both gaining 1 because of the misfortune of the 44. That is going to be it for your Junior SM90s. And, well, next up on our schedule, the racing doesn't stop. The racing won't stop for a while. Next up, we are going to have our FIM MGP 190s, our MGP 190s, and our 170 Cup. Well then, this is going to be race 3 of the day, and we're going to have some fantastic action for you, as we have done throughout the course of the day so far. It was a good challenge for 3rd place, then it turned into a good challenge for 4th, then it turned into a good challenge for 5th for those riders. Just earlier on, we're going to have 4 bikes in this group. Tommy Keats, Max Robinson, Thomas Med, and Harrison Sutton, the 4 riders out there. For this Mini Moto 90, Mini GP 190 and 70 race number 1 of the day. And it'll be good fun, of course. A couple of them racing in other classes as well. Thomas Med's going to have a time to change over very quickly from his from this class to the next when he heads to the Super Mini, Minibike 160s and the Minibike Bets race number 1. But yeah, this is very, very good. To see a lot of the riders swapping over groups here today, and it is very good to see these riders racing more than one race throughout the course of the day. And I mean, the more experience you get, the better at the end of the day. And for these drivers, or for these riders even, it's going to be good just to see each other once again out on the road. They're going to learn from each other, and out they come. So In the qualifying sessions that we saw earlier on here today at Rowrah for round number 3 of our season, it was Tommy Keats who took that pole position of 49.692 in the number 8. Max Robinson in the 99, second place with 51.971. Harrison Sutton in third, 54.406, and then Thomas Med with a 54.475. So close between those two riders for third and fourth. And then in the second qualifying session, 50.0 for Tommy Keats, almost flat 5 thousandths off of it. Then Max Robinson in second with a 51.519. Thomas Med in third with a 53.143, and Harrison Sutton in fourth with a 54.289. That means that we leave ourselves with Tommy Keats, Max Robinson, Thomas Med, and Harrison Sutton as our group of 4 riders for today's action in that order, although Claudia Dudman has managed to join this group and will be racing despite having not done qualifying yesterday, which is good to see. Of course, with these smaller sizes of grids, it's good to see some of the riders, some more riders racing in it. And Claudia Dudman, of course, has raced earlier on in the campaign as well. So she's no rookie in terms of racing in these bikes, and no rookie in terms of racing in bikes in general, as it were, because, of course, she has raced across the course of the season in this group. And we are underway for this third race of the day. It was a good launch from our riders at the very front of the field, and they're going to be trying to challenge each other as it continues on right now. Very, very close between these two riders, and we'll see where they're going to end up as we exit off the end of the first lap. Very close between these two right now, and they will continue to try to fight it out, try and duke it out for that first spot. Of course, the most important spot of all, Max Robinson and Tommy Keats, those riders at the front of the field that were able to get the launch off the line and will continue to race each other. It'll be Thomas Med in that third place, and he's doing a particularly good job at the moment with Harrison Sutton fourth and Claudia Dudman, who of course has not done any of the competitive sessions this weekend, finding herself in 5th place. So it's going to be all about learning in this race 1 and then trying to challenge in race number 2. The end of the first lap then for these riders, and it will be Max Robinson leading Tommy Keats in that order. Then third and fourth will be Thomas Med, Claudia Dudman actually having made her way past Harrison Sutton, so she set herself up into turn number 2. Tommy Keats has tried to set himself up for the move on Robinson, but hasn't quite been able to make his way through just yet. But that was very, very threatening, and that's something that Max Robinson will be watching out for, hoping to stay in ahead, hoping to be able to fight right now with Keats, and hoping to be able to build up that gap. Then it's about a 5/10 gap between Med and Claudia Dudman further back in the order, as Tommy Keats is just going to continue chasing, continue hassling the number 99, I'm sure, throughout the course of this race. Third place has been able to build up a bit of a gap over the last lap. Now remains to be seen who is who, and then you can see Harrison Sutton in the background in that 5th spot. But Robinson and Keats pushing each other very, very hard indeed. Around the final corner, they're going to come to end off lap number 2, and it will be the fastest lap of the race for Tommy Keats. So he's getting closer and closer to the back of Max Robinson into turn number 3. Then he's going to try to go. They both pushing each other very, very low to the ground. It will be Keats to the inside and Keats to the race lead. But has Robinson been able to keep the angle tight enough to stay ahead? Indeed he has. Keats has to look to the outside of turn number 4 then, and he looks late to the inside, in fact, but he doesn't make his way through. Tommy Keats not quite got the pace to make his way through on Max Robinson in terms of the exit of that corner, but he's certainly looking to threaten, and maybe into the next braking zone he'll have his look. Not quite yet for Tommy Keats. Not quite yet the opportunity for the 88 to make his way through. It's later on in this race where he will see his chance, but he was quicker than Max Robinson on the first lap. So he is looking very, very pacey indeed in the early stages of this race, in the early stages of today, and looks to continue this up as they head on to the second lap of this race, or the third lap, in fact, of this race. And it will be a personal best for Robinson, but it will be quicker again for Tommy Keats, who's going to be just 0.180 off the back of Robinson in that lead for now. They're getting very close to each other at the moment. Thomas Med has been able to build up that gap to Claudia Dudman for third place. 2.5 seconds between those two riders right now, and the Harrison Sutton at the back of the field. 5.4 off of the back of Claudia Dudman, just continuing to try to learn the track and learn the lines and learn that he is not going to be able to send it to the inside, and courtesy of Tommy Keats, who's going to have a look at Max Robinson right there, but no cigar for the number 8 just yet. Again, he's really hassling Max Robinson. I wouldn't be surprised if for the third lap in a row he is quicker than the 199 or than the 99 at the moment. The 99 that's in 1 P1, of course, at the moment. We'll head on to what will be the fourth lap of this race, and we will still see these two duking it out for position. Will it be another move into turn number 3 for Tommy Keats? He's going to have a look to the outside potentially here as Robinson keeps himself tight to the apex. In fact, Robinson washes wide, and that means that Keats is going to try to take the inside, but not quite able to go through just yet. And in fact, Robinson got a very, very good exit off the corner. Keats is trying to scramble for time to keep back up. This is a very good fight between these two riders, and in fact, Tommy Keats did set the fastest lap last time out. Once again, he was quicker than Max Robinson, but the pace difference between those two riders is very, very small. It was only 8 thousandths on the last lap, which meant that Tommy Keats' gap to Robinson as they crossed the beam closed down to 0.172, which in these bikes is absolutely nothing. Heading through the final segment then for Robinson and for Keats, and it will be a look for Tommy Keats at some point. Where will they cross the beam? Again, it's faster for Keats. It's 5 thousandths closer for Keats, and he's going to have a look at the 99 at some point in this lap. Will it be turn 3 where he finally has his look? Robinson ducks in to try to ward him off. Notices Keats not going to back out, so he does cover it across in the end, but it was very, very close indeed between those two riders. Robinson with the awareness to just stay ahead for the time being, and Keats with exactly the same fate, looking to the inside once again, but not able to make his way through. These two getting very, very tight with each other, getting very, very close in terms of the racing that they're giving each other right now, and it's very, very good indeed. Is that the send for Tommy Keats to take the race lead? I think it may well be, and that will be Keats up to the lead of this race as we cross over to what will be the halfway mark, and now Robinson becomes the chaser rather than the chase, which is a position that, I mean, based on his pace, he won't want to be, because Keats has been just ever so slightly faster. But at the same time, it's always better to be the chaser than to be the chased. And Tommy Keats at the moment is going to try to build up that gap so he doesn't have to feel as though he is the chase right now. Claudia Dudman was able to close in on Thomas Med, by the way, for that third place on the last lap. But she's not been able to close in on him just yet enough to be able to make a move on the number 12 at least. But we are about halfway through this race. Tommy Keats continuing to lead in the number 8 for the first time in this race, continuing on to what will most likely be his second lap of leading in the number 8, and he's had a fantastic race so far to stay ahead of Max Robinson. I mean, he hassled the number 99 for so very long, and he caught him unawares. He caught me unawares as well, to be perfectly honest, but made his way through and just made his way back up into the lead of this race in the number 8. Very, very good pace now. 2-second gap over Max Robinson, and you can see he's now starting to spread his wings. 50.125 for the number 8 at the moment. Thomas Med and Claudia Dudman basically matched on pace throughout the course of this race. So for third and fourth, well, it's going to be very close. Max Robinson, though, is dropping off of the back of Tommy Keats. So I think this may well be second place decided, unless Thomas Med can find a little bit of pace, or unless Max Robinson drops off on what has been very impressive pace indeed. He was hassled all the way along, and he did a very, very good job to be able to stay for so long with Tommy Keats and be able to ward him off for so long, because it's not easy to defend in a bike. I think he was able to do so in the end, and well, not for very much longer, because he was overtaken by Keats, and that was the move that the bike at the front of the field now was going to want. But yeah, these two very, very quick riders, and well, very, very fast in their own right, and continuing on. Max Robinson looks like he's settling for that second place. Tommy Keats doesn't look like he's settling for anything at all in terms of pace wise, because he's just trying to maximize that gap that he now has. I don't think he realizes quite how far he's disappeared up the road on Max Robinson. He's gained about, on average, 1.9 seconds a lap. In reality, it's 2 seconds, then 1.8, so 1.9 being at the middle, splitting those two, but it's very good pace from Keats to keep that up ahead of Robinson. Med is going to be 8.1 off the back of Max Robinson for now, and then Claudia Dudman. I mean, the pace between the 12 and the 28 has been pretty much identical, and once again, it looks to be identical. The gap between them has stabilised at around 3.3 to 3.5, and it looks to be staying exactly that same way all the way throughout the remainder of this race. With 3 laps to go, then it will be Tommy Keats with some very good pace, who was hassling Max Robinson all the way through the early stages of this race, and he did an incredible job. Max Robinson did an incredible job to hold him off for what it was worth, but at the end of the day, Keats was able to just about get ahead and pick up that position. and take the lead of the race. And from then, he's never really looked back. He's gained, in fact, now it was 2 seconds, then it was 1.8, now it's 1.9. So it is averaging out to 1.9 exactly at the moment for Max Robinson. In terms of that gap between himself and Tommy Keats, which unfortunately just seems to be increasing every single lap. Tommy Keats seems to have found that extra gear that he would have been wanting, and is now into the 1 minute, or into the sub 1 minute, just the 50-second lap time for himself, which of course we have not been seeing across the course of this weekend so far, really, for these riders. So it's impressive that once again another rider has been able to find time in this group that, I mean, I didn't even think that they would be capable of, to be perfectly honest. I didn't even think that they had that extra little bit of pace in them, but apparently they do, and they will be maximising all of that right now, because of course we've seen 52s across the weekend, and that was what sealed the pole time. It was 52s, 53s-ish, but now that we're into the 50s, and he's not the only one as well. We're seeing 51s thrown in by Max Robinson. We're seeing 51. We saw a 51 lap time thrown in by Thomas Med. He's stayed consistent in the 52s. Claudia Dudman with a personal best last time out, the same. And it's just been very impressive to see the consistency of the pace. Harrison Sutton in the 53s as well for a couple of the laps in this race. It's been, they've found another level. And so this is going to be interesting to see what everybody else is able to do in terms of, they've seen the level that they can reach in the race pace, and it's all about trying to match what Tommy Keats has been able to do. But it's difficult to say that it's going to be that Keats will be catchable in race number 2, because I mean, this pace that he's demonstrated ever since freeing himself from the shackles of the fight with Robinson for that first spot has been sensational. The gap now is 8.8 seconds. I'm sure as he comes around the final corner, it'll be more. Keats with race 3 here today, and with race 1 for this class. Max Robinson will be off of the back. I think it'll be over 10 seconds in the end, although Tommy Keats with a 51 lap time to end off that one. So maybe not quite. It will in fact be 12 seconds. Something happened to Max Robinson on the last lap. Maybe he just took it easy for the 99 to the line. For third place, Thomas Med will come home in third, and Robinson, of course, in that second. Claudia Dudman closed in even more on Thomas Med, so that promises for race 2 of the day in the fight between the 12 and the 28, who's quickly gotten up to speed, and will be fighting for that podium spot, I'm sure, with Med later on in the day's action. Harrison Sutton will come home in 5th place, and that will be it for this class. Of course, 3 combines, and it will be Tommy Keats taking the victory ahead of Max Robinson in 2nd place. Thomas Med in 3rd, Claudia Dudman in 4th, and 5th place heading the way of Harrison Sutton. There are your final results then, and you can see the gap at the end. An incredible 12.0 seconds, a gap between himself and Robinson. That was insurmountable, it seems. But yeah, a very, very good race indeed from Keats. And Robinson, to be fair, put on a very good defensive performance, and then we'll be hoping to keep up the pace that he had at the start and the pace that he had in qualifying, and putting it into race number 2. Next up then will be the Minibike 160s, will be the Vets, and will be the Superminis. We've pretty much flown through this day's action so far, and it has been really good to see all of the competition so far. Of course, Keats and Robinson was a great fight at the start of that last race, and it'll be good to see once again some more fighting out here on the road. And it will be moving over now to the next class up on our list, which of course, as we say, is going to be the Minibike 160s, the Vets, and the Super Mini riders, as well as they get themselves ready to get going, and they get themselves ready to get underway for what will be our next race of the day, of course, with our 4th race of 16. That's beautiful Rowrah Circuit. You can see the quarry in the background. This is, of course, a disused quarry site, but now it's used for something a lot more useful. This is a class. This is a a group that will have a lot of classes in, but a lot of races as well. Michael Med on that pole position, Lawrence Wardle in second, Ben Grayson in third, Alex Clark in fourth, Tommy Armand will be in fifth alongside Dave Cook. Then Ben Simpson, Ben Johnson, Finley Cottenham and Aidan Walker to round out the top 10. Thomas Med in 11th, Matthew McLean in 12th, Matt Linley in 13th, Connor Smith in 14th, then Neil Wilson, Jamie Bunclark, Barry Linley and Sean Brunning. That was your results from qualifying yesterday, and we'll see how those 18 bikes take to this Rowrah Circuit. You can see the bikes getting lined up just to get themselves started on the exit even of the final corner, or even that would be the entry of the final corner, because you've got a long sweeping final corner here at Rowrah. It is one of the best looking circuits, in my opinion, in terms of actual aesthetics and in terms of the backdrop as well. When I went here earlier this year, I was very, very pleasantly surprised indeed by what I could see out there. And it was just very, very fun to see the racing action. And it's great to be back for another round of the season here today at, of course, Rowrah. And it's always going to be fun to be back at this circuit. But it's the last time that we're coming back here in the 2026 season. Don't forget that we have rounds coming up later on in the year that we would love for you to keep an eye out on. And they will be, and I will give you the dates just so you know, just so you can keep an eye on them as well. So we will have a round 4 will be on August the 1st to August the 2nd. So we're going to have a month off in July for everybody to go on the holidays and just have a little bit of a fun time before we head back for what will be the Three Sisters race on August the 1st to August the 2nd, jumping straight back into the racing action. And then we'll be heading to Wilton Mill to round off the year at on September the 5th to September the 6th. So a lot of these riders will have started their next school year by the time this season ends, but it means that they would just have that extra level of maturity because, of course, that next school year is usually a big step up for a lot of these riders. But a lot of them still not in school anymore. Of course, our vets, for example, will not be in school, or at least not in traditional schooling for these riders, and we're going to see them getting ready to get going for their first race of the day. And well, it will be their second session of the day. Of course, they had practice, or they had the warm-up earlier on, which set themselves up to go racing here today for this fourth race of the day, and their first race of the day. They're just lining themselves up, and they're just getting ready. These are beasts, these machines, and it takes a beast to control them. I certainly couldn't. So that is props to all of these riders for being able to control these bikes. I mean, they're fantastic to watch, and they are fantastic, I'm sure, to race as well. And yeah, we'll be seeing them all competing it out in just a few moments' time when they get themselves underway. We're having a little bit of a break, of course, because those marshals deserve to have just a little bit of a in between races, rather than just jumping from race to race to race, because it can become a little bit difficult for them to cope with. And of course, they're humans. We want to look after them like humans, and we are doing we're doing just that as well. That's why we're not just having flat track action all the way through the day as well. We want to give the marshals the opportunity to have a break and have some lunch as well as me, of course, because I mean, I think everyone at the circuit would like to have that moment off, apart from, of course, all of the riders who they will be so keen to go racing. They're all, a lot of them are racing from such a fantastically young age that you can tell that it's just in their blood to go racing. And so they love it. They always love it. Every single rider I ever speak to just talks about how much they love their racing and how much they're looking forward to the next race that they do. Because, I mean, for one, sometimes it gets them out of school, the travel to get up here. But I mean, at the same time, this is just we've got some fantastic racing. It is fantastic to see everybody just coming together at a race like this and a weekend like this, and just ready to go racing, because this is really, truly what racing is all about. In terms of just, we get to see so many different riders. I haven't counted, in fact, how many riders we've got across the course of the day. It will be touching the 3 figures, and that is just great to see. And then you think about everybody watching from home as well. So hello to all of you. and you think about everybody also watching on from the actual track itself here in Cumbria. So then that would just be plenty of different riders, and yeah, it's just going to be great for all of them to plenty of different riders, plenty of different spectators, and plenty of racing action to feast your eyes upon throughout the course of the day. As I say, 16 races, and at the moment we are on race number 4, so we're not even a quarter of the way through the action. Yes, which means that we get, or we may well be bang on a quarter of the way through the action, which means that we get plenty to go later on in the day. Our bikes are now out on the road and ready to get themselves going for what will be the 4th race of the day. The first race for these classes, which are of course the Superminis, the Minibike 160s, and the Minibike Veterans, or the Minibike Vets, race number 1 here today. They're just getting themselves ready to go racing, and then they will be green flag dropping very, very shortly indeed, and we'll get our racing underway, which I mean, it's one of those things where you only have a few minutes off from it, and it feels as though like an absolute age, just because you're watching it and you're enjoying it so much, and then it's taken away from you for about 30 seconds, and then you're back into it. But yeah, it'll be good to see these bikes on the road once again. It's going to be fun to watch out for, and all of them just parking up. So just a reminder of the grid that was decided yesterday. We're in our qualifying session for our Super Mini Minibike 160. Michael Med, Ben Grayson, Alex Clark, Tommy Armand, then Dave Cook, Ben Johnson, Finley Cottenham, Aidan Walker, Thomas Med, who's just jumped over from his class, and then Matthew McLean, Matt Linley, Connor Smith, Neil Wilson, and Barry Linley. And by his class, what I mean is jumping over from the FIM Moto Mini 190s, the Mini GP 190 70s, and heading over to this one right here. We're getting ready to go racing. The steward with the flag is just walking to the back of the group, and will be getting us started very, very soon indeed. Just doing their final checks to see that everybody is all ready. There's no problems or hitches or anything like that that will prevent people from going racing, or that will give anybody some sort of advantage. No issues there for now, at least, as the green flag is waved at the back. The flag is waved at the front, and it is going to be dropped now. The action is underway. Michael May gets a very good start at the front of this field. The number 1 is going to lead us away. It'll be Ben Grayson in that 2nd spot, and Alex Clark to pick up 3rd, but a very good start indeed from Michael Med that sees him at the very top of this field, and hoping to maximise that start and turning it into a very, very strong race finish indeed. But it's a very good start, all things considered, which means that he's going to be able to get that launch and get that advantage at the very front of this field in this 12-lap race. Slightly further back, there might be a side-by-side moment. This looks like it's going to be for 6th and 7th place between Ben Johnson and Aidan Walker, but not quite yet between those two riders in terms of watching on with their battle. But yeah, they had a very good start indeed to be able to pull alongside each other. Matthew McLean in the 17, not quite the start that he would have wanted. He's dropped back in this field. 14 riders in this race, and we're going to end off the first lap with Med in the lead with that big gap, 2.2 seconds, which is a huge gap to hold after 1 lap over Alex Clark, who's made his way past Ben Grace, and Tommy Armand in 4th place, and Aidan Walker finds himself in 5th, and Dave Cook, Finley Cottenham, Ben Johnson, Thomas Med, and Matt Linley to round out the top 10. Connor Smith, Neil Wilson, Barry Linley, and of course Matthew McLean, who's had his problems of his own to come home in 14th place. But he's pacey, is Matthew McLean, so keep an eye on the progress of that bike earlier or later on even in the races. We're seeing these two come to battle and go side by side momentarily. In fact, Ben Johnson and Thomas Med came across the line, literally locked and split by 0.001 of a second. That's a very, very good racing between those two riders, and they're going to hope to continue it on. Michael Med has the fastest lap in his class, of course, because he leads the race, and he's just set another fastest lap of 50.477. 2nd place will be Alex Clark, and 3rd will be Ben Grayson. They're all in the same class. They're all going to be on the Super Minis. Tommy Armand has the lead and the fastest lap in his class in the Minibike 160s, ahead of Aidan Walker in 2nd place in class, and in 4th and 5th respectively for those two riders. And Dave Cook in 6th place in the Veterans is going to be leading that group by a decent amount in terms of track position, because it'll be Finley Cottenham and Ben Johnson in the Minibike 160s to be 7th and 8th, and Matt Linley in 9th even in the veteran class once again. And then it'll be the Minibike, Vets, Minibike in terms of the riders around. And at the field, that'd be Connor Smith, Neil Wilson, Matthew McLean, who's managed to make his way up to 12th, and Barry Linley and Thomas Med to round out the order Thomas Med doesn't appear to have come to the line with any haste, not with any of the pace that he had last time around. So it might be an issue for the number 12, unfortunately, in this race, to mean that he is dropped further down the order. We head off to the next lap of this race. Michael Med goes even faster, a 50.0 flat, means that he's got a gap of 5 seconds up to Alex Clark in second place. Ben Grayson not too far off the back. Aidan Walker, Dave Cook, and Finley Cottenham is the fight we're watching on our screens right now, though, and that was Dave Cook having a look to the inside of Aidan Walker into the first corner, decided not to go for it. And is this going to be the opportunity for Finley Cottenham to get one, maybe even two? He sends it to the inside, and he's going to try to squeeze his opponent wide. Cottenham is going to make up that place on Dave Cook, jumping up in the 93 ahead of the 78 and picking up that 6th place for now is Finley Cottenham. So a very, very good move, just sending it, and Dave Cook gave him the space, didn't try to force himself with any opportunity around the outside, didn't try to go for a gap that wasn't there. So it was very good, respectful racing between those two riders further down in the order, which means that they've swapped 6th and 7th place. Over Michael Med, not quite as fast as he was last time out. Ben Grayson not quite as fast as Alex Clark. So at the top of the field, there's going to be a little bit of a bigger gap in that one. Tommy Armand with the fastest lap last time out. What is he going to be able to do on this occasion? Not quite as fast as he tries to extend that gap over Aidan Walker in class, first and second in that group. Finley Cottenham now up into the lead of this group, in fact in third, into 6th of course, and he is going to be up ahead of Dave Cook, who is our veteran race leader, which means that the Minibike 160s are going to be 1, 2, 3 in that same order, 4, 5, 6 as it stands. Then Matthew McLean, Neil Wilson, and I believe that to be Connor Smith fighting it out. Smith was leading that battle, but for not much longer, I don't think, if Matthew McLean's pace is anything to go by. And with the fact that he was going to be 0.047 behind at the line, so it's very close between those two riders. Cottenham is going to be trying to chase Aidan Walker now that he has managed to make his way past David Cook. And these two are fighting it out for second place, I believe, Michael Med. And Michael Med has that gap at the top of the field, and in fact he's gone through and he's gone and lapped Barry Linley. Thomas Med, we've not seen any more of his namesake in this race, as Dave Cook sets the fastest lap for the vets as he chases in on the back of Finley Cottenham. Ben Johnson has joined that fight as well, making it a 4-bike fight, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Aidan Walker at the moment is going to lead it, but it's a very good start for Michael Med at the moment with just 7 laps to go in this race. Connor Smith and Neil Wilson very close to each other. Wilson in the 138 just chasing in behind the number 4, trying to find any opportunity. But behind them they've got Michael Med chasing and looking to lap right now in the number 1. And so he's going to try to make his way past and make his way up into what will be just a better track position, because of course you don't want to have to lap people for too long out there on the road. And yeah, he's just going to continue to try to duke it out and build out that gap that at the moment he has of almost 10 seconds ahead of Alex Clark. So good pace, very good pace indeed for that rider in place, and is going to look to continue on and build that gap throughout the course of this race, because of course they are going to be looking to do just that. Across the line then come Linley and McLean, fighting it out once again for track position, fighting it out just for outright pace as well right now. And these two going to give it a go. But Michael Med, very, very good pace indeed at the start of this race, and he looks as though he's going to come home to take that victory in this race of race 1 for the Superminis, for the Minibike 160s and the Minibike vets. Don't forget, we've basically got 3 podiums here at the moment. There's the regular podium is going to be, well, the overall podium is also going to be the Super Mini podium. Michael Med, Alex Clark and Ben Grayson sitting on there. Then 4th, 5th and 6th is going to be the Minibikes, the Minibike 160s of Tommy Armand, Finley Cottenham and Aidan Walker for 4th, 5th and 6th. And then Dave Cook is going to be taking the victory in the veterans class. He's going to be ahead of Matt Linley in 9th place, with the other veteran in this race, Barry Linley, rounding out that veteran field and rounding out that veteran podium as well. The Minibike 160s are the majority of the population of this group, and Michael Med heads us on to 4 laps to go then, ahead of Alex Clark in 2nd place. Cook, Johnson, McLean and Walker all will be duking it out for 6th down to 9th place. So they are just going to be giving it, or 6th down to 8th place even, they're going to be giving it a real right go later on in this one, and they'll be giving each other a right good fight. But yeah, Michael Med, very good pace. He's consistently stayed at least in the 50-second lap times, which is Very impressive to see indeed so far. And if he can keep it up across the course of the weekend or across the course of race number 2, he's going to be in very, very good stead indeed at the top of the field. In the meantime, Finley Cottenham has jumped into 5th place. Ben Johnson has jumped up ahead of Aidan Walker, and Dave Cook has dropped down a place as well. So Johnson all the way up into 6th place. Well done for him. Matthew McLean is going to be ahead of Matt Lindley now in those 9th and 10th places respectively. Now, of course, not in class, but still, you want that bragging right. But Med, just what pace he's had across the course. The number 1, very much fitting that he's got that number on the front of that bike, because it looks like he's going to come home and take that victory. Yesterday, the qualifying times that he was putting in were in the 50s, so it's expected that he was able to do it. His fastest time from the session 1 was 50.2. The fastest time from the second one was, in fact, Lawrence Wardle. But Michael Med, who was able to take that second place in that qualifying. Not seeing the 4:04 in today's race, unfortunately, but I'm sure Lawrence Wardle will be trying to sort himself out for race number 2 and try to get out there on his Super Mini bike to try and challenge with Michael Med for the race lead. He challenged in terms of the pole yesterday. It's all about trying to convert it to this right now. Ben Grayson, 3rd in qualifying and 3rd in this race so far, has done pretty well to stay in position. Alex Clark jumped up from 4th place in qualifying to 2nd here today in race number 1. But the biggest gainer by far, in fact, is going to be Finley Cottenham, gaining 4 places off of where he was on the grid. 9th place is where he qualified yesterday. He's gained 4. Aidan Walker has gained 3. In fact, a lot of the riders have gained 3 because of the fact that we have had a few dropouts, as Dave Cook has made his way through on Aidan Walker onto the last lap of this race, and with the fastest lap in Class 2 boots. But he looks like he's going to wrap up the veteran victory here today, and Michael Med looks like he's going to wrap up the overall and the Super Mini victory as well in the lead of it, and by quite a significant margin over Alex Clark. 15.3 second. Ben Grayson in that 3rd place, 3.2 off of the back at the moment. 35 chasing in behind the 43. There's a 3.2 second gap between them. Ben Grayson will feel as though he can challenge for that 2nd place in the next race, or maybe even challenge with Michael Med for the victory. But one thing's for sure, Med has been absolutely incredible, and he's going to come home to take that victory in class, but not before Tommy Armand heads on to his final lap in the Mini Bike 160s, and he's been able to build up that gap to Finley Cottenham, 2nd place in that class, who's been fending all by himself in that group. And you can see that group heading around the final corner to continue on and head on to the last lap of this race. Cottenham leading, Johnson leading, Cook and Aidan Walker has dropped off a bit, but Michael Med will take the victory in the Super Minis and the entire overall race. What a race from him. He will finish a big gap ahead of Alex Clark in 2nd place. In fact, this will be Aidan Walker. Nope, this will be Matthew McLean splitting the 2. Gap in the end, 11.5, as Michael Med just took it easy on that final lap. Of course, had to navigate a lot of traffic, but did make his way through in the end successfully to take the victory. Tommy Armand will come home in the lead of his class, as that's Connor Smith and Neil Wilson in the Mini Bike 160s. We've had 2nd and 3rd in the veterans class come to the line, and we will see our victor come to the line very, very soon indeed. But Tommy Armand will round it off and will take the victory in the Mini Bike 160 class. Good win from him, ending up in 4th place. But a dominant display across the rest of his class rivals, who will come across the line now. It will be Dave Cook, who's passed Ben Johnson on the final lap, and he took the victory in the veterans as well. He split the Mini Bike 160 podium, but he would be in that final group, the final finishers group, as it stands. Aidan Walker just finishing off of the back of that little group. But our final results in the Super Mini, the Mini Bike 160s, and the Mini Bike veterans is as follows. Michael Med taking the win in the Super Mini and in the overall class. Alex Clark in the Super Mini also as well in 2nd place. 3rd place for Ben Grayson, all 3 of them racing in the Super Mini class, all 3 of them ending up on that podium as well. And Tommy Armand in 4th, but in the lead of the Mini Bike 160 class overall. Finley Cottenham will find himself in 5th place and 2nd in his class, and then Dave Cook took the victory in the Mini Bike Vets. Ben Johnson in 7th overall, 3rd in the Mini Bike 160 class, and Aidan Walker finished 8th. Just off the back of that 3-bike fight. It was a very good fight, in fact, and well, it was Cook, who was able to take it ahead of Johnson, but Cottenham, who won that group in the end. Matthew McLean in 9th place in the Minibike 160 class before Matt Linley rounded out the top 10 and rounded out the 2nd spot in the veteran class. Then looking further down the order at the Minibike 160s that's rounded off the race, although in fact Barry Linley's still there. And there we go. There is your final order for that race. It would be Matthew McLean in 9th, Matt Linley in 10th and 2nd in class, and then Connor Smith in 11th, Neil Wilson in 12th, Barry Linley in 13th, and Thomas Med to round out the 14 bike field for the Super Mini, the Minibike 160, and the Minibike Vet as well. That'll be it for that little group, and our last race before break, before our lunchtime, is going to be the FIM MGP 160s. It will be a very interesting race indeed to watch. And our grid is as follows. Jensen Ansell on pole position. Jensen Knowles in 2nd place. William Dickinson in 3rd. And Joey Aldersyke in 4th. JJ Manchester in 5th. Leon Simpson in 6th. Matthew Jennings in 7th. Daniel Tanton in 8th. And Claudia Dudman, for her 2nd race of the day, is going to be in 9th. Just 5 thousandths off of the back of Daniel Tanton in terms of the difference between their qualifying pace in the end. And Tanton will be trying to ward off Dudman, who had good pace in the race she competed in earlier on. Jensen Ansell and Jensen Knowles making it an all Jensen front row of the field, and both of them into the 51s as well. Dickinson in 3rd place is the only rider who was able to get a 53 lap time set as his official lap time yesterday, and he'll hope to find that little bit of time on the opening lap so he can challenge with Ansell and challenge with Knowles and fight his way at the very top of the order, continuing to just scrap it out throughout the course of this campaign, I am sure, and throughout the course of this weekend. But yeah, it's a good start from Ansell and Knowles to find themselves in the position that they indeed do. And they're going to hope to make the most of it as the rest of the races continue to head through. But in this class, it is going to be, in the Moto Mini 160s, it is going to be a very hotly contested championship, with Jensen Knowles at the top with 100 points, as he has managed to get maximum out of every single round so far this campaign. Valentino Kimi Kirk in 2nd place in class, and Leon Simpson in 3rd right there with 44 points. William Dickinson just a 1 point off of him. Claudia Dudman in 5th in the 58. Jensen Ansell is in 6th place, he has 39 points, so he's only 1 off the back of Claudia Dudman. Then Joey Aldersyke in 7th place in the number on the number 67 machine. And then Daniel Tanton in 8th. Matthew Jennings in 9th. And Ella Mosgrove rounds out the top 10 after making her debut last time out. Thomas Med in 11th. JJ Manchester in 12th. And Emilio Pereira, who did not, unfortunately, score any points in the one round he's competed in so far this season, finds himself in the 13th spot in the championship. But yeah, we're just having, once again, a little break so we can stay on schedule, but don't get too far ahead of ourselves for the racing action here today. Because, of course, if we do get too far ahead of ourselves, then we will be, we'll be done by 3 o'clock, knowing the pace of these riders and the pace of these stewards as well. But we want to be able to maintain the action across the course of the day, and we'll see the bikes coming out on the circuit very shortly indeed. And yeah, then we'll get the racing action underway for this next group of riders, who will do a fantastic job, I'm sure, to keep fighting with each other and keep the energy up in terms of all of the racing, because we've had some pretty good racing here today. We've had some talented riders riding out there. Of course we do, because it's the British mini bikes. They're a fantastic young group of riders, and they are racing very well at the moment. But yeah, I mean, it's just a good start indeed from these riders, who hope to continue it on into the later stages, and will hope to, I think, take more risks in the second race of the day. That's something that typically you find in the later races of the day, where they've taken this race one to sit back, to not do all too much in terms of be the outright quickest riders. But then you just see them trying things, and especially if they're racing somebody, they are more prone to trying things in the early part of the day, and then later on in it, they will be giving it a go to really duke it out and fight it out for those positions later on in the races and in the season as a whole. Because I mean, they're just it's just all about trying to find the places, and also, I mean, they have had experience racing this circuit before, because of course, round number 1 of the season, I believe, the majority of these riders at least were racing in round number 1 of the season. I'm just having a look now as all of our riders come out of the lane. I believe all of them, in fact, did race in that first round of the season. And yeah, that is just interesting to see. At the very least, everybody remaining consistently available. And it's always good to see, indeed, all of these riders able to just, keep themselves going throughout the course of a championship. Because that's what this is. This is a championship. So you wouldn't expect all of the riders to be there for all of the rounds, but you'd hope they would be, because at the end of the day, they are competing for points. They're competing for everything. And whilst they're still in the infancy of their careers, they are just having a look at learning how to race in a championship. And the best way to learn how to race in a championship is to race in a championship in the first place. And so that is why it's always great fun to see all of these riders ready to go out here and all fighting with each other out there on the road. They're just getting ready for the final preparations, the final race of the morning before we tick over to the afternoon. We've got about 10 minutes to go before it will end up being that afternoon stint ready to get underway and ready to tick over the clocks and turn over the clocks to a PM rather than an AM. But yeah, just a reminder then, it'll be the 2 Jensens on the front row of this field right now, and it'll be William Dickinson in 3rd place, Joey Athersyke in 4th, JJ Manchester in 5th, Leon Simpson in 6th, Matthew Jennings, Daniel Tanton, and Claudia Dudman in 7th, 8th, and 9th, respectively. We're ready to get going out there, and the bikes are just having their final preparations, their final checks before we get the green flag dropping and we get the racing action underway very, very soon, which will be good fun to see, because this is always a fun class to watch, and they're always very, very hotly contested, these races. The marshal at the back ready to wave the flag and is going to just wait for those in the high vises to move off of the road and move off of the track as well. He's waving the flag at the back, and the green flag drops. So racing gets underway. It's a good start from Jensen Ansel at the front of the field. William Dickinson's going to try to challenge into turn 1 for Knowles, but Knowles is going to stay ahead and will have the run to catch up to Jensen Ansel. Looking to the inside of turn number 3, not quite able to make his way through just yet, but that's promising signs pace-wise, at least at the very start of this race. And this may well be the fight that we have been waiting for between these 2 riders in terms of what we saw earlier on. Of course, we saw in the qualifying that these 2 were very well matched on pace, and nobody else was quite anywhere near close to getting that 50 flat lap time. And they're going to keep just duking it out throughout the course of this race. Following in William Dickinson in that 3rd spot, I believe, will continue to try and fight it out. We'll continue to try and keep that pace up inside line for Jensen into the final corner on Jensen. Not quite able to make the move just yet. This certainly challenging at the end of lap 1, and Jensen Knowles with the fastest lap, unsurprisingly, trying to keep up with Ansel right now. Is he going to be able to find the opportunity down the inside? He doesn't actually decide to go for it on this lap. It was one that he was very keen to do on the last lap, so settling in to this race, it seems, right now, for Jensen Knowles, who knows that at the moment he's looking very, very pacey and very ready to make this move. But of course, Jensen Ansel, a very quick rider in his own right, and was only 0.012 off the back last time out. So, last time out in terms of last lap out. So it's going to be a very, very close fight between these 2 right now. And yeah, we're just going to continue to duke it out. William Dickinson holds that 3rd place ahead of Joey Athersyke in 4th, Leon Simpson in 5th, and JJ Manchester in 6th, Matthew Jennings in 7th, and Claudia Dudman in 8th. Makes for a very fascinating 6-bike battle, but Daniel Tanton having issues at the back of the order, unfortunately, right now. And so I think that he's going to be struggling to keep up with these riders who are very, very quick indeed. when you do have an issue like that, it is going to be a bit demoralising, because you know you do have that pace, and it's going to be unfortunate. But of course, there is going to be one more race in the day that they can keep contesting it out for. Potentially move down the inside for Jensen Ansel, who has a look at it. Jensen Knowles is going to try to take the outside line. Who's going to be later onto the brakes? Will it be Ansel on the inside? No, it will be Knowles, who sweeps his way around. I think they had to work together there just to make sure they both made the corner all A-OK, but in the end, they did so. And in the end, Knowles stayed ahead of Jensen Ansel, getting his elbows out. He's not going to let Ansel go in a hurry here, and Ansel is going to be made to work very, very hard for this one indeed, and he will be fighting very hard for this one indeed. Knowles with the fastest lap last time out. Ansel is going to not quite be as close, and it will be another fastest lap for Jensen Ansel, but Knowles with the pace. And in fact, Jensen Ansel leading on to the next lap of this race, ahead of Knowles right now. So these two just pushing each other to the very limits and keeping me, certainly, on my toes. Looking further back, this is a move between William Dickinson and Joey Athersyke. Athersyke having a look at moving his way up into second place, or into third place even, as there was a move for first and second between Jensen Ansel and Jensen Knowles once again into turn number 5. But in the end, it was going to be the defence that was successful, and the rider in front, of course, stayed ahead, but they may well be side by side once again. They're pushing each other so incredibly hard around this Cumbria circuit. This is incredible racing to watch, and it's not going to stop any time soon, I'm sure, as we head on to the next lap of this race, and it will be Ansel ahead of Knowles once again. So very, very tight racing between these two riders, pushing each other to the very limit. And Ansel has built up a little bit of a buffer here, about 0.5 of a second, so not much, all things considered. But Ansel has been able to build up that little bit of a gap that he hopes to maintain right now. Dickinson defending against Athersyke as well, slightly further back. That'll be for the fight for third place. Leon Simpson, JJ Manchester and Matthew Jennings all making their way into that fight as well. You can see them right there. Athersyke leading the way ahead of Dickinson as it stands, and Leon Simpson and JJ Manchester just following in behind. It may well be side by side between Athersyke and Dickinson for third place once again, but Athersyke just cuts him off and just stays ahead. Matthew Jennings keeping with this group and has gained a little bit of ground on JJ Manchester on this lap, so it might be a fight between the 28 and the 9 for that 6th and 7th spot. Ansel with the fastest lap last time out, once again stretching his legs out the top of the field. Knowles with a personal best, but not quite on the level of Ansel quite yet. So the 22 and the 272 giving each other a real good go here in terms of the fighting. Athersyke is going to stay ahead of William Dickinson, and JJ Manchester all over the back of Leon Simpson. Hopefully at some point he's going to try to make a move. He feels as though he is going to be quicker, and there may well be a move for JJ Manchester in turn number 3, not quite yet, and that may well compromise his exit. It hasn't done, to be fair. He's managed to pick himself up all A-OK and continue on with those chases further up the order, chasing in behind Leon Simpson. Not quite as close as he would have liked, but also not as close to Jennings as Jennings would have liked as well. These 5 all matching on pace, all of them into the 54.1s or the 54.3s respectively on the last lap. There was in fact a 54.2 from William Dickinson, and a fastest lap from Jensen Knowles last time out. Well, keeps Ansel very much on his toes, and that means these top two are going to be fighting. Manchester chasing Simpson very, very close to the back now, I think, on the back of the 85, as the gap between 5th and 4th has opened up just that little bit, and Leon Simpson is going to be trying to build up that gap, or trying to close down that gap even to William Dickinson. Just ahead, Dickinson will be hoping to build it up. These two are split by basically nothing, and they have been pretty much all race long. Ansel was able to build up a little bit of a buffer, but Jensen Knowles was not able to keep himself behind for long. He was able to just pick up the pace, and he's now setting 50s, which Jensen Ansel has not done so far in this race. Knowles getting very close to the back. Ansel just having a little check over his shoulder on the exit of every corner once he knows that he's got that power down, and once he knows that he's set on the bike. He's just having a look to see where Jensen Knowles is, so he doesn't lose any time. What a run that is through the first couple of corners for Knowles, who looks to the inside. Ansel sweeps through and sweeps and stays ahead for the time being. But Jensen Knowles very, very close to making a move on that last lap. Very, very close to making a move on that last corner, in fact, and will continue to try and fight it. JJ Manchester in the meantime up to 5th place ahead of Leon Simpson, and he will continue to try and close that gap down to William Dickinson, which is now up to 2.4 seconds. The gap between Dickinson and Athersyke, though, 0.2 of a second. I said that this was going to be one of the most hotly contested championships. I've so far been proven absolutely right between this group, and they will continue to just scrap it out. Knowles on the back of Ansel as they'll head on to what will be 4 laps to go then between these two riders. It's they're just going to keep that fight going. Faster on the last lap from Jensen Knowles. He's going to be about 0.08 of a second quicker than Jensen Ansel, which would be a huge, huge gain. And we know how quick he can be in that first segment of corners, but we know how fast Ansel can sweep through that next segment and stay ahead of Knowles for the time being, which is exactly what he's managed to be able to do. He's managed to sweep around. I think Jensen Knowles is going to have to go for a different approach here. He is very, very quick. He gets the run out of turn number 2 very good, but by the time they get to turn number 3, Jensen Ansel is going to be in the right position. So I think for Jensen Knowles, it's all about placing himself in that position Ansel wants to be in, try to unsettle the 22 and then gain that lead of this race, because of course bike placement is so very important in one of these championships. Or he may well catch him off guard into the final couple of corners. Not quite able to get through it on the sweep, but Knowles keeping Ansel very, very honest right now. And we know he can get the run out of turn number 3. There we go, up towards turn 4 then. Is he going to take a different approach? Yep, the approach is going to be sitting in behind, maybe trying to go for that sweep because he can see that Ansel thinks it's faster at least, and it gives him a better run out of the corner. And Knowles has been able to remain in this little fight, but a little bit wide on the apex from Ansel is going to give Knowles a little bit more in terms of breathing room and a little bit more in terms of being able to get closer. Not quite yet. Other side still leads Dickinson, but that gap is very, very close. Manchester still leads Simpson, still leads Jennings, but that gap is very, very close as well. Everybody really on this track, barring Dudman in 8th and Daniel Tanton, who unfortunately has not been able to get to the races in this one so far. Everybody in that group has been just fighting it out, lap after lap after lap. Ansel has a bit more of a buffer this lap to Jensen Knowles, and by a bit more of a buffer, I mean 0.2 of a second. Knowles quicker through the first segment. He's going to get the run. Is he going to go for the outside? He has a look, but it's obvious to see why Jensen Knowles went for that inside line on the first few laps, and that is because that appears to be the quicker line. But I think he just has to wait for a mistake here from Jensen. Anything's here to go by. There isn't going to be one. So Jensen Knowles has to try something different at some point, but he has just been so very quick through that first sector. Is it going to be another surprise send into the final couple of corners like he did a couple of laps ago? He's certainly looking quick enough to do so. He's certainly looking like he's trying to set himself up to do so. Ansel runs a little bit wide. He's going to be trying to make that bike as wide as possible. Knowles is just about at the moment sitting right in behind. And yeah, Ansel just staying right ahead for the time being. And doing very well as we head on to the last lap of this race. They're split by just under 0.2 of a second. They're split by less than half a bike as they head into turn 3. Ansel has been unsettled. He's been moved off of his regular line, and that means Jensen Knowles can try to look to the inside, but not quite yet, because Ansel has done well enough to hold that bike in position and in station. He covers off Knowles, who wants the inside line, into turn number 6, but he can't quite do so. Knowles looking around the outside once again. Ansel once again defending, but Knowles with the run tries to find a place, but just the S's come a little bit too quickly for Jensen in terms of the fighting and in terms of the chasing on the back of the other Jensen, and it will be a very, very good fight, but unfortunately for Jensen Knowles, he's down on the final lap, just pushed it a little bit too hard, and you can see the frustration, and you can understand it as well. Jensen Knowles will be so devastated. He got so very close, but this will feel so very far away. The victory then for Jensen Ansel in the Moto Mini 160 race number 1 here today. And second place, most likely, will go to Joey Addersight now, ahead of William Dickinson, although those two were very close together on the road, so maybe the 24s made a move on the last lap as well. We'll see when they come to the line, and the flag is being waved once again, which means we're going to have a bike to the line very, very shortly. Who is going to be the next one up to this line? It will be Addersight and it will be Dickinson, and in the end, it looks as though Addersight has been able to hold on to the position ahead of Dickinson at the moment. The emotions from Knowles clear to see, and the emotion from Knowles very understandable as well, because he rode a fantastic race there, and well, he'll just have to hope that he can pick himself up in time for race 2. Dickinson, as I say, rounding out the podium, and Leon Simpson ahead of JJ Manchester and Matthew Jennings at the line. That will be for 4th, 5th and 6th, and that was a very, very close fight indeed between those riders. Claudia Dudman in 7th, and Jensen Knowles will be classified in 8th place, with Daniel Tanton not able to race through, but Jensen Knowles very, very good pace throughout the course of the race. He picked up that fastest lap as well, so it's a little bit of solace for the 272, and it promises for race number 2 as well. But yeah, both the Jensens very, very quick indeed at the start of this day, and they will have one more race in this class to be able to demonstrate that. But I mean, that is going to be it for our morning's action. And we're going to be about 8 minutes ahead of schedule. So we've done incredibly well for all of the marshals just to get those bikes out there very quickly. Well done for the bikes as well and the riders to get themselves out there. And so we're not going to have a next race up graphic because there is not going to be a next race up for a while. You can rejoin and regroup for 12:40. So about 37 minutes time. We'll of course be on broadcast a little bit before that, and we'll of course be chatting about the racing that we've seen and the racing that we are yet to see today. But we have been we'll be back at about 12:35. So join us at about half an hour's time for the next race up, which will be the Minibike 140s. So until then, thank you very much for watching so far, and we will see you in just
Hey guys, Pete Hickman here. Welcome to PHR Performance on Ohvale UK. A lot of the time we get a lot of questions about how to get into racing, what is Ohvale all about. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the bikes and a little bit about the race series here in the UK. So here we have an Ohvale GP0. This is actually our automatic version that we've got here, which we take to a lot of our test days, where riders can come and have a go for the first time, haven't got to worry about a clutch, twist and go. This is a 110cc bike. We don't normally race this bike, although we have raced it in the 110 class, but with British Minibikes, which is where all the Ohvale UK official races are run, we run a 110cc class, a 160cc class, and a 190cc class. So this size of bike right here is what we would use in the 110 class for riders from 8 years old to 12. Sometimes we've also had some slightly younger, well-known fast riders at 7 years of age that will be turning 8 in that year, also racing this class, but usually it would be from 8 to 12 years old. Now these bikes have been around for a good few years now. We are actually not bringing these into the country at the minute as a new motorcycle anymore. There's quite a few in the UK that have been used secondhand, and we have quite a few ourselves. So we've been recycling these, trying to keep this as much of a budget class as possible. And usually we'll have one of these bikes available for around the £3,000 mark. And that will be a bike that's able of winning that 110 championship and be able to do it on a budget, which is the whole point of this class. The whole Ohvale ethos is all about trying to go racing on a fair, level playing field without spending a load of money. So moving over from the GP0 110, right here we have the GP0 Evo 160. So the Evo chassis have been around a little while now, for a couple of years in fact, but this is the 2025 version that we have right here. So slightly modified chassis again, engine position slightly different. But this class, this 160cc class, we first introduced it into the UK in 2021. We had over 20 odd riders on the grid. It's part of the FIM World Championship for riders from 10 years to 14 years of age. Been a brilliant little bike, and yeah, great to see these with a new Flow chassis. So the Flow colour here, the fluo yellow, is brand new for 2025, so if you see one of these out, you'll know it's a 2025 spec bike. And finally, the creme de la creme, the GP2, again, a 2025 bike, fluorescent orange chassis on this one, or red, whichever way you want to call it. I call it orange. But this GP2 is a 190cc bike, so it's a 4-valve head, 4-speed gearbox, pushing around 24 horsepower at the rear wheel. 12-inch wheel on this bike, whereas the other two previous bikes are 10-inch wheels. Again, part of the FIM World Championship. Ran alongside British Minibikes with Alan Lord. It's been fantastic to see these last year. We had the top three riders go to the final round in MotoGP, rode in front of all them guys. It was absolutely fantastic. But again, on this bike, Brembo calipers, obviously all the triple clamps and all the rear sets, everything's bespoke to these bikes. It's all made in Italy. I actually use these myself for training. So the 190cc class can be ridden by adults as well, but the actual class itself is meant for 12 to 16-year-olds. And again, it's all about progression from the first bike to the last bike, and how we run the championship. Sealed engines all the way through. We're the only people that can actually build these engines in the UK for our racing. That's basically to make sure it all stays nice and fair and as cheap as possible for you guys out there, and to make sure that your rider has an equal chance of winning the race just like anyone else. So the whole ethos with Ohvale is about producing a motorcycle that's not only good but also budget friendly, as much as racing can be budget friendly, to make it fair for everyone. So there you have the 3 classes that we run in British mini bikes at Ohvale UK. All these bikes are available on our website. Please check them out, have a look. If you have any questions, get in contact with us. We also have a tracks page of all tracks that we know are Ohvale friendly. If there's one on there that or one that isn't on there that you know is Ohvale friendly, please send us a message. We'll get it added. And yeah, we want to see more and more people out on these bikes and having fun.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful lunch, and welcome back to the ACU British Mini Bikes Championship, round number 3 here today for all of our races. We're going to have 16 races across the day. We've had 5 to start off proceedings for today. And, well, we will see what we would do later on with all of the rest of our championships. Of course, so far today we have had the Mini Moto Rookies race number 1, which was won by Luke McMahon against Bobby Baker in second and Louis Elimelech in third. And then the Junior SM90 race 1, which was won by Oliver Bennett ahead of Louis Craig and Callum Fahey. Then we had race 3, the FIM Moto Mini 190s, the Mini GP 190 and 170s. And that race was won by Tommy Keats ahead of Max Robinson and Thomas Med. Then the third race, well, the fourth race even of the day, was won by Michael Med, Alex Clark, and Ben Grace. And that was 1, 2, and 3 in there. And that was in the Super Mini, Minibike 160, and Minibike Events Race 1. Shout out as well to Tommy Armand and Dave Cook, who won in their respective classes in that race. And then looking at the race that we had most recently, it was the FIM Moto Mini 160 race 1, which was won by Jensen Ansel ahead of Joey Adelsike and William Dickinson after Jensen Knowles went down on the final lap. He'll be hoping for a huge comeback in this one, and well, we will see what he will be able to do. But next up in the racing action for today will be the Mini Bike 140s. Which will be out on circuit in a few minutes' time. Of course, still a couple of minutes to go before the start of the racing action, and we will see what will happen in this class. In here, it will be Michael Med, who took that victory earlier on in pole position. Tommy Armand in P2. And Aidan Walker. Nope, Dave Cook in third with Aidan Walker in fourth. Finley Cottenham in fifth with Ben Simpson sixth. Matthew McLean in seventh. And Ben Johnson in eighth. Neil Wilson in ninth. Ian Stanford in 10th. And Sean Brunning rounding out the field in 11th. That's our qualifying session yesterday. And hopefully we'll get all 11 bikes in the race for this one. The first race of the day for the 140s. Then we'll be able to see how they stack up for the rest of the day, because of course there is some riders who will be able to make it to all of the championships, to all of the races in the weekend, and some riders that unfortunately will not. That's just the nature of the beast, and we'll see what they will be able to do in these 140 bikes. Quite a few of them competing in the previous championship, and there we go. There they are out of the gate and ready to get going for today's racing action in the class. But of course, a lot of them will be warmed up to this circuit already. Of course, as I mentioned, for example, we saw Michael Med taking the victory last time out. He'll be hoping to do something similar-ish this time around. You got the likes of Tommy Armand, Dave Cook, Aidan Walker, Finley Cottenham as well. So all of that top group, in fact, all raced in the last race, and will be looking to keep up similar fortunes or better fortunes this time around. It's always going to be an advantage for yourself, I feel as though, because you'll have the familiarity with the track. At the same time, you could argue that it's not quite the familiarity with the track, because it's also at the same time the familiarity with everything else that's going on in terms of the bike. So there is differing ways that these riders can be affected either way. But yeah, for this one, it's going to be interesting to see how those riders adapt. It's going to be interesting to see how those who are not competing in both championships are going to be able to do. And they're just going to park themselves up on the line. If I'm not mistaken, Michael Med is ahead of Tommy Armand in second place, Dave Cook in third, Aidan Walker on the second row of the grid. So that is going to be your top 4. And those are going to be the riders hoping to take that turn number 1 with with everything that they will have wanted to do. Whole shot into the first corner is what they're going to hopefully get, and that's what they're going to want to achieve into the first corner on this racetrack, because of course that can be very important, especially because of the nature of that part of the racetrack, where it's going to be very difficult indeed for these riders to head through and to make moves on this first lap, especially if they do not have the whole shot. And we are going to get the action underway now. It will be a good start from Michael Med, but into the first corner, he's not going to lead. He will duck into second place, as I believe that's Tommy Armand at the top of the field taking the lead. Med is going to tuck back into P2, and there may well be a move slightly further back for fourth place. Just backing out, I think there might be Finley Cottingham in that order. And I believe that to be Tommy Armand leading the race. A very good start for the 21. The 777 is going to jump back into P2, and we'll be hoping to make his way right back up into the lead of this race. It looks like we've got 9 riders in this one. Med, Armand, Cook, Walker, Cottingham, Johnson, McLean, Stanford, and Wilson all competing in this one, which means we've got a couple of riders who qualified yesterday but will not be taking to the grid for today, which is a choice, but that's okay because sometimes these availability can beat you up. Michael Med looked to the outside of the final corner, didn't quite go through, but there may well be opportunities further on in the lap as we exit the first lap. And in fact, that will be Dave Cook in the lead of the race ahead of Michael Med in second place. Tommy Armand in P3. He dropped down a position on this race start, and Dave Cook doing a very good job at the moment to hold that lead. He set the fastest lap, of course, last time out. Michael Med trying to close in and will want to be taking this P1 away, about 2 tenths off the back. Tommy Armand about 3 tenths off the back, and then there'll be a 1.2 second gap between third and fourth place Aidan Walker. You can see they've already built themselves up that gap, and whilst it may not be the biggest gap in the world, that can be so very crucial at the very start of the race, as well as they're just going to try to compete with each other for track position. And if you're able to get that gap early, then you're able to throw yourself into a pretty decent position where you can start attacking each other with no real worries of the bikes behind. Potentially move into the final corner from Ben Johnson on Finley Cottingham. Is he going to be able to get it done as there's a move into the first? It's going to be Finley Cottingham actually moving up ahead of Aidan Walker. Dave Cook going to try and hold on to the position with Michael Med looking to the outside line. Tommy Armand sitting in behind and watching and waiting as Cook goes very, very wide, but is able to come back onto the track ahead of Med for the time being. Tommy Armand, in fact, with the fastest lap last time out with a 53.530 for the 21 to find himself in third place and ready to go racing. And he's going to be alongside Michael Med into turn number 6. But Dave Cook able to just stay at the top of this field for now and hoping to keep that momentum up as... Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, fly just flew into my mouth. But Dave Cook keeping that lead of the race, and Michael Med in second place. Tommy Armand trying to continue his momentum. He had a look on Michael Med, but he couldn't quite get through in the end. But Med is looking very quick at the moment and looks to the outside. Cook swaps to the inside. Will this be the move he was waiting for? Not quite yet. Dave Cook just taking his regular line, not defending too much. Goes very wide, in fact. He's using all of the track and a bit more to stay ahead of the number 777 in behind. But Med with a good exit out of turn number 5 will try to take that position heading down towards turn 6. Med not happy with something. He keeps looking down at the bike, the left side of the bike. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Maybe he's just having a check over his shoulder to find where Tommy Armand is on the road, in fact. But at the moment, he's not looking particularly happy on that bike, but he's doing a good job to stay in second place. 777, as we say, is chasing the 78, and he looks to the outside. Switch to the inside of the final corner. Will switch to the inside, uses his weight fantastically to get into the lead of the race, and that will be Michael Med, and the hand will be changed. Although despite the fact that Dave Cook was able to get the whole shot, it would be Michael Med to make his way through. Tommy Armand looking to the inside line of turn number 4, but he can't quite make his way through as of yet. He'll have a look at 5 and then maybe down towards 6. But you can see Dave Cook now that he's not in the lead of the race, he's not quite in such a comfortable position. He's taking less risks through turn 4, and that will be in the way of the fact that he's not extending the track as much as he was. Maybe he sees that as a failed venture, an attempt that he went for that did initially look like it worked out, but after all that, it didn't quite look so good for him. So he's going to have to he's going to change that approach, and that shows the smarts of the riders at the very front of the field, especially the fact that they are just able to adapt their racing to these conditions. It's not just the racing between each. It's not just the racing in terms of racing on the track, because you can do time trials as much as you like, and you can keep going on lap after lap after lap and racing yourself again and again as the inside line beckons for Tommy Armand, but he backs out of it in the end. You can just race the track again and again and again, but when you're racing somebody else, it makes such a difference. And in fact, Dave Cook looks like he's gone back to trying to sweep all the way around and take that position and hold on to that position even, which is now a 7/10 gap between himself and Michael Med at the top of the field. Fastest lap for Med last time out was a 53.402, and Dave Cook 6/10 off of the back. Tommy Armand just 200ths quicker than Dave Cook on the previous time around, and well, Armand is in that third place with a big buffer of 2.2 back to Finley Cotton, and might not feel like much, but this championship, this group of riders is particularly open, in fairness, and so it's going to be all about those gains. As that, in fact, Tommy Armand has made his way through on Dave Cook around the final corner. That is a very good move indeed that jumps him up into second place. He just took that opportunity and was able to jump up that position and make his way into the top 2 now and try to set himself after Michael Med. The championship has those two at the very top as well. Michael Med with 91 points, leading Tommy Armand with 52 after Armand didn't have the weekend that he would have wanted at Rowrah, but was able to come back in the second round of the campaign, and we'll hope to continue that pace up. He's only 3 points ahead of Finley Cottenham. This will help him in terms of defending ahead of Cottenham, who is 4th place on the road right now, and then Ben Simpson in 4th place. Not too far off of them either. Chris Wells only competed at Rowrah, was not there last time out at Teesside, so he's not been able to gain any positions, and he's not here once again, so he's going to drop further back, you would imagine, to Ben Johnson, who will have that 1 point buffer eradicated at the end of this one. Matthew McLean, 29 points level with Sean Brunning. Brunning is not racing today. McLean is, so he should hopefully solidify that 7th place. And then Aidan Walker and Adam Hilton rounding out the top 10. Ben Lord in 11th. Dan Merrin in 12th. Then Tim Patterson, Ian Stanford, Ryan Brown, Gary Johnson, Clara Hugh, Neil Wilson, and Philip Rigg as well. Stanford is, of course, running in 8th place, so he's going to gain a lot of positions, I would imagine, because he's got 3 points ahead to Merrin and Patterson, and he's got 7 points ahead to Ben Lord in 11th, so I'd imagine he'll be brushing the top 10 with Adam Hilton currently holding that position for now. We've got 5 laps to go in this race, and it'll be Michael Med to lead the way. Tommy Armand in P2, 9/10 off the back, and then Dave Cook only 4/10 off the back of him. Finley Cottenham in 4th place will be about 4/10 ahead of Aidan Walker, and then Ben Johnson in 6th place is going to have to try and gain that time, and he may well be looking to the inside of the final corner. Not quite yet, but it is getting closer between these riders. I'd be interested to see what it is as they split the beam. It's 2/10 between Johnson and Walker. It's 2.5 between Walker and Cottenham, and it's 2/10 once again between McLean and Johnson as well, as Johnson has a look to the inside, does not go for it. Is this going to be the door open for Matthew McLean? Not quite yet. Cottenham took the very wide line just to try and stay ahead. Aidan Walker sitting, waiting in behind on Ben Johnson. Just ahead of Ben Johnson even for now. Matthew McLean waiting in behind these few, and then Ian Stanford and Neil Wilson will be fighting it out at the back of the field as well. There's 3/10 splitting those two. So everybody, I'd say, at the moment is in a fight, and they are really giving it a go with 4 laps to go in this race. Michael Med currently in the lead of it, and he's trying to build up that gap to Tommy Armand. He's not been able to have as much as he would have wanted. Cottenham's going to be ahead of Walker, who runs a little bit wide, and Ben Johnson sees the opportunity to go down the inside of the final corner. Through goes the 34. He jumps up into 5th place ahead of the 3:03 Matthew McLean, just watching and waiting in the background in the 17 as well for these riders to keep on fighting. And it's a send from McLean on the inside of Walker. He's through, and he's up into 6th place for now as they keep fighting their way through. And Aidan Walker, unfortunately, dropping 2 positions. In fact, he's the only rider to drop positions off of his race start. So he'll be hoping to rebuild that race back up with just the 3 laps to go, though. Time appears to be running out. Michael Med has a gap at the top of this field. 7/10 it was last time around. I'm sure it's going to be a little bit bigger because he's not that much quicker than Tommy Armand in fairness, but he is quicker than Armand and Cook as well. So it's going to be, I think, it's going to be a gap of about 8/9 of a second as they cross the beam. We'll see as Michael Med crosses the line to start the penultimate lap of this race. In fact, Armand has gained on that previous lap. He is going to be within half a second of our race leader. Dave Cook hasn't quite kept up, so Tommy Armand definitely showing the pace. Those 3 at the top at the moment. He's going to continue to go racing. 21's going to catch the 777, and the 78 behind is just going to wait in behind him. Then Cottenham, Johnson, and Walker is this 3-bike fight. Johnson has dropped off of the back of Cottenham since the start of this lap, and that opens the door to Aidan Walker to maybe have a go. Is he going to have a go into the next braking zone? Not quite yet. He just waits and watches in behind, but he definitely almost looked as though he was going to pull alongside there very briefly, but in the end decided to back out of it. Didn't want to do so, and I think that's the smartest decision in that moment. But of course, there could be a swap between all of these riders at the end of this race. They're all going to really give the go for each other as we're going to head on to the last lap of the race, and Michael Med's going to do so with the fastest lap of the race. Tommy Armand's going to do so as well in second place with the fastest lap of his race, and then third is going to be Dave Cook at the moment. This will be the fight for fourth place, though. Cottenham chased by Ben Johnson, chased by Aidan Walker. The 93 leading the 34, leading the 303 as it stands. And they were pretty much matched on pace last time out. In fact, the fastest of the three was going to be Walker in the 303. Waiting in behind as he makes a huge send on the back of Ben Johnson. And that is what he would have been waiting for so very long. The 303 up a position back into the fifth place now. And that is what he wants. To now try and set himself after Finlay Cottenham to make that move up for fourth place late on in the day. But it will be the victory as sending it to the inside is he, but not quite able to make it through just yet. Johnson has a look at Walker, but it will be Michael Med to take this race and take it in style with the fastest lap at the end. Dave Cook will be in third, but it's Tommy Armand who kept close to Michael Med. Finlay Cottenham in fourth, Aidan Walker in fifth, Johnson in sixth, McLean in seventh, and then it'll be Stanford and Wilson to round out the order in 8th and 9th. Those two riders were in a fight all race long. Pretty much everybody had some sort of fight going all race long, and that was a very, very tense race. It's one of those where you feel as though if there is about 10 more minutes in it, we're going to have an absolute classic, and we did have an absolute classic of it, in fairness. So it was a very, very good race indeed, and Michael Med is going to top it. Tommy Armand came home in P2, not too far behind. That'll promise for the number 21 in terms of the later on races in this in today's racing action. Of course, they've got one more to go, and then Dave Cook will be in third, and Finlay Cottenham in fourth. Aidan Walker in fifth place, and Ben Johnson in sixth. McLean, Stanford, and Wilson in seventh, eighth, and ninth, as you can see on your screens right now. But yeah, Michael Med winning once again. He's showing to be one of the most dominant forces in this championship and in these championships we have hosted. As next up in today's action, we're going to go from the mini bike 140s, and we're going to head up to what will be the BMB 1 cent Cup and the Ohvale 1 cent Cup as well. Or the Ohvale 1 cent Cup even is what I should say. And well, we're going to have some good racing action in this championship. It always seems to spring a surprise, does this group of riders, and we're going to have a look once again at what they are going to be able to do. Their qualifying session that they put in was yesterday, of course, as all of the qualifying sessions were. They took those two qualifying sessions, they came into this race, and then they're going to be setting themselves up for this one. It'll be Cody Brennan at the top of that qualifying session yesterday. Austin Dilks in P2. Nelly Newth in third place, and Louis Craig, who of course we've seen race earlier, in fourth, alongside Newth on the second row of the grid. Seth Hayward in fifth, and Joey Billum in sixth, and CJ McGuire and Daisy Grace in seventh and eighth. Jake Todd and Charlie Forrester round out the top 10, with Tommy Dickinson in 11th, Lawson Dorrington in 12th, and well, in 13th it would be Hugh McDowell with Oliver Med rounding out that order. Interesting to see a couple of the youngest riders have made their step ups and have actually decided to prioritize this championship. Daisy Grayson and Lawson Dorrington, both of them are going to be hoping for good days in this championship as they continue their way through the season. Of course, opting not to race earlier on, most likely to try to keep up the preparation for the mini GPs and the Ohvale 110 Cup, the 110 Cup in general. And in fact, Daisy Grayson did make her debut last time around, picked up 26 points from the weekend in the Mini GP 110s. And don't forget, we've got two championships out there, and it'll be very interesting to see. In fact, Daisy Grayson did race in round one, or was entered in round one in the Ohvale, but did not decide to race for whatever reason. Maybe she just wanted to take the confidence from winning both the races in the first round at Rowrah in the Mini Moto class. But there's one thing for sure, and that means, and that will be that it'll be the first time that we see Lawson Dorrington, I believe, in this championship or in this race at the very least. But there is a few fascinating stories in this group who will come to light very, very shortly when the action is ready to get underway. Of course, that of Nelly Newth, who had a fantastic race 2 in Rowrah, even if race 1 didn't quite go the way she would have been hoping for. But race 2 went so much better for Newth, and she'll be hoping to relight the fire and keep the fortunes up in terms of how it went. Obviously, it was very slippery out, and I think she just slipped off the bike in race 1. But race 2, she ended up taking that victory, and she did very, very well to come back, because it is very difficult to come back when you have had your confidence knocked like that. And she did a good job to do just that. But yeah, then in the round 2 of the season, when of course we headed to Teesside, it was in the end a race that was won in the Mini GP 110s by Cody Brennan, and Nelly Newth could only, quote unquote, get a podium. Seth Hayward, with a penalty, would drop off from that fight with Cody Brennan for the race victory, and so he would not take the win. But in the second race, it would be Todd, Hayward, and Newth. Not in that order, because it was Todd, Newth, and Hayward, which would be unfortunate for Cody Brennan. But that shows that there's flashes of pace there for the rider who ended up in 4th place in race 2. And it shows that it may well be a fight between those 4 at the top of this field in terms of this race so far. So they're definitely the early contenders to look out for if you weren't looking out for anybody already. If of course you were, and if you're backing somebody, let us know in the YouTube chat who it is that you are watching on and supporting today and hoping to take a victory. We've seen support in the chat for the likes of Joey Athersyke, for JJ Manchester, for a few more riders as well. We've got Luke McMahon, who obviously raced earlier on. Louis Craig, who is racing in this one, has had some support. Hugh McDowell, Jake Todd as well in there, as well as Dylan Mosgrove in there. So a lot of riders who have had plenty of support. So keep it coming, folks, throughout the course of this weekend, because it's always great to see you getting behind your riders, because of course it's not as easy as you'd think to get riding on out there. And there we go, support in the chat for Nelly Newth straight away after I mentioned that. And well, it'll be good to see Nelly racing once again, as I mentioned, and well, she'll have support watching on from home, or maybe even at the track, because of course, don't forget, this live stream is available to those who have their phones on them at the track, which will be everybody in the year 2025 or 2026 even. Time flies. So I think there'll be plenty of people watching from actually at the track, and they can see 2 different perspectives of it. It's something that I always like to do when I go to a racing circuit, is watch on with the racing action on the stream as well as on the track, for differing reasons than necessarily they might be doing so at Cumbria. Because a lot of the time, for example, last time I went to Donington Park, it was a GB3, GB4 round, and I ended up, and Janettas as well, and I ended up watching half the race from the bottom of the track, and then watching the other half of the race. I would see all of the cars go past. I would go, oh, this person's in this position, and then I'd watch the live stream, and then I'd understand what was going on at the other parts of the circuit. For this being a slightly different reason why you would watch on the live stream here, because of course you are supporting somebody here most likely. But yeah, it's going to be interesting indeed. Just to run you through once again this grid for race number 3. Or race number 1 for this class here today. Cody Brennan leading the way in the Ohvale class. Austin Dilks leading the way in the Mini GP 110s, and the Nelly Newth, Louis Craig, Seth Hayward, Joey Bullam, CJ Maguire, Daisy Grayson, Jake Todd, Charlie Forrester, Tommy Dickinson, Lawson Dorrington, and Hugh McDowell, with Oliver Med rounding out the field as well. As we've got 14 bikes in the chat, and we've got support in. We've got 14 bikes racing. We've got support in the chat for a number of riders. Those who I mentioned have lots of support, of course, and then as I mentioned, Nelly Newth got support in there, Hugh McDowell as well, Jake Todd, Charlie Forrester, and Austin Dilks as well. All of them having support coming from home, so it's great to see all of those watching on. And I hope for everybody, it's one of those things where I wish everybody good luck, but at the end of the day, there's only one winner. and there's only one second place, only one third place, etc., etc. Austin Dilt's been watched on from Estoril in Portugal, so that's a pretty new place to be watching from. I don't think I was quite expecting to see today, but yeah, maybe watching on holiday. Of course, it feels like Estoril, Portugal, here in the UK today. It's unprecedentedly hot, if that is a term that actually exists, but it probably doesn't. Let's be real. They're getting ready to get going in this 22-degree Celsius heat out there. So hot for the north of England, and they're just going to wave the flag at the back, as always, to wave the flag at the front. Just a couple of final checks with all of the riders to make sure everybody is all ready and everybody is cleared off of the racing circuit before the action is going to get underway. It's Cody Brennan and Austin Diltz in the front row of the field, Nelly Newth and Louis Craig, showing that both the classes are pretty much intertwined, with it being Ohvale MGP, Ohvale Mini GP on the top two rows of this field. But we'll watch them head off as the flag is waved at the back to demonstrate everybody is going to be ready, and the flag at the front is going to drop, and we're going to get our action underway. An unbelievable start from Cody Brennan into the first corner. To just get that jump is so very impressive, and has that massive lead at the start of this race, has managed to build it up, and that, I'd say, is about 0.7 of a second to everybody else in behind, as he gets the whole shot side by side for third and fourth place at the moment. And yeah, these riders just settling each other out and having a look at racing with each other for now. Not quite getting the exit required to fight back, but the bike in front, in fairness, fighting for third place, is now looking on the inside for second. Not quite able to make their way through just yet, but it's a very good start for Brennan at the front of the field to have that gap, and it was just that launch. Looked so very, very quick on that bike to be able to jump up ahead, and that is exactly what they've been able to demonstrate they're doing so far as we end off what will be the first lap of this race. It will be Cody Brennan, of course, in that first place with a gap of 2.9 thanks to that whole shot ahead of Louis Craig in second place. Austin Diltz in third and Seth Hayward in fourth. Joey Billam rounding out the top five. Nelly Newth just in behind, as there may well be a move for second place. Austin Diltz looking to the inside, makes his way through. Seth Hayward is going to make his way through on Louis Craig as well. So two positions gained up for those bikes, fighting it out for second place. And that is a very good move indeed to see them jumping up the order there. And Cody Brennan will be watching on and laughing inside that visor, because he knows that he's got that gap already, and he knows that if they fight anymore, he will just keep building that gap. It will just keep going up, and he will just be able to fly away for the remainder of this race, and he will just pick up the victory with not many real problems because of the way that he was able to start, and he'll end off in the second lap of this race with a 54.071 as his fastest lap. We may well go side by side for second place into the first corner between Diltz and Hayward, but it will be Diltz just about who holds onto the position. Louis Craig drops those two places, of course, but still stays ahead of Nelly Newth, and Joey Billam drops down that place to Newth on the previous lap. Then Lawson Dorrington gained 2 places, one on Daisy Grace and one on Charlie Forrester. Forrester dropped a position to Grayson as well, and then Jake Todd rounded out the top 10 at the moment. It looks like, unfortunately, Hugh McDowell has had problems with his bike in the early stages of the race, and so will not be able to compete with everybody. Will be hopefully getting back out on track, but just using that as track time and experience as he heads through. But Brennan is going to be the leader of everybody and of the Ohvale class as well. Austin Diltz, of course, as you can see, the bright green machine just ahead of Seth Hayward at the moment, is going to be the rider in second place. That'll be 5 seconds of a gap, but at the same time, it's going to be the Mini GP rider at the front, so he will be leading in class right now. 9 laps to go in this race, and it will be another fastest lap for him. Seth Hayward is only going to be 600ths off the back, as that may have been Nelly Newth looking to the inside of Louis Craig for fourth place. Didn't quite have the overspeed to be able to catch up or overtake, but that will be it. It's Charlie Forrester losing a couple of positions to Todd and CJ Maguire as well, unfortunately, as this may well be a move for second place. Seth Hayward looking to the outside, Austin Diltz holding station for now, but it's getting very close and very touchy between those two riders. Louis Craig is well under a lot of pressure from Nelly Newth at the moment, who's going to maybe have a look to the outside of turn number 6. Is she going to go for the move? Not quite yet, it appears, and so she sits waiting in behind for now. But looks the quicker rider out of these two at the moment, does Newth. and is just going to try and make her way past. Although, there we go. There's the move for Nelly Newth up into that 4th place ahead of Louis Craig. I said she looked like the quickest rider, and she got it done pretty easily. Cody Brennan continuing his pace, another 53.8. Very good pace indeed. Austin Dilk, 2nd place, just ahead of Seth Hayward, and it will be Nelly Newth now up to 4th place, just ahead of Louis Craig. Joey Billam staying within range of those riders as well, and staying within the top 6, staying within the fight for 4th place. But this is the fight for the final couple of spots on the podium. Of course, Cody Brennan has that gap of 7.5, so looking insurmountable in this race. Austin Dilks looking all over the back of Seth Hayward, though. This will be for 2nd and 3rd, and then the riders behind will be hoping that these two are going to be fighting each other so much that allows the likes of Newth and Craig and Billam back into the fight for this podium. But at the moment, Dilks just about has that overspeed ahead of Seth Hayward to hold on to the position, and you can understand that because of the pace they had in qualifying yesterday. Austin Dilks had a 54.871, which was 5 tenths off the back of Cody Brennan, but 6 tenths ahead of 3rd place Nelly Newth. So that was just strong pace from him right there. And Seth Hayward was down in 5th place with a lap time that was just under a second behind Austin Dilks. So he's done well to pick himself up and keep going in terms of keeping that pace up. And in fact, Seth Hayward is going a lot quicker than he was in qualifying yesterday. So maybe just didn't find himself in the right positions at the right times to keep up that pace that he clearly so very much has. And so he's just following in behind for the time being, watching the lines of Austin Dilks, trying to work out how he does it so consistently. And in fairness, he's not doing half bad himself, having a look to the inside maybe, but not quite yet. And Nelly Newth is starting to break free from Louis Craig. It's going to be about 8 tenths of a second ahead at the moment. And so we've had our first rider lap to believe that to be. Is that going to be Hugh McDowell, who's trying to keep himself going once again on the circuit? And that would be good to see if he is. But then they are going to be coming up to Oliver Med. Potentially they have already lapped the 73. Either way, they're going to be coming up to him very, very soon. Austin Dilks just about staying ahead of Seth Hayward by 2 tenths of a second at the moment. And Seth all over the back and looking like he's oozing confidence, trying to use as much of the road as he can to get up ahead and to gain that position. It's looking very strong for the number 15 at the moment in terms of the pace, but it's just about having to have that cutting edge to get through on Austin Dilks. But also at the same time, it's a weird balancing act, because at the same time, he doesn't want to over push it, and have an issue trying to fight with Dilks, and having a look to the inside, not quite yet, is the answer to that short inquiry. He stays in behind. Joey Billam 2 tenths off the back of Louis Craig, as Daisy Ray is going to be 9 seconds off the back of Billam. So no pressure for the 59 at the moment, and we'll be chasing in behind Louis Craig, looking for position right now. 5 laps to go in this one, and Cody Brennan is going to lead us onto it. Austin Dilks will lead this little group of riders onto it as well, as Nelly Newth has been able to gain in another second to Seth Hayward, so has closed the gap on these two and has set a personal best last time out, which is a second quicker than just over a second quicker, in fact, than Seth Hayward's previous lap time. So a late on charge from the number 44 to maybe fight with these two. And if Seth Hayward can get through on Austin Dilks, that will lose them both a bit more time, as it got very close. Hayward is going to be defended to the inside line, and he spotted it late, but early enough that he was able to back out of the move in the end when Austin Dilks moved across and stayed ahead. But Nelly Newth will be watching this and loving this, knowing that these two are trying to communicate, trying to stay ahead of her. But at the moment, they are going to keep that fight going. Austin Dilks just sitting in front, as he has done this whole race. Seth Hayward has not been able to get close enough to make a move, but feels as though he needs to put a buffer in between himself and Newth in behind. The hard-charging pocket rocket of Newth, 6 tenths off the back as it stands, or just under a tenth, but was 6 tenths quicker last time around as they come round to lapped traffic and try to make their way through, and I believe that to be Charlie Forrest. And Nelly Newth's going to have that bike in between herself and Dilks, and Seth Hayward is going to have that same fate as well. In fact, it's going to go to the other way around. Nelly Newth's finally gotten through on Oliver Med, but has had 2 corners to do so. Seth Hayward took 1. Austin Dilks was able to get through with no issues and was able to jump up. 4 laps left to go in this race, and 2nd, 3rd and 4th very much not decided. Louis Craig 4.4 off the back, so I think 5th place may well be, but I said that about before Nelly was able to get through on Louis. I said that was going to be all said and done, and then Nelly was able to catch up right at the very end. Here goes Seth Hayward trying to have a look at Austin Dilks, but not quite overspeed enough to make his way through. We're on to the final 3 laps of this race. We're on to the final 3 riders for the podium. All the others have been quote-unquote eliminated from this fight, and it is looking very good indeed for Seth Hayward to try and pick up that place if he does have that cutting edge. Set a personal best last time out as Nelly settles into the rhythm of these two riders. 55 zeros for both of these. Nelly Newth 55.3 off of the back of these riders, but I wouldn't say that's representative. I'd say that she's pretty much nailing exactly what they were able to do, these riders, as they head through this lap. So it's a very, very close fight indeed between these three. It was between Dilks and Hayward, and it was looking like a very solid defense for Austin Dilks, but he's turned that defense into kind of he has to push a little bit, but also at the same time he's able to keep ahead of Seth Hayward, and if that can be really important, because he wants to be that bike in the lead of this group at the end of the race, of course. And so Austin Dilks is going to try and lead on to what will be the final lap. It's the penultimate lap right now, and he's going to set his personal best lap. Seth Hayward with his personal best lap, Nelly Newth with the fastest of the three, and Austin Dilks will be setting the fastest lap in class as well. Seth Hayward's almost pulled alongside, but just had a wobble on the exit of turn number 4. Could not quite get himself ahead, and that could be the opportunity going begging that Seth Hayward has been waiting for and begging for a while now. Austin Dilks putting on a very solid defensive performance to stay ahead of Hayward and Newth, but he's got one more lap to try to do so, to cling on to this very well-earned second place. Cody Brennan will be coming around the final corner to start the final lap of this race, and he's just been sensational. 11.8 the gap between himself and Austin Dilks in second place. Seth Hayward is going to be under pressure from Nelly Newth. Looked like he tried to go for a move on Dilks, but couldn't quite get through, and through goes Newth up onto the podium and has now only one lap to attack Austin Dilks. Hayward hasn't been able to get through on 11 on the very, very wide motorbike right in front of them. Is she going to be able to have a change of fortunes on the back of Dilks? The overtaking opportunity most likely will come into turn number 6 or the final corner. She's trying to get very low to stay in just try and stay as quick as possible down the straights and then fly into the corners. Get the bike as low as possible. Dilks doing exactly the same thing. And this is turn 6. This is opportunity begging. I think if Newth had one more lap, this was going to be close. I think Dilks has just about put on a strong enough defensive performance to stay ahead in this second place for now. There's going to be just a couple of corners to go for these riders. There's going to be just the one. It will be Cody Brennan around the final corner to take this victory in style here in race 1 in the Mini GP and the Ohvale 110 Cup. Around the final corner, Austin Dilks looks like he will get the edge over Newth and Hayward, but that was a very close fight, and a fastest lap on the final lap from Austin Dilks shows how hard all three of those riders were pushing indeed. Then Louis Craig in 5th place. Joey Billum will come home in 6th, and then Lawson Dorrington looks like he will be in 7th after getting through on Daisy Grayson in 8th. Jake Todd will be in 9th, and Tommy Dickinson rounding out the top 10 of this 14-bike field. Although I think it may well only be 13 bikes, because Hugh McDowell unfortunately did not complete a single lap in this race. But there we go. In fact, it will be Jake Todd in 9th place, CJ Maguire in 10th, and Tommy Dickinson in 11th. Charlie Forrester will be down in 12th, and Oliver Med will be 13th. Forrester, our final finisher in terms of this race, because Med was a lap down. But what a race that was between 2nd down to 4th place. Nelly Newth with that incredible fight back. Austin Dilks with the great defence. Seth Hayward, unfortunate there to miss out on a podium, but still has a class podium. 3rd place in the Ohvale class, because Austin Dilks took the victory in the Mini GPs. Louis Craig took 2nd there, and Lawson Dorrington with 3rd. But our final results are as followed. It's Cody Brennan to take the victory in the Ohvale and the overall class, with Austin Dilks P2. But first, in the Mini GPs, Nelly Newth in 3rd place and Seth Hayward in 4th. And that is 2nd and 3rd in the Ohvales, with Louis Craig in 5th and 2nd in the Mini GP class. Billum just about missed out on the podium, the first to do so, but Lawson Dorrington will pick up that podium in the Mini GP 110s after making his way through on Daisy Grayson late on, and a great fight from 12th to 5th for him. Jake Todd in 9th, and CJ Maguire rounding out the top 10, and the finishers in the Ohvale class with 11th, 12th, and 13th, all being Mini GPs and being Dickinson, Forrester, and Med. That's it for our Mini GP 110 and Ohvale 110 Cup race number 1, at least. They will be back out later, but next up is the Mini GP 160 50s. And they're ready. to get themselves going for this one. It's just about when we can send them out onto the track for race number 1 of their day. And then we'll be heading towards the end of our race number 1s. Our race 2s will be up next, but it will be the final one of the day here for race number 1. And it will be the Mini GP 160 50s. And there's a few familiar faces if you've been watching earlier on today. Jensen Ansell and Jensen Knowles, the front row of the field. Emilio Pereira in 3rd place. William Dickinson in 4th, and Austin Dilks in 5th. JJ Manchester in 6th with Daniel Tanton 7th. Matthew Jennings 8th. Reed Saxelby in 9th, and Claudia Dudman rounding out the top 10. Carter Spinks in 11th. Rex Armand in 12th. Dylan Cook in 13th. Charlie Forrester in 14th. And Danny Longhurst in 15th in this 15 bike field. But Jensen Ansell able to take pole position by 4 tenths ahead of Jensen Knowles and over a second ahead of Emilio Pereira in 3rd place. He's surely the favourite. Not for the first time today. We have a rider jumping straight from one bike to another. Of course, earlier on, it was actually the first race of the day, the first and second races of the day for Bobby Baker, who came 3rd in the Mini Motos and then ended up finishing in, or actually ended up finishing pretty decently as well in the next race that he was able to compete in. So yeah, did very well there. But now we have that situation once again. Austin Dilks jumping straight over from his 110 to his 160 50. And I can actually get to you specifically which bike that was. And well, I know what I was doing wrong. I was looking at the results for round 2 at Teesside. Anyway, but yes, it was Bobby Baker who came 2nd in the Mini Moto Rookies and was able to jump over and finish 8th place in the Junior SM90s. But yes, it'll be for the second time this weekend, another rider jumping over from one bike to another from the 140s for the number 85, or sorry, from the 110s even, for the number 85 of Austin Dilks to make his way over to his 160 50 bike. One of the two. But either way, he will be racing here today in that class, and it'll be good to see once again. I mean, I've had this conversation. I've mentioned this point a couple of times now about that split between those who are only racing one class and those who are racing 2 classes. What is the difference going to be for those riders? I think it's going to be... Obviously, there is some benefits and some negatives. The negatives being that it's difficult to adapt to the situations because, of course, you're in the same. You're not in the same bike, so it could be very difficult indeed to try to adapt to each of the bikes. But at the same time, I mean, it's one of those where if you do and you somehow manage to keep on the same pace, you're doing an absolutely fantastic job. And yeah, you deserve commendation 1,000% for what you're capable of doing. And all of these riders will be, I mean, it's all about a learning experience, isn't it, really? The British mini bikes. And the more bike racing you get, as far as I'm concerned, the better. And we're going to get more bike racing out there on the track in just a couple of moments' time when they get themselves underway for this next race of the day. It'll be our final race 1 of the day before we say goodbye to the race 1s and say hello to race number 2s for today. And that will be every class going through one more time. So we've got a bit more of an idea of what they're going to be capable of. And we're going to see what they're going to be capable of once again, knowing that they have already had one race of practice under their belts. They have had one session of practice under their belts so far, but it's a whole different beast to go from doing a warm-up session to doing an actual race itself, because the pressures are different and the pace you have to keep up is different, and you can go for all sorts of different runs and you can have conversations about how you're going to approach the practice session. But once you actually make it to the race itself, it's every rider for themselves. And yeah, it's just great to watch the fighting between all of them once they do actually make it out onto the road for the next round of racing here today. And we do have them lining up on the field and lining up on the grid for round number 3 here for their Rowrah, their season here at Rowrah. It should be good to watch all of these riders get ready, and we will have a look at the championships that they will be racing in. Of course, the 160 class is going to be an interesting one to watch, as well as the 50s. Of course, the differences between the two bikes are pretty minimal, all things considered. And yeah, we will watch how the riders are able to get on. Of course, the MiniGP 160 Championship led by Josh Perkins, who is not here today. Emilio Pereira is second in that. We'll hope to jump up in terms of looking at all of the riders that are in this one. Mason Fedrick, 4th place, not here, unfortunately. Valentin and Kimi Kirk, the same. As we look down to Jensen Knowles in 6th place in terms of next in that championship group. Daniel Tansen in 8th. Claudia Dudman in 9th. She's had plenty of racing today, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop any time soon. But you can see Jensen Ansel on the left side of your screens, ready to go racing, and it'll be alongside him. Somebody who I don't think quite expected to be on the front row of the grid, but either way, he is going to be on the front row of the grid. I think they were setting themselves up to go onto the second row of the grid, but for Jensen Knowles, I believe that is, he is going to be promoted to the front row of this field, and we'll be starting there very, very shortly. Then it'll be 3rd place for Emilio Pereira, 4th place for William Dickinson, then Austin Dilks and JJ Manchester 5th and 6th, before rounding out the top 10 will be Tansen, Jennings, Saxelby and Dudman right in there, as we've got 15 bikes in this one. The flag is waved at the back, and the flag at the front is going to drop, and we go racing here once again. And it's a good start for Jensen Ansel, who leads into the first corner and gets the whole shot. Jensen Knowles in P2 for now, and is he going to be able to get through on Ansel finally in today's racing? These two have been fighting so very well so far throughout the course of the day, and they're going to keep it going right here, right now. Emilio Pereira in 3rd place. Looks like he's going to drop off a little bit from these top two because they've just locked in on each other, and Knowles chasing in behind Ansel wants that position. Pereira is going to be under pressure from William Dickinson for that 3rd place, but not as much pressure as these top two are putting each other under. And well, we saw Jensen Knowles and Jensen Ansel going at it for their first race of the day. Are they going to be having a go for race number 2? I'm sure they will be, but we're going to be seeing who is going to be able to come out on top in this one. Of course, it was Ansel last time out. I'd say Knowles was the pacier rider, but it was Ansel who was able to hold on to the lead and hold on to that position in the end when the checkered flag was waved. But at the end of the first lap, it will be Ansel once again who is going to lead the way ahead of Jensen Knowles in 2nd place. Emilio Pereira in 3rd, 9/10 ahead of William Dickinson. Then JJ Manchester and Matthew Jennings 5th and 6th, before Rex Armand, who's gained 2 places off of the race start on Reed Saxelby and Claudia Dudman, gaining up to 7th place. Then 8th and 9th for Saxelby and Dudman respectively, before Carter Spinks rounds out the top 10. And it's Cook, Dilks, Forrester, Longhurst and Tanton. Austin Dilks, of course, jumping up 3 places, having started right at the very back of this field. And the 85 is going to hope to keep himself going after what will be a very, very difficult 2 races in a row. It's very difficult indeed to go from one race straight to another, but he's doing just that at the moment. He's doing, in fairness, a pretty good job because, of course, he gained 3 places on the very start of the 85 and looks to continue his way through. On the end of the second lap, then, it will still be Jensen locked in battle, but it will still be Jensen Ansel ahead of Jensen Knowles, who's getting close to the back. This has been a theme throughout the course of this campaign, is that, or in fact, Jensen Knowles has been able to make his way through on the previous lap. My mistake. Jensen Knowles did jump up, and he's going to take the lead of the race. Sorry, I was looking at the timing tower on the screen rather than trusting my own instinct. As running wide goes Knowles, through goes Ansel, back in the lead of the race. And he retakes the lead that he had at the start of lap number 2. And that is exactly what Jensen Ansel would have been wanting to see, as he managed to make his way jumping past Jensen Knowles. And, well, it was a rare mistake from the number 22 that allowed Knowles back through, and it was a mistake that was pounced upon very, very nearly and very, very dearly. But these 2 riders are going to be very difficult to cope with throughout the course of the day because, 1, they're so incredibly fast. They're difficult to keep up with. Number 2, they're going to be just focused entirely on each other. As the season has progressed, these 2 have just gotten faster and faster and have managed to streak further and further away from the field, and it looks like it's going to be the same situation right here, right now between them. And at the moment, it's going to be right at the front. Ansel leading Knowles after the fastest lap last time out for Jensen Ansel, meaning he was 5/10 quicker than Knowles, which tracks considering he was able to make that overtake. Emilio Pereira is going to be 2.3 seconds ahead of William Dickinson in terms of the fight for third place. Then JJ Manchester will be in fifth, and Matthew Jennings not too far behind in sixth. In terms of those riders who are still within that magical 1 second gap, it will be Charlie Forrester and Danny Longhurst, 12th and 13th place for those two riders. It doesn't look like Carter Spinks, unfortunately, is going to be making it to the end of this race. He's had some problems. He is not going to be classified at the end of lap number 3. He did 2 laps, and unfortunately, we have not seen him ever since. But Ansel, with that lead at the start of this race, is going to hope to keep it up throughout the rest of this one. And Jensen Knowles in that second place is just keeping him honest right now. But over the last lap, once again, it was Jensen Ansel who was quicker, and he's starting to build that gap over Jensen Knowles in second place. Emilio Pereira with a personal best, but still the second off of the pace of these top two, showing just what these two are able to do so far. William Dickinson, 3 seconds off the back in 4th place, and JJ Manchester in 5th. He might be under pressure from Matthew Jennings at some point soon, as Claudia Dudman's had some sort of problem, has dropped behind everybody apart from Carter Spinks. So I'm not sure what's happened to the 58, but whatever it is, unfortunate, and hopefully she's going to be able to get going once again, because it appears to be some sort of problem that has made her stop on the track. Dilts, Cook, Forrester, Longhurst and Tanton all gaining places from that misfortune, but that doesn't mean that any of them are the biggest gainer from the start, because that'll be Rex Arman from 12th up to 8th place in terms of where he was going to start on the grid versus where he is now. So Rex Arman all the way up to 8th place, a very good start. Saxelby and Jennings both up 2, and JJ Manchester up 1 as well in 7th, 6th and 5th respectively. But of course those top two, they can't gain any positions, but they've certainly been the pace of the field. They're now 2 seconds faster than Emilio Pereira in 3rd place, with Ansel with the fastest lap. And Jensen Knowles is going to be 300th off of the back of him last time around. So this will be an interesting fight to watch towards the end of the race, because they're not able to let go of each other, and they're about to be halfway through the race. And they've spent pretty much 18 laps of today's racing locked in direct battle with each other, which is impressive to see. And Ansel with the fastest lap of the race once again looks like he may well have the edge in the Mini GP 160-50 race 1 of the day. But of course, there's still 2 to go between these two riders. There's still 2 to go for these 2 championships that they will be competing in. And Ansel with the fastest lap last time out looks like he's got the class in this one to hold this one. But don't forget, for example, if Jensen Knowles has a good start, he did briefly lead the race earlier on. Anything could really happen towards the end of this one, and these two will be a perfect demonstration of what may well happen. JJ Manchester with a personal best, trying to break free from Jennings. I think Matthew Jennings is going to be backed into Reed Saxelby later on in the race. The number 9 will be under pressure from the 75. Look how hard they are having to push those bikes, Ansel and Knowles. They're getting so very close to the ground, and they've got to be careful here, because they do not want to push it too hard. Ansel last time out 3/10 quicker than Knowles, has some breathing room, but has a bike in the way potentially who has lost him a bit of time. So lap traffic there, and I believe that is going to be Daniel Tanton, who's just been passed by these riders, and he was taking the apex. So it is on Jensen Ansel to make his way through, and well, it appeared to be difficult. That opened up the door once again to Jensen Knowles to close that gap in that was worked so hard up to just over a second. I'd say it's probably about 5/10 of a second now. Looking further down the order at some more fights that are going on. This is JJ Manchester ahead of Matthew Jennings and Reed Saxelby. These are for 5th, 6th and 7th places for now, and JJ Manchester just holding on to it. Reed Saxelby getting closer and closer by the minute and by the timer, but it's not going to be anywhere near close enough to make a move just yet. So it's just about keeping each other honest and avoiding mistakes. Rex Armand, who is riding on a high, is going to be trying to catch up to these riders. Matthew Jennings is going to be close to the back of JJ Manchester as they exit of the final corner and head towards the 8th lap of this 12-lap race. And the gap between the riders, I'll be interested to be able to see, as these two are going to go side by side as well. I believe these may well be riders further up in the order as well. Who are these in particular? We'll have to wait and see as they will come around to the timing tower, and we will get the information once again. Those riders are going to be just ahead of Ansel and Knowles, I believe. So I think that may well be Charlie Forrester and Danny Longhurst swapping positions. Longhurst getting ahead of Forrester, but here goes Ansel on these two and is going to put a bike in between himself and Knowles for the time being. But Knowles is going to try to sweep his way through pretty easily. One's through and one is not quite through on both of them yet. Jensen Knowles has lost a little bit of time over the previous lap once again, as Jensen Ansel has somehow pushed himself so hard that he's managed to make it into the 52nd lap time. Jensen Knowles 3/10 off the back with his personal best lap time. So these two pushing very hard. Ansel has that extra gear in him, it appears at the moment, to stay right ahead. Emilio Pereira looks like he's going to come home in that third place. JJ Manchester, Matthew Jennings and Reed Saxelby come through in that order, but Jennings is close to Manchester as he's been so far and may well be making a swap for that 5th place within the next lap or so, because Jennings a 10th quicker than JJ Manchester last time around and is going to be just a 10th off of the back for now. But yeah, Jensen Ansel leading this one. I think he's going to have a gap of over a second now next time he crosses the beam and continues on to the next lap of this race, which will be the penultimate one. He'll get a 90.9, which is, well, it's not the fastest lap, but it's still only the second, 50.9. It's still only the second 50 lap time of today's action. Jensen Knowles with a 52, Emilio Pereira not quite close to it. But Knowles, with his personal best being a 51.281, hasn't quite had the speed in these bikes to hold it to Jensen Ansel. But this is a very good fight across the course of those two races that they are both competing in, and of course across the championships that they will be competing in as well, and competing against each other, I am sure, across the what will be, after this race, the halfway mark of the season. So they've still got half the season to go, half the season to fight. I'm sure we'll be watching Jensen Ansel and Jensen Knowles really giving each other a go here for the final round of the final 2 rounds of the season at Three Sisters and at Wilton Mill. The final lap is going to get underway for Jensen Ansel, who's going to take us onto it ahead of Jensen Knowles, and the gap between those two riders is going to be 2.7 seconds, as Knowles has managed to jump back into the 51s, but Jensen Ansel, the low 51s, it's 51.8 for Jensen Knowles, it's 51.0 for Jensen Ansel. So he found that extra gear and he's making the most of it here. Because, I mean, he's benefiting from that experience of having ridden in these bikes already. Ansel. He's just very much trying to push these bikes on to the next level. And I think he's found that level and he's trying to stay there at the moment. It's going to be the final few corners beckoning for Jensen Ansel to make his way through and to take what will be the victory in this race. In the 22, Jensen Knowles in second place. He's going to be, once again, unfortunately for him, not quite close enough to Jensen Ansel, but around the final couple of corners then for the 22, and it'll be the second victory of the day. And the first in the Mini GP 160-50 for Jensen Ansel, who comes across the line and takes the win. Jensen Knowles in second place is going to end off 3.2 behind Dylan Cook, splitting the two riders at the end. And he's going to be the rider in the middle. This is JJ Manchester to Jennings to Saxelby, but this will be for second place, or sorry, for 11th place even. Emilio Pereira not quite to the line yet. Danny Longhurst and Charlie Forrester coming across the line, split by just a tenth and a half. This will be the fight for that 5th place. That 4th place coming through. Manchester's in the purple bike, and I think he may well just have the edge over Jennings. Indeed, he does. Reed Saxelby coming home in 7th, and the Rex Armand and Austin Dilks hoping to come home in 8th and 9th. That'll be Daniel Tanton in 13th place. Our final finishers for today will be Armand and Dilks, who come across the line now with, unfortunately, Claudia Dudman and Carter Spinks are 2 DNFs from today's racing action. In race 1, at least, of the Mini GP 160-150, and you can see the pace that Jensen Ansel had over the rest of the field. The only rider into the 50s, the only rider consistently in the 50s and 51s, the low 51s at least. Jensen Knowles not quite able to get close, so just trying to build up that confidence back is the 272, and he's going to give it a go. Emilio Pereira rounding out that podium. Pretty good performance from him as well. William Dickinson in 4th. And JJ Manchester, a good ride into 5th, just ahead, staving off that pressure from Matthew Jennings and Reed Saxelby in 6th and 7th, and Rex Armand, Austin Dilks and Dylan Cook will round out the top 10. Danny Longhurst and Charlie Forrester, 4-tour race long. They'll take 11th and 12th with Daniel Tanton, our final finisher. Claudia Dudman, unfortunately, we saw the end of her after 3 laps, and Carter Spinks with 2. That is race number 8 done, and that is race number 1's done as well. We head on to the second half of our action today with the Mini Moto Rookies Race 2. And we look to see whether it's going to be another fantastic performance like it was in race 1 of the day for our rider, who, of course, took the victory by a pretty decent margin in the end, I think it's fair to say. The Luke McMahon able to take the win by 45 seconds ahead of Bobby Baker in second place, and Louis Elimelech in third. And then rounding out that order, it was going to be Thomas Nelson, Ronnie Green, and then Albie Stone did not, unfortunately, start the race. So Nelson and Green were the final finishers, 2 and 3 laps down on our race leader, respectively. But good learning experience for all of these riders who continue to impress, even if they're colleagues is the wrong word, but even if their competitors are going onto the bigger bikes and onto other things, it opens up the door for a lot of these riders. The grid then for this one, Luke McMahon in the 31 leading the way with Bobby Baker in second place, and alongside him on the front row, Louis Elimelech in third with Thomas Nelson in fourth, Ronnie Green in fifth, and Albie Stone rounding out the 6 riders who are expected to show up, although Albie Stone was not there for race number 1, so he may well not be here for today's racing action. Did not qualify. Nope, did not do a time yesterday or today, in fact, at all. So it would be unlikely if Stone is, in fact, here, unfortunately, for him, because he's had a good championship so far, has Albie Stone. Of course, led the way heading into this weekend, and well, currently just about leads the way by just the 6 points, or the 5 points to Lawson Dorrington in second place, who's moved on to other championships, and then Bobby Baker and Luke McMahon, who are going to be in the races for this one, 65 and 61 points respectively for those 2 riders. Albie Stone with 71. So, I mean, a win or anything really for Bobby Baker and Luke McMahon sees them get through. And in fact, if they do finish the race today, I believe they will be taking that champion. If both of them finish the race today, they will be taking the top 2 in the championship, because of course the last finisher from race 1, Ronnie Green, picked up 11 points, and that would take fourth place Luke McMahon onto 72, which would be 1 more point. Then Lawson Dorrington's then Albie Stone's 71, so would be leading the championship. And of course, Daisy Grayson, after the perfect weekend to start off proceedings, the 50 points that she picked up, not capitalising upon it, not continuing on in this championship, choosing that she was going to capitalise instead on the momentum that she could build up from that to go racing in another one of the championships. But that means that this one opened up, and Albie Stone did take the advantage. Lawson Dorrington with maximum points last time out, but Albie Stone, after a good weekend at Rowrah, was able to take the championship lead. Dorrington in that second place, of course, took 2 victories and then moved on up in terms of the ecosystem of the British mini bikes. And so that opens the door for the likes of Bobby Baker and Luke McMahon to open up that opportunity to make their way through, and will be, if they finish this race, into the championship leads, respectively, because they'll be first and second. They'll take them off of Stone and Dorrington. Baker at the moment, 65 points. So he will take the championship lead regardless, unless Luke McMahon is able to beat him. And even in that case, it would have to be 1-2 for those 2 riders. Or basically, if Luke McMahon wins this race, he is the new championship leader. If Bobby Baker finishes anywhere apart from that first place, and Luke McMahon does take that win, then Luke will take that championship lead. But if they finish anywhere else in the order, so for example, if I'm not actually quite sure what the tiebreaker is, to be perfectly honest with you, between these riders. So if Bobby Baker, for example, finished third and Luke McMahon finished second, they would be tied on points. But other than that, it would be just entirely on Bobby Baker to stay ahead in the championship because of that 4-point swing, and every point counts. Absolutely every point counts in this championship, and we'll see how they end up racing as they head through towards the final stages of this season. Of course, we are now halfway through. I'd say now that we've done the outlet, we're technically just over halfway through the season, although this race hasn't gotten underway just yet. But yeah, it is going to be over halfway through the season. We will continue with this momentum, of course, here in the British mini bikes. We'll see all of these riders continuing to improve throughout the course of the season, and then we'll see how they stack up towards the end. Maybe they've all gone on to bigger bikes. Maybe they've all moved on to a championship, like, for example, we've seen Lawson Dorrington and Daisy Grayson do, where they've moved a championship to a different one. Or Bobby Baker is trying to balance two at the moment, and is, in fairness, not doing a bad job of it either. So it's just all about how do the parents choose to approach this racing, because of course the parents will be the ones doing the majority of the running for their children. And yeah, at the moment it's been a very interesting one to watch throughout the course of the championship indeed. And of course, they're not the only riders who will have made those decisions in the past. The flag at the back is up, the flag at the front is up, and the action is not quite underway just yet. Bit keen was Thomas Nelson to get underway, and he's been allowed back to his grid position. Off we go right now. The racing is underway, and Bobby Baker gets off to a good start alongside Luke McMahon in the front row, and he will be leading into the first corner, as there will be a move slightly further back. I think that's Thomas Nelson staying on the inside of Ronnie Green and making his way back through, but Bobby Baker will lead this race. McMahon's going to drop down into second place and will want that race lead right back, but will not be able to take it for the time being. That is as courtesy of that move that was made further on, and just into that first corner. It was a very good move indeed for Bobby Baker, just to get that jump and just to make his way up, and he's doing a very good job at the moment, in fairness, of being able to cling on to that position for that time being. And I'd expect that he's going to be able to really give Luke McMahon a run for his money here, because it has been difficult to give Luke the run at times, but yeah, he has done so in this race so far. He does continue to lead the way, but if Luke McMahon's pace is anything to go by, I'm not sure how long that's going to last, because of course Luke has done a fantastic job at the moment to keep that pace going throughout the course of the weekend, and he's been very quick indeed, quicker than some of his racing colleagues. So it will be difficult for Bobby Baker to keep him behind. In fact, Luke McMahon has, in the end, been able to make his way back up into the lead of this race, ahead of Bobby Baker in that second place, who's really trying to find any time here, trying to fly that bike wide. But of course, the bike doesn't really have enough HP in it to be able to successfully run it wide like that. So in the end, all you're doing is really trying to give yourself the confidence boost of being able to race with these riders. And that's exactly what they are doing right now, right here in this situation. And they've got 12 laps to go, and Luke McMahon's trying to build up that gap at the moment. It's 1.1 over Bobby Baker in second place. Then it's another 2.6 back to Louis Alemelec in third. And so these riders are just going to keep duking it out for position until the very end of this race. And I mean, they're doing well so far to do so. And so it's just, as I say, it's just about a learning experience in these mini bikes, and it's just about what can they pick up from their first campaigns in junior racing, because that's what, for most of these riders, this will be. And I believe for all of these riders, it will be their first campaign in junior racing. What can they learn? What can they adapt to? And then what can they take into their future championships to improve and to continue just performing at the levels that they are, which are, you know what, very high for the ages that they're at. They are doing an incredible job just to pace themselves, and I mean, I definitely couldn't have done this at the ages that they are riding at right now. That's for sure. I don't know what I was doing at this age, but it certainly wasn't flying around on a mini bike at paces that are just dipping over a minute at the Rowrah Circuit, which is amazing, really. To see these riders going at it with that level of pace. They're doing a very good job indeed, and they should be, the parents of these riders should be very proud of them indeed, because this is not an easy feat to do this specific thing. And yeah, they're just doing a very good job, and that goes to everyone in all of the championships, really, especially those in the younger championships, because, you know, it's all a learning experience at the end of the day. Of course, you want to win, but it's all a learning experience. And they are taking this learning experience into their stride, and they are balancing very well what they can do on these mini bikes versus what they could do maybe last season when they first stepped onto a bike, for example. And I'm sure that a lot of them, for a lot of them at least, their first experiences on a bike may well even be in this very championship. So it's an honor to cover them, really, as they make their steps into the world of mini bike racing, and they make their steps into a hobby that could be something a bit more than that in the future. Because of course, don't forget that all of these riders are on technically the road to MotoGP. If you're racing in one of the FIM categories, they are on the road to MotoGP, and it's the very early stage of the road to MotoGP. But look, it's never say never for all of these riders, and hey, we could be seeing them at very, very high levels of bike racing in the future, and it will be absolutely wonderful to be able to watch all of them. And I'll definitely be keeping an eye out for all of these names in the future. I know that after the first round, I was particularly impressed with Daisy Grayson, and so it's been good to see that she's been able to move on to the bigger bikes, and she's been able to adapt pretty well to them, all things considered. And all of these riders will have that same opportunity. Luke McMahon, I think, will be the next one off of this pipeline, just because he's been doing very well pace-wise over the course of this weekend, especially in the last weekend. He did very, very similarly indeed. So it's great to watch a rider like this get to their early stages in their motorbike career, and then just they can pick up where they left off in different championships, and they can look for victories, and they can push themselves on to the highest standards of cyclist would be the wrong word, but the highest standards of bike rider that they can be. And yeah, it's very good to see. My involvement in motorbike racing, another fly's just flown into my mouth. My involvement in motorbike racing did begin this year, but it has been a great journey, and one that I've been very excited to be a part of for a while, because I know how passionate that the motorbike community is about their racing. And so it was great for me to finally be able to get involved in it and watch from a first-hand perspective what all of these young riders are able to do. And I mean, to be honest, it's a journey I don't want to be at its end anytime soon. Not saying that it's going to be coming to an end, because hopefully I'll be able to rejoin at some point for the mini bikes. But if not, on broadcast, I'll certainly be watching along at home, because these are, they are the next generation of motorbike riders, whether they recognise it or not, whether it is going to be recognised or not. But they are just very, very impressive riders indeed. And Luke McMahon continuing with that pace. Bobby Baker has continuously improved throughout this race, and is looking as though he may well be a late challenger for Luke McMahon in the season in terms of the pace, because that's been something that's been noted by a few, is Bobby Baker's improvements in terms of the pace throughout the course of this race. It has been getting gradually better. It was better across the course of the weekend as well, and he's finding that pace, he's finding his footing on that bike, and he will soon, I'm sure, be one of those challenging for race wins at the very top of the field. And I think he and Luke McMahon could be having a Jensen versus Jensen style fight, like the one we saw earlier on, or like the two, in fact, that we saw earlier on. We had the pleasure of watching on two different fights between the two Jensens. But yeah, it's been a pleasure to be involved, and it's something that I will definitely be wanting to continue my involvement with throughout the rest of this season. Of course, only 2 rounds to go here in the British mini bikes, but all of these riders have plenty of experience on these bikes now, as they got themselves they get themselves racing, and they continue with their fighting to become the best riders they can be, really. And yeah, it's been great to watch all season throughout, and continue to watch. I will be doing throughout the rest of the rest of their time in the junior bikes, and then maybe even when they get to the senior bikes later on in their careers. But I mean, that's a long way away for the time being. I mean, we're talking about very, very young riders making their first steps, and I'm talking about, where they could be in 10, 15, 20 years' time. But I'm sure they won't be wanting to think that far in the future just yet, because, hey, you never know. That the physical development they go under while they're on these bikes is great. I mean, we could watch them this year, and then they could show up next year, or even at the end of the season, they're going to be a foot taller. That's just the nature of riders who are of a younger age. They could be massively physically different by the end of the season, and that's going to be something that is very unique to grassroots motorbike racing, is the fact that they could be so very different to how they were at the start of the season. They could turn up a very, very small, very young child, and suddenly by the end of the season they are they've grown a foot or two, and they're much bigger than the bike that they started the season on. I think that's why we see so much progression throughout the season of riders who are going up categories, because they are going up to the categories that fit their size a little bit more, in terms of the fact that they are riding on the bike and just getting bigger and bigger as they go, and that at some point it will become unsuitable for them to be on this bike. And so that's one of those reasons why this championship is so very open. It's one of those reasons why we've seen those who are taking wins dip out of the championship at various different points, because they have been physically developed to the point where now that they can take that next step up and they can go on and they can push forward. And we've seen, particularly from Daisy Grayson and Lawson Dorrington, them doing that. Bobby Baker is just about at that point now as well, where he's ready to push on, ready to jump up to the next category, I think. And it's just about getting him that experience within the bike first before he does fully commit to that promotion and to that jump up. It's because it's a scary jump. It really, really is. And it's a difficult one to contend with for a young motorbike rider, where they've got a lot more grunt under it, to put it completely frankly. They've got a lot more grunt under the bike, and it's about how can they cope with it. Again, it's down to the physicality of the rider once again, but it's just about how they can cope with that change. And I mean, we've seen riders competing very, very well at the top of their game, really, in those sorts of championships. And I'm sure we'll be seeing a few of these later on in the season, and later on in their motorbike careers, quote unquote. They'll be in the older categories, and maybe they'll even be in the vets by the time they get to that old. And it'll be all down to the work that their parents have done when they were younger, just getting them into motorbike racing in the first place, because it is quite a niche hobby. It is quite a niche hobby, but passionate parents will always find a way to get their kids involved in their hobbies, and always strive for the best for them. And they've certainly done so by coming to the British Minibikes, by the ACU British Minibikes, which is of course a great championship for all of these riders to cut their teeth in, really, before they grow, and as they grow, really, because then they'll go up to the next championships. And there's plenty of racing they can do throughout the course of their time here with this lot. And there's some great circuits like Cumbria, for example, which is a very fantastic circuit indeed. One of my first circuits, I will be perfectly honest with you, is Cumbria, so it's going to have a special place in my heart, I think, forever. In terms of it was one of my first circuits that I went to, and I was watching this action, and it was always good fun. And then I was able to be involved in it at the same time, which is really fun, to be able to be involved hands-on with a championship that has always looked as interesting as this one. And obviously I know there's been plenty of changes throughout the year, but it's always been good fun. And it's good to be back at Rowrah, really. And then we'll be heading later on in the season to Three Sisters and Wilton Mill as well. So a range of challenges for all of these riders, and I'm sure they'll be taking them into their stride. I mean, they're definitely talented enough to be able to do so, and they'll be, the warm-up sessions that they do, the paces that they put in, they're beating me. In fact, even these riders who are a lot smaller, and I know that'll be a lot bigger than them, so I might be a lot weightier on the bike, but even still, I think that the skill level that they've got usurps what I'd be able to throw in for them as a reference point. But yeah, these riders doing very, very well indeed. We're on to the final lap of this Mini Moto Rookies race number 2 here today. And there's only one name who we can look at, and it's Luke McMahon, who won race number 1. And he's going to come across the line to win race number 2 here today. And, well, what a performance he's put in. It looks like he's going to finish about 30 seconds ahead of Bobby Baker in second. Louis Elimelech is going to come home in third. Thomas Nelson in fourth, 1 lap down on Elimelech. And then Ronnie Green was the rider that McMahon went side by side with. The timing tower would suggest that McMahon has not lapped Ronnie Green. So Green is going to have to do 1 more lap, and then he'll be able to finish off his race and his weekend as well, his debut weekend in the British Minibike. And it should be a source of some pretty good feelings from that one. There across the line came Bobby Baker for that second place. Everybody else in the first half of the track, really. Elimelech will be next up. Or no, it'll be Thomas Nelson next up even in the 46 to come to the line and finish his race. Then it'll be Louis Elimelech, and then it'll be Ronnie Green, who, of course, went for one extra lap after he was lapped earlier on in the race. And he'll be coming to the line to round off his race and round off his third round of the season as well. We will see him, and we will see everybody in the mini motos in 2 weeks, in 2 months, even in a month and a half to be more particular, in Three Sisters at the very start of August. But that is our mini moto action over with. Luke McMahon won the race ahead of Bobby Baker in second place, Louis Elimelech in third, Thomas Nelson in fourth. Ronnie Green would come home in fifth spot, of course. Fastest lap coming to Luke McMahon, who then picks up maximum points from the weekend, and now will jump Bobby Baker and Albie Stone and Lawson Dorrington as well to become the new championship leader. Bobby Baker will slot himself in second place, just the 1 point behind. So these two, if they stay in the category, could have a very good fight for the championship in the latter stages of the season. But that will be it for your mini moto rookies. Next up, it's the final action of the day for the Junior SM90s. And in those Junior SM90s, it was Oliver Bennett who won race one ahead of Louis Craig and Callum Fahey, who came home in that third place. The 114 had the pace over the 25, but just couldn't. The 25 in the end just couldn't quite stay with him in the end, and the gap was about 8 seconds by the end of it, which is impressive in fairness that Oliver Bennett was able to open that up late on in the race. I think Louis Craig settled for that second place and just sat waiting in behind for that second place and for that silver medal to come his way. But yeah, he puts on a very good performance to challenge in race one. He's going to see what he can do in race two. Harry Birch was in fourth and Liam Hoyland in fifth, with Nathaniel Bunclark in sixth and Oscar Duckworth, Bobby Baker. And then unfortunately, we lost Dylan Mosgrove. Baker, of course, jumping over straight from the mini motos straight into these bikes and getting himself ready to get going for some more racing action on his hands here today. Of course, he's been busy, but this will be the end of his race day after this one, and he will take a thoroughly deserved break and have a fruit shoot or whatever else is available for these riders to just chill out after the end of the race. But he has put on a very strong performance indeed so far this weekend, and he can be looking back on it and be very, very happy with himself in what was, of course, his I believe his debut weekend in the Junior SM90 class. In fact, yes, it is his debut weekend in the Junior SM90 class, and he can be very, very pleased with the way that it has gone. We're just waiting for the bikes to come out on the road, and we are still a little bit ahead of schedule because, of course, the Minibike 140s they were scheduled to start at 12:40, and when we came back from our break, and they started bang on time. Ever since then, we have been ahead of it, and the JSM 90 second race is scheduled for 0:00. They've got 2 minutes until the clock, so they've got a little bit of leeway to go, and I think we'll be seeing those bikes out on to the road very, very shortly, just because then we'll be able to get our action underway, and then we'll be staying on schedule and even slightly ahead of schedule because, of course, we haven't, touch wood, had any red flags even so far across today. We've had a couple of yellows, but there we go. There are the riders, and they are going to get themselves underway for this racing action, just getting themselves ready and getting themselves formed for this race. So just a reminder, just to run you through the grid that we're going to have for this Junior SM race number 2. It's going to be Dylan Mosgrove who leads the way. It'll be Callum Fahey in that second place, and third Liam Hoyland, then Oscar Duckworth, Harry Birch and Nathaniel Bunclark, before Bobby Baker, Louis Craig and Oliver Bennett round out the order right in there. And yeah, they're just going to get themselves sorted out and put themselves onto the grid for our 12-lap race. It'll be a good 12-lap race to watch it really well, because will our second place rider be able to keep up? Or in fact, that's not the grid. The grid is Bennett, Craig, Fahey, Birch, Hoyland, Bunclark, Duckworth, Mosgrove and Baker. I was reading out the order that they are in right now as they as they crossed the beam and their transponders started to kick into gear. So I apologise for that one. That is not the true grid. This is the true grid that they are working up to now. Oliver Bennett and Louis Craig on the front row, Callum Fahey and Harry Birch on the second, Liam Hoyland and Nathaniel Bunclark on the third, and Oscar Duckworth and Dylan Musgrove on the fourth, with Bobby Baker alone on the fifth row of the grid. And he won't mind that. He won't mind that at all, because, well, he's just going to take a moment. He's going to take a deep breath, and then he's going to get going for his fourth race of the day. He's had a chock-full schedule of racing here today, and I'm sure he wouldn't have it any other way. I certainly wouldn't if I was him, because, of course, the more racing, the merrier, as far as I'm concerned. And he'll be running around slightly further down in this grid than he was in the one earlier on, but that's because he's using this as a learning experience, and he's gaining that experience to continue on and to pick up that time for what will be the races later on in the season, because I'm sure we'll be seeing him back in this championship, because of course he's got the bike now, he's got it worked out, he's got it tuned. Why wouldn't you come back to the championship for the next round? The flag's up at the back, the flag's up at the front, and we are going to get going right about now. It's green flag racing, and that's going to be a jump into the air from Louis Craig that's going to cost him into the first corner. He tried to use it to get the boost into the whole shot, but he couldn't quite do so. Through goes Oliver Bennett into that race lead. Then Harry Birch and Callum Fahey may well go side by side for third and fourth. They're not going to quite do so right about yet. Abdi stays waiting in behind for the time being. We've got our 7, then our 9 coming through at the end of the first segment, and it will be Oliver Bennett to lead the way. Harry Birch will be in that third place, defending from Callum Fahey, as he's got fans roaring him on at home, I'm sure. And well, we had a little bit of support in the chat as well for Liam Hoyland, who's not too far off. Callum Fahey splits those two riders at the moment. Oliver Bennett and Louis Craig are going to start to build up that gap at the top of the field, I think. Everybody else just trying to follow through, and then there's a small gap back to the 2 riders, the 3 riders, in fact, who are using this as a learning experience. Duckworth, Musgrove and Baker, I believe, are going to be those 3 right at the very back of the field, just learning their lines and trying not to fluff them, as it were, as they head to the end of the first lap. Bennett, of course, will lead. Louis Craig will, of course, come home in second place. Then Harry Birch and Callum Fahey split by not too much. Hoyland and Bunclark split by even less. And they may well be fighting into turn number 3. Bennett continues to lead. Craig continues to follow through in second place, as third and fourth are going to start to fight, and fourth and fifth the same, and it'll be Craig versus Birch and Fahey versus Hoyland for second and third, and for Birch and Fahey and Hoyland and Bunclark for third and fourth and fifth respectively. Duckworth is also going to fight with Dylan Musgrove, I think, a little bit further back, as Bobby Baker gets up to speed in 9th place in this group, and then I'm sure he'll be knocking on the heels, or just catching up to the heels of Duckworth and Musgrove right at the very end. I've forgotten the phrasing in the moment, but it is what it is. So these two, the 2 with the darker helmets, are fighting it out for third and fourth. That's Birch and Fahey, and they will be alongside each other as they head towards the final corner. Who's going to get the better exit? Is it the rider around the outside? They're going to give it a go. The rider on the inside had a much better line and is going to get a much better run out of the corner. In fact, they got very close to Callum Fahey in terms of being able to make the move. Hoyland and Bunclark going through in the same order as they were in as well, and it will be Callum Fahey to try and look to the outside right here, but it's covered off by Harry Birch for the time being. He's not quite going to be able to make his way through. He stays in formation. Is there going to be any opportunity for him to make his way past? Not quite yet, but there is promise. There is definitely promise in there for those riders in terms of making those moves. And slightly further back, this is going to be Hoyland and Bunclark. Bunclark had a look. There was an opportunity. He sensed it, but unfortunately could not make his way through in the end. There wasn't quite enough of a move to be able to jump his way through. Oliver Bennett with the fastest lap last time out, of course, and Louis Craig keeping him honest, not too far off the back, but was a second slower last time around. And this time, when Oliver Bennett sets another fastest lap of 57.284, Louis Craig can only muster up a 58.776. I say only. That's a very quick lap time, but it's not quite on Oliver Bennett's level. These two are going to be very close to each other. They are just over a minute between these two in terms of what they're setting on lap times. Fahey looks to the inside of Birch. Is he going to be later onto the brakes? Yes, he is. And that means the Birch is going to be forced to give him the space. Fahey's going to be able to get through on the exit, and that is a good move from the number 28. But is this going to be the comeback for Harry Birch around the outside? He gets the run, but it will be once again to the inside for Callum Fahey, which means he holds onto the position, tries to cover off Birch, who's looking at that inside. There's only so much he can cover him off, as once again, the inside beckons. Once again, Harry Birch not quite close enough to keep up with Fahey, and that's a well-worked move for the number 28 to jump up onto the podium positions and for Callum Fahey. And that is exactly what he would have been waiting for, and now he's going to try to spread his wings at the top of the field, as or the top of the field in terms of fighting for that podium, which of course he is going to be trying to pick up late on in this race. We are a quarter of the way through now, and he has currently held it, but Harry Birch, of course, will be desperate to pick it back up and retake that podium spot, which of course was Callum Fahey's last time out as well. Harry Birch didn't quite get close enough. The difference between himself and Fahey was about 5 seconds. These two are going to go side by side as they head through the next couple of corners. This is Hoyland and Bunclark duking it out for that 5th and 6th place, and Hoyland at the moment continues to hold on to it. Bunclark giving his motorbike a little bit of a hit, a bit like you would G a horse on. He's trying to G up a little bit more horsepower in that bike as he continues to try and close it in on Hoyland for now. Can't quite get close enough to make a move just yet, but he is starting to threaten, and so this is looking like a move that will be on some point soon. Will it be here, where he takes the tighter line and will be going out further on the X? Not quite yet, excuse me, as Fahey is going to be ahead of Birch still and will build up that gap once again. Hoyland and Bunclark close once again, and they will continue to really try and go at it hammer and tongs here throughout the remainder of this race, although I think that might be more on Bunclark than on Hoyland, who is going to be just waiting for Bunclark to make a move. Then he's going to try to cover it off, and then he won't be able to make that move in the end, but they're going to be swapping around, I think, towards the end of this one. I think Bunclark's going to be able to get close enough. The pace that he's showing is that is quicker than Hoyland, but not quite able to make his way through just yet. We're going to have our halfway mark of this race come up in just a couple of moments' time, and Oliver Bennett is going to lead us onto it. There we go. There is our halfway mark of this race. Louis Craig in second, and Callum Fahey in third for now. But Harry Birch very close to the backs. 9/10 was the difference last lap around. I think it may well just increase on this time around as Fahey's look very quick. There it is. There's your visual gap, and that visual gap translates to 2.1 seconds between those two riders. And then Hoyland and Bunclark 5th and 6th for now. Bunclark just the 2/10 off of the back, so there will be a move somewhere for Nathaniel Bunclark if he keeps this pressure on Liam Hoyland, because at some point he is going to have to crack really. Is Liam Hoyland, and Nathaniel Bunclark is just going to try and find any opportunity to get through on Hoyland. If he doesn't crack, then it's just a sensational defensive performance, and we've seen a few of those today, but I think that may well be the opportunity Bunclark's been waiting for on the inside. But no, Hoyland went wide to try to get the better exit, did get the better exit, and so sits right in ahead, and that is exactly where he would have wanted to be, and stays ahead for the time being. That move did look a little bit as though it was going to be on at some point for Bunclark, but it wasn't in the end. Hoyland held on, and they're going to head through the final few corners on this racetrack, with Hoyland continuing to lead, Bunclark looking for a move. And we'll head on to 5 laps left to go in this race, with these two still locked in battle. And of course, they've been in battle before. They've gone at it before. Hoyland was able to take the race won in terms of this fight between these two riders, and in fact he was closer to Harry Birch than he was to Liam Hoyland, and they're not too far off the back of Harry Birch at the moment. 6.7 seconds at splitting those two riders, of course that being Hoyland and Birch, but I think that's an insurmountable gap with the pace that Birch is showing so far, consistently setting like 101 flats, 101s, whereas Hoyland and Bunclark are 102s-ish. For themselves to continue riding, and they're going to continue riding all the way towards the end of this race. I am absolutely certain of that, because of course otherwise it'll be a DNF, and they don't want that. They want to continue, and they want to get the credit for the racing that they've done so far, but it will be 4 laps to go left in this race, about 3.5, because Oliver Bennett is about halfway through the lap, and these two are running out of time here, or Bunclark is running out of time to get through on Hoyland. he has been quicker, consistently quicker throughout quite a few of the corners. He's been consistently quicker throughout quite a lot of the lap, but he can't quite get close enough. He can't quite be that much quicker than Højlund to make his way through. Is it going to be on the inside line into turn number 4? No, but he did have a look at it. He's trying to deviate Højlund's line, but at the moment it's not quite working for Nathaniel Bunclark in terms of making his way through on Liam Højlund for now. We head on with 3 laps to go in this race. Oliver Bennett has settled into this one. He's not quite setting the outright pace that he had earlier on, but he's setting close enough to it that he's able to continue to build the gap to Louis Craig behind, who's doing very similar indeed, because he's got a big gap to Callum Fahey. And in fact, that is going to be Craig and Dylan Mosgrove coming across the line. Mosgrove, the rider, in behind in the 44, because he's just sitting in behind after being overtaken. So he has not made that move. No move for Liam Højlund or Nathaniel Bunclark for now, as they continue to keep chasing each other and keeping each other honest throughout the remainder of this race. And they will be knackered after this race. I think they're going to be even more tired than anybody else out there on that racing circuit, because they've had to mentally stay on it the whole time between each other. They've had to think about each other the whole time. They've had to think about where they're going to place that bike, where they're going to make that move, and everything along those lines. Potentially outside for Bunclark, not quite yet. Højlund stays ahead, and we tick over to 2 laps left to go in this race. And it will be Oliver Bennett to lead the way, and it will be Bunclark alongside Højlund, but Højlund with a better exit. That's the second time that he's done that now, where he runs a little bit wide, makes Bunclark feel as though he's got an opportunity, and then just puts the power down on the exit, puts the pedal to the metal, and stays in ahead. Liam Højlund is going to stay in 5th place for now. Nathaniel Bunclark 6th, and so I think the 35 is going to run out of opportunities here. Bennett halfway through the laps. We've got a lap and a half to go, and Bunclark just he's desperately trying to make Højlund crack, but there hasn't been anything that's phased Liam so far in this race. And the 14 put on a very, very strong performance, a very strong defensive performance ahead of Nathaniel Bunclark right in behind, who's really, really giving it a go. They both deserve this spot. They both deserve that position, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be on for either of those riders right now. Oliver Bennett is going to come around the final corner to start what will be the final lap of this race. He's going to have a big buffer of about a quarter of a lap to Louis Craig, then it's another buffer of about a quarter of a lap to Callum Fahey, and then that's when it starts tightening up. There's about 7 seconds between Fahey and Birch. There's about 5 seconds between Birch and Højlund. There's about nothing between Højlund and Bunclark. And you've got Mosgrove, Baker, and Duckworth to round up the field. Baker made his way through on Bosworth, on the Duckworth even, on the previous lap time, but it has been a very, very good race indeed for Oliver Bennett. It's been a very, very good weekend for Oliver Bennett. But, I mean, after race 1, yes, the pace has gone down as the heat has gone up, but he has still kept himself honest, and he's still kept himself really pushing all the way throughout this lap, and all the way throughout every single one of these 12 laps out there on this circuit. And so Oliver Bennett will come around the final few corners and will be absolutely incredulous at the race victory he's going to take. Duckworth crosses the line, so nobody's going to be lapped in this race, but it doesn't matter. Oliver Bennett has dominated it, and he will come home to take 2 in 2. The Junior SM90 race number 2 heads Oliver Bennett's way in very, very strong style indeed. Louis Craig will come home in P2. This is side by side between Højlund and Bunclark. Finally, Bunclark has found the opportunity, and he's going to make his way through. Up he goes into 4th place even, 5th place even. Louis Craig takes 2nd place. Callum Fahey will come home in 3rd, and Harry Birch will be in 4th. Bunclark finally, at the end, getting his way past Liam Højlund. He'll be disappointed because he put on a great performance all race long to stay ahead. But in the end, it will be Callum Fahey in 3rd spot. He was under pressure from Harry Birch, but in the end, Fahey was just able to open up that gap, and from then, Birch wasn't able to close it down. He came home in a very strong 4th, though, and it'll be Højlund, who was just picked to the line by Bunclark. Bobby Baker coming home in 8th place as well, and then we're just waiting on Oscar Duckworth to finish, and that'll be the end of our Junior SM90s for the day and for the week. But what a drive from Oliver Bennett. I mean, that gap at the end, 15.551 for himself, the number 25 at the top of the field. Callum Fahey in 2nd, in 3rd place even in that fight with a 28, taking home a lap time of a 1:02 at the end, just dipped inside the 15 59s. He'll be happy with the fact that he was able to become the third rider in that class to be able to dip into the sub 1 minute lap times, but a very good race indeed from him. Harry Birch in fourth, Nathaniel Bunclark just about pipping Liam Hoyland to the line in fifth. Dylan Musgrove and Bobby Baker jumping past Oscar Duckworth in that race as the 95 struggled for whatever reason or another, especially on the last lap as well. But that'll be it from the Junior SM90s for that race. And now we head on to our next multi-class. It's the FIM Moto Mini 190s, the Mini GP 190 70s, race number 2. And once again, we are running very well ahead of schedule. So props to all of the marshals and everything and everybody at the track for being able to keep ourselves up to what is a tight schedule. We've got lots of racing here today. And so props to everybody working at the circuit to be able to make it, to get it on in the first place and then to get it running as efficiently as they have been able to. It is impressive it is impressive, and it's great to see that we still have plenty of racing action to go for the remainder of this day. So they can't take their foot off the gas. They've done very well, but they need to keep it going for the remainder of this race day. Of course, the track closes at 5 p.m. So we've got a few hours to go yet of racing, thankfully, because if it was over, I'd be slightly sad. But either way, that is going to be our next race coming up, which will be the next class being being 3 classes, to be more particular. It'll be the FIM Moto Mini 190s. Just as a reminder of your grid for this group of riders and where they'll be stacking up in this qualifying session. Tommy Keats led from Max Robinson at the front. Thomas Med will be in P3. Claudia Dudman in 4th and Harrison Sutton in 5th. And, well, of course, that will be our grid with Claudia Dudman jumping in late on to this series, which means that in the end, she did actually get a very strong lap time. Don't forget that it's the fastest lap times in race 1 that appears to decide the qualifying grid for race 2. And it's Tommy Keats leading Max Robinson, Thomas Med, Claudia Dudman and Harrison Sutton in terms of the positioning and in terms of the grid as well. So that's a nice synchronicity between the two things right there. It was a very good race 1 for Tommy Keats, who was able to have that gap over Max Robinson. He's going to hope to do the same thing in race number 2. Robinson tried to hold him off as best he could, but as soon as Tommy Keats was free, then the number 8 was just able to fly away at the front of the field and just continue to keep that momentum up throughout the rest of the race to end up 12 seconds ahead of anybody else in that field. And he's going to hope to continue that momentum up into the next race of the day, and we should be seeing some very good action regardless of where the riders end up in their finishing positions. But yeah, this is one of the most interesting classes because there's so little of them, because it provides the opportunity for everybody to have a go, really, and have a sighter if you are as fantastic as you show yourself to be. Then you can find yourself at the top of the field very easily. But if you have a struggle race, you are really, really punished for it, because of course there is going to be big gaps between the riders. There's not really going to be many riders to fight your way through on, and so it's just going to be all about getting that good start, all about not having any real problems, which is easier said than done. But then we'll be seeing these riders out there on the road very, very shortly to get themselves going for the next race of the day and the final race of the day in this class. But if you're Claudia Dudman, you're basically racing in every class. So she's in 3 different classes, which is impressive to be able to switch over bikes and to keep yourself awake and aware for these races. Because I think if it was if it was too much for her, if she had a difficult race where a lot was going on, it may well become very easily too much. But the bikes are coming out onto the road now, and they're going to be getting themselves going for this racing action. The next race up, which will be the mini motos, the 190s, the 190, the FIM Moto Mini 190s, the Mini GP 190 70s as well. So we have plenty to bring your way, folks. And so we'll be seeing lots of racing action very, very shortly on your screens, and it'll be good to see all of these riders back out on track for, in this class at least, what will be the final time here today before we head on to, don't forget, Three Sisters in a few months' time as well. And then we'll be at Wilton Mill to round out our season and to round out our campaign in total. But yeah, it'll be good fun for all of these riders to compete around the circuit, which of course they have done before, and they will do again probably next season if they do get the opportunity to come back. Hopefully we do get the opportunity to come back to Rowrah. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch the action throughout the course of today, and we're not over yet. Do not worry, we are not over yet. We still have this is race number, what are we on? We're race number 11 of the day of our 16 races. So we've got still, after this one, 5 more to go, and it'll be lots of fun to watch all of them as we go. But the riders are getting ready now for the flag to drop at the front of the field to signify that they are ready to get underway. The flags are up at the back, the flags up at the front, and the action gets underway now. They both get off to a good start at the front of the field, but it looks like it's going to be Tommy Keats to take the lead into the first corner ahead of Max Robinson, or in fact, is it the other way round? As they head through the first couple of corners, they'll be side by side into turn number 3, and there will be a move, so whoever it was that got the whole shot, they'll be swapping around. I believe that may well be Tommy Keats into the lead of this race now. Indeed it is, with the number 8 machine making its way past the 99. Thomas May, Claudia Dudman and Harrison Sutton set off in that order as well, and remain in that order, continuing on throughout the rest of this lap. And yeah, they're doing a very good job indeed to stay where they are on the circuit right now. They're going to keep fighting it out. Let us know from home who you're going to be watching on with and backing for this race. And well, of course, staying aggressively neutral for myself, but I think that it's going to be a good fight between Robinson and Keats once again. I think Keats may well, though, have the edge now that he's got the lead, because Robinson, we know, can be a fantastic defensive rider, but when he's not defending, it can become extra difficult to just try to catch up to the high-flying Keats, as it has been so far. He's been very, very quick, and he continues to try to continue that pace up at the front of that field. And we can tell that by the fact that he set the fastest lap by about 4 tenths last time out. He was at 3.5 tenths ahead of Max Robinson in second place as they crossed the beam to end off the first lap officially. And so that doesn't surprise at all, the fact that he was able to take that fastest lap, because, of course, he is the race leader. What's going to happen on lap number 2? Who knows? We'll wait and see, and we'll find out in just a couple of moments' time what will be happening for these riders as they head on to the next lap of this race. And we'll see what the gaps are between all of the riders as we cross the line. It will be Tommy Keats with a 50.590, but it will be Max Robinson staying in with his best lap of the day of 50.893 for Max Robinson, which is going to be about 4 tenths quicker than his previous best lap time. So he's clearly gone out and tried to study exactly what he should do, exactly what he needs to do to keep up and beat Tommy Keats. And, well, he's getting closer and closer to that milestone as he continues throughout this race and as he continues throughout this weekend as well. The gap between them is going to be about 6 tenths of a second at the moment, though, so it may well be just that little bit too insurmountable for the time being. Hey, never say never, especially in motorsport, and things could always shake up later down the line. Tommy Keats now 6 tenths ahead of Max Robinson, and we'll hope to keep that pace up throughout the rest of this race. It's a great start, and one that he'll want to capitalise upon 1000% sure. And yeah, as I say, very, very good start. Hoping to keep it up later on into the day and later on into this race as well. We've got 9 laps to go in this one, and it will be Tommy Keats to lead the way, 50.353 now, so even quicker than Max Robinson. And this is the gap that he's starting to build up. 1.3 seconds, which means it's doubled over the previous lap. And yeah, he's just going to sit in ahead and hope to build that gap. This is further down, Claudia Dudman and Harrison Sutton. Now, the 28 is leading this little group at the moment, this little pair at the moment. But the 83 isn't too far off of the back as it stands. And Dudman has our personal best last time out, which is slower than Harrison Sutton's. So they could be coming to blows very, very shortly indeed. But we will wait and see what they're going to do as we cross over to the next lap. And Tommy Keats once again, fastest lap of the race. Max Robinson once again faster than he was in race 1. So he is very much pushing himself to his limit, but he's not quite able to catch up to the pace of Tommy Keats at the very top of this field. So whilst he is going to be happy with the performances, I don't think he's going to be particularly happy with the outcome of this race as it stands, because of course that would mean that it will be the race victory heading the way of Tommy Keats, which means Max Robinson will miss out, unfortunately, for himself. He's had very, very good pace, and well, it definitely promises going into the next few rounds of this season, which he'll be promised about, he'll be happy about, and he will hope to just keep it up. And yeah, because he's doing a very good job at the moment in terms of finding those improvements on this lap. Then they are both settling into the race. 7 laps to go in this race, and well, Tommy Keats will be leading the way ahead of Max Robinson by 2.8 seconds. Thomas Med now over 10 seconds off of the back of Robinson in 3rd, and then Dudman in 4th, another 10 seconds back, but only 0.5 of a second split Dudman and Sutton at this point in time. So this could get very close between the 28 and the 83 late on in this race. Personal bests for both Claudia Dudman and Harrison Sutton, and well, Sutton's personal best is going to be 1/10.5 quicker than Dudman, so it's going to get close between those two, and you just saw them flash past you as they headed down towards turn number 4. But Tommy Keats very, very quick pace across the course of this race, across the course, excuse me, of the weekend as a whole as well. Of course, he's had a fantastic weekend, has Tommy Keats, if you were to judge his pace. Of course, in the first qualifying, he was able to pick up what was the pole position for the first qualifying session of 49.692 ahead of Max Robinson by over 2 seconds. So he was able to set himself up well for the weekend to come. And then in the second qualifying session of the day, it was a 50.005, which is going to be only a 1.5 seconds ahead of Max Robinson in second place. So the qualifying hotshot is turning into the pace of the race. And that's what Tommy Keats is going to be. I mean, you can barely have a more ideal weekend if you're Tommy Keats. And Max Robinson trying to keep him honest, but only 3.5 off of the bat as it stands as we cross over the halfway point of this race. Harrison Sutton is going to be in 5th place. He's going to be chasing down Claudia Dudman. He's going to get closer to the 28 than he has been before. And so there may well be a move on for one of these riders at some point soon. It will be for Sutton more than for Dudman, because there's a gap of 11.4 seconds between Dudman and Med. But yeah, Sutton would be very interested to have a look at the back. Can't quite find his way through just yet, but is promising to start to close in, and is promising to start to create those opportunities for himself to make his way through on Dudman. And on this lap, both personal bests. In fact, Dudman just that little bit faster, 54.011 versus a 54.031 for Sutton behind. So 200 splitting the two. But of course, lap times when you're this close are not particularly the most representative way of measuring how quick a rider is. When they're catching up, it's absolutely fine. When they're not catching up and they've already caught up, it's going to be a little bit of a different story. But we'll see these riders as they develop through the race continue to duke it out and continue to fight it out for position. But I don't think anybody's going to be fighting for position with Tommy Keats right now. He's had a fantastic race and is going to round it off in style that you could only expect of Tommy Keats, which is a big gap. Although there has been a few riders today that have had the ability to build up that gap and maintain it throughout the course of a race weekend, and especially throughout the course of these short, sharp 20-minute races, or these 12-lap races even. And Tommy Keats has been a class of this field in the Moto Mini 190s, the Mini GP 190 and 70s here today, and throughout the course of this weekend as well. He's been just fantastic throughout the course of it, and it'll be interesting to see the standings. And I say that for a very particular reason. Max Robinson, last time we headed to Rowrah, perfect weekend for the number 99. But now the hands have changed, and Tommy Keats is now the quicker rider out of the two, which could be absolutely huge come later on in the season when they start to develop their own little championship battle starting to happen, with Robinson currently, as it stands after race 1, his gap ahead was 34 points, but with Robinson now not quite as close to Keats as he would like to be, that will be slashed right down. It'll actually go down to what will be 5 points closer. So it'll end up being 29 as we head on to what will be the final lap in just a couple of moments' time. Tommy Keats will take us onto it. Or in fact, he's got 2 laps to go, so it's the penultimate lap of this race. But it'll be interesting to see how they go as they head to Wilton Mill, because that's a very different circuit all in itself, and these riders are going to be challenged in different ways that they would not have been expecting before heading into the weekend. And so it's going to be an entirely different challenge for these riders. And so we may well see new riders come to the fore. Tommy Keats and Max Robinson, the 2 at the very top at the moment, and the 2 that seem very, very on top as far as this championship is going to go. But hey, you never know. The likes of Harrison Sutton could make their way into it. Harrison, who had a very good weekend for the first couple, and will be hoping to do a little bit better after this weekend. Of course, he's not done badly. He's running 5th place, but yeah, I think that he will be, pace-wise, I think he'll be slightly disappointed with the way that his race and his weekend as a whole has gone. And yeah, I mean, we'll see how he goes for the next couple of weekends. He has certainly got the pace to be a race winner, and it's just about maximising those opportunities when you are offered them to try and get yourself through, to try and get yourself up, and to make your name known as a race victor. But we will see what will happen with them. Tommy Keats heads through the final few corners, and he's had a sensational race. He's really, really put it on. He's really put on a show for all of us watching on, and he's really a fantastic talent and one to keep your eye out on for the future. But around the final corner, Tommy Keats will come. He will take the victory here in the Moto Mini 190, Mini GP 190/70, race number 2. And it'll be a big gap back to Max Robinson, who'll come across the line in second with a 10.269 lap time for himself, or a 52 lap time for himself, a gap of a 10.269 between himself and the race leader. Thomas Med will come home in 3rd place, Claudia Dudman in 4th. And Harrison Sutton in 5th after trying to challenge with Claudia, but having problems late on in this race, unfortunately for him, which meant that he won't quite finish where he deserves to pace-wise in this field, which is closer to Dudman than he was. Whether he made that move or not, it was closer to Dudman than he's ended up. So I think he'll be feeling as though the next weekend is going to be really important if he wants to keep himself in this championship. But the final results are as follows. Tommy Keats taking the victory in style, 10.2 ahead of Max Robinson in 2nd place. Thomas Med will come home in 3rd. Claudia Dudman in 4th, and 5th for Harrison Sutton. Rounding out the order and rounding out our action for the Moto Mini 190s and the Mini GP 190s and 70s as well. Next up for our riders is going to be the Superminis, the Minibike 160s, and the Minibike Vets Race 2. We're coming to the end of our action for today, but still plenty to watch on with. And the next race will be the second of 3 multi-class races here today. And I mean, it hasn't looked like a multi-class race because they've been so very tightly packed. Michael Med, Alex Clark, Ben Grayson. This is the order that they will be starting in. Then Lawrence Wardle, Dave Cook, and Tommy Armand, Matthew McLean, Ben Johnson, Finley Cottenham, Aidan Walker, Neil Wilson, Connor Smith, Matt Lindley, Thomas Med, Barry Lindley, Jamie Bunclark, Ben Simpson, and Sean Brunning to round out that order for those riders that we're taking to the track next time around. And watching on with our Moto Mini 190s and our Mini GP 190/70s, they would have had a look at how the track is behaving now that it's developed a little bit more from what it was earlier on, and then they can learn and see and watch and wait and understand what's going on with this circuit and where they can find time and where all the other riders have been finding time across the course of the day and what's going on and everything like that, because it's of course important to learn from everybody else in the racing scene, and it's important as well to learn from everybody else in terms of this specific championship and this specific round, because this track is I mean, the track's right in front of them, so they've got learning to do, and they can always do some more learning. Nobody's ever perfect. You think about even the likes of the MotoGP riders; they still make plenty of mistakes, even if they're minimal and they can blag them away and pretend that they never happened. They still do make plenty of mistakes, and so for these riders, it's going to be a similar story where they try to avoid mistakes and try to avoid problems for themselves. And we'll see how successful they're going to be later on. To be fair, pretty successful all of today. Knock on wood, we've not had any red flags. I don't even think we've had any significant yellow flags as well, which has been fantastic to see. The quality of the racing has just been very, very good indeed. And so the riders should be very chuffed with themselves that we actually have not managed to have a red flag all weekend, which is harder than it seems to avoid nowadays, where there's plenty of racing to go. And of course, with 16 races across the course of a weekend, you'd expect naturally there to be some mistakes to creep in and some issues for riders to creep in. But nope, they've been absolutely fine. And yeah, they've been in a fantastic position where they haven't had any problems at all so far in this race. Now that I've said that, we're going to have an absolute manic race. But I mean, is that a problem? But yeah, we'll see what the next class are going to be capable of in terms of providing us with some excellent racing, because they have done so far here today. Of course, one of the biggest grids that we're going to be having in terms of the action here around Cumbria, and it's a very good championship to keep your eyes peeled all about. But yeah, it is going to be a good race. It's going to be a very fun race for the Superminis, the Minibike 160s, and the Minibike bets as well. And well, in the last race, it was Michael Med who took the victory by 11.5 seconds out of Alex Clark in second place. Ben Grayson in third, and Tommy Armand in fourth. Finley Cottenham in fifth. Dave Cook in sixth, and Ben Johnson in seventh. Don't forget that excellent battle between Cottenham, Cook, and Johnson. And then looking further back at Aidan Walker, who was able to keep with them for a relatively long time. Then Matthew McLean and Matt Linley round out the top 10, and Connor Smith, Neil Wilson, Barry Linley. And then we have riders who Lawrence Waller was classified, Thomas Med was not, and then Ben Simpson, Jamie Bunclark, and Sean Branning to round out our order. If they all are to turn up and race here today. No bikes out on the road, because guess what? We're ahead of schedule again, as we've got about 5 minutes until the next race. Once again, props to our stewards, props to our marshals, props to everybody at the track for keeping the racing going and keeping it flowing as well, which can be a difficult and sometimes thankless task to keep just everybody going and hurrying them up and getting them to get on with it, for want of a better word. But yeah, they've done so very well today, and I mean, it's not over yet. It's definitely not over yet. We've got plenty still to come, and it'll be good fun, and always is in some of these classes and some of these championships, as well as they head on to the latter stages of the season. Of course, halfway through, as I've mentioned before the start of, I think, every single one of these races so far, we are halfway through our season. Once we get to race 2, we'll be over halfway through the season, and so we'll be sitting in a very good place to be able to follow through and to be able to end off the season on a high, because we've had a very good championship so far. I think it's testament to all of the riders out there to be able to have such a thing. We've got a few minutes to go for all of these riders before they get themselves underway. So don't forget, let us know who you're backing. For this race, from a neutral's perspective, of course, I think that it's hard to look past Michael Med in terms of the race victory. Alex Clark and Ben Grayson, very quick. Tommy Armand and Finley Cottenham as well, very quick indeed. Cottenham had to worry more about defending last race than attacking, so I think he could be a dark horse in terms of getting onto the podium for this one, because of course he would have been thinking all about Cook and all about Johnson in behind, but not about his own race and how that was ending up going, which, you know, it ended up working. He did pretty well, but yeah, I mean, it was one of those races where your focus isn't really on how quick you're being. Your focus is on holding track position. Our bikes are back out on the road for our next championship, and we are almost ready to get ourselves underway for another one for the Super Mini, the Minibike 160s, and the Minibike Vet race number 2. And so we're going to have some good action coming to you very, very shortly indeed. And yeah, the bikes are going to be out on the road. They're going to be starting to rev up those engines. Great sound, by the way. Revving engines, one of my favorite things to hear in the morning of a race event is to go down to the track and just to hear, you know, practice going on or whatever. And I can hear wheel guns, or I can hear the wheels themselves revving around. And it's always a great thing to hear. It's one of my favorite sounds in the world, really, in terms of what, in terms of, you know, everything going on. I mean, it's just, it's got to be a pretty cut and dry up there one for any motorsport fan, the sound of a racetrack, because, I mean, it's just, it's kind of the point, isn't it? You're a race fan, so you enjoy, guess what, the racing. But yes, I mean, we're going to get our grid lined up, and we're going to get ourselves ready to get underway for race number 2, the final race of the day for this class, the Super Minis, the Minibike 160s, and the Minibike Vets. Just a reminder then that the grid is as follows. It's Med to Clark to Wardle to Cook to Tommy Armand in 5th place. Then McLean, Johnson, Walker rounding out the top 10. And then it's going to be Wilson, Smith, Linley, Med, Linley, and Bun Clark. The final preparations for these riders are going on as the flag will be waved at the back in just a couple of moments' time, and we're going to get ready to get underway. It's the longest traipse to the back of the grid for our flagman, who's going to hold it up now, and then the flagman at the front is going to hold his out, and the action's going to get underway now. And it's a very good start from Alex Clark, who's going to lead off the line. Under pressure is Michael Med into the first corner, and he's not going to take that lead. He might not even have that second place, but he has actually managed to seal it in the end. But it's a very good start from Alex Clark, who was able to get the whole shot, get off the line very, very well, and he's going to continue to just try to build up that gap at the very front of this field. As well, Michael Med's going to be all over the back of him, trying to make his way back through, trying to pick up that position and retake that lead of the race that, of course, he would have had very, very briefly after sitting in the lead of that race, because, of course, he was pole position man at the start of the race. But Med does sit behind. Alex Clark has taken the lead of this race, and Lawrence Wardle currently apparently sits in 3rd. We'll see how that goes, as there may well be a move for 3rd place. A brief look down the inside is not substantiated, and at the end of the first lap, Alex Clark leads Michael Med, leads Lawrence Wardle, and then leads Tommy Armand in 4th place. Dave Cook has dropped down, and in fact, that is going to be 3 bikes in the fight for the lead in terms of the timing tower. So I think somebody's tracker is not working, somebody's transponder is not transponding. There's a move down the inside, potentially having a look. I believe that's Lawrence Wardle. Indeed, it is going through on whoever it is that's the transponder is broken. I believe that may well be Thomas Med in the number 12, which is why he struggled in race 1 to get anything going. But yeah, the number 12 trying to chase him behind for the time being. Lawrence Wardle with the fastest lapping class of the Super Minis as he closes in on Clark and Med for the lead of the race as well. Tommy Armand and Dave Cook, both fastest laps, both leaders of their races, as that is somebody struggling off to the side, and that'll be the end of a race further down in the order. Unfortunately, not quite sure who that's going to be for, but I'm sure that'll become very obvious very, very soon indeed as everybody crosses the line. It may well be Matthew McLean. No, it's not. He just simply dropped position to Ben Johnson. Is that Thomas Med dropping down the order, or is it going to be Med in this group? I hope it's Med in this group, because otherwise that will raise even more questions about the transponder issues, I think. And it may well be Thomas Med still in this group, because that's somebody who's gone off of the road in the background and will be, unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be continuing their race. It looks like they've called it to a close here, because we've got a 3-way fight for the lead of this race. Alex Clark is backing Michael Med into Lawrence Wardle, trying to make Wardle go for this move. Is there going to be an opportunity around the outside for Clark to be vulnerable here? Med certainly thinks so. He can't quite get that run enough to pull ahead. It will continue to be Clark in the lead of this one. It'll continue to be Med in 2nd place, and Wardle is going to just watch as Med has a look down the inside. I think he's trying to pounce on any mistakes that Michael Med makes, and so then he can take himself up into that second place, potentially even that first if Med and Clark have a tangle. So it's a patient game being played by Lawrence Wardle at the moment. And at the moment, it appears to be working not too bad for himself. As well, you can just see Michael Med and Clark just having a little go at it, having a little scrap between themselves. And yeah, we're going to end off what will be the first quarter of this race with Michael Med chasing in behind Clark for those first and second places respectively. Clark has done a very good job to lead this race, but Michael Med has the fastest lap last time out. Lawrence Wardle and Alex Clark, in fact, had identical lap times last time around. Not this time, though, as Wardle is the quickest, Clark is the second quickest, and Med, by not far, is going to be just about slower than Alex Clark. So it's not quite representative at this point in time, because you know that the representative lap times aren't going to happen when they're sitting right under the rear of another car. Michael Med trying to find a way through, any way through on Alex Clark, can't quite do so, sits waiting in the wings, waiting in behind Lawrence Wardle as well. All just a patient game for the 414 at the moment, as he wants that position. Tommy Armand in fourth place and Dave Cook just struggling behind in fifth to keep up with the 21. Both of them very, very quick. Cook trying to fly the flag for the veterans in the top 5 at the moment, and he's doing just that as we get side-by-side action potentially. Michael Med runs very wide but doesn't make his way through on Alex Clark. Lawrence Wardle not able to pounce upon that opportunity, and so it is going to Clark that leads from Med, that leads from Wardle. Both, or all of them even, both the gaps are going to be a quarter of a second in between the riders. That's a good run though from Michael Med, who pulls to the inside of Clark, and he is going to get that move done, but it's going to be the inside line, the switchback maybe for Alex Clark to stay ahead. They will be alongside each other, and Clark does get the better exit down towards turn number 5 then. It will be Clark to defend, and what a defence that is for the number 43. Michael Med just about beaten out and has now dropped back past Lawrence Wardle, the 414, the latest rider to give Alex Clark a run for his money at the very top of this order. But at the moment, it is going to be Michael Med chasing in behind. He was the chaser before. He's the even more chaser now, as Alex Clark is going to be under pressure from Lawrence Wardle for this second, or for this first even place. They head on to the halfway mark of this one. Lawrence Wardle, unsurprisingly, fastest lap of the racing class. All 3 of these riders are in the same class. It is going to be the fastest lap of the race for him as they get through on lapped traffic. I believe that to be Barry Linley letting them all go. And Lawrence Wardle is going to be trying to find a way through on Alex Clark by any means necessary. Looks to the outside, doesn't quite make that move stick just yet. But there is going to be opportunities for these riders to make those moves, to take those positions, to jump further up. Alex Clark at the moment is just 0.17 ahead of Lawrence Wardle, was last time they crossed the beam, and so it may well be different by the next time out that they cross it with 5 laps to go in this race, and it will be Lawrence Wardle to try and find any way through, as the lap traffic is really getting in their way right now. Lawrence Wardle tried to defend off Michael Med into the first corner, has been successful. They made their way through on Connor Smith, the latest rider to go through and be lapped, but all of these lot are going to be giving it a go. There's the inside look for Lawrence Wardle. Couldn't quite pull it off, but he had a look, and that might open the door to Michael Med in behind. Not quite, but Wardle really starting to threaten Clark here, really starting to think about making that move, and you'd imagine he's going to do so some point very soon. Clark needs to not crack. Clark needs to not have any problems, because otherwise he will be massively pounced upon by these two who are further up in terms of the pace right now, because Clark is setting... in fact, actually, Clark, that's a disservice to him, because he's been very, very quick throughout the course of this race. Michael Med is back through on Lawrence Wardle, the latest rider to challenge for the lead with 4 laps to go in it. And that might be a look down the inside for Lawrence Wardle into the first corner. Not quite yet, as they continue to keep themselves fighting. Is it going to be a side-by-side moment? In fact, Lawrence Wardle has the lead of the race. Michael Med has second, and it will be Clark in third. There was a quick turnaround, quicker than I even had the chance to see it. But it is now Lawrence Wardle in control. Alex Clark struggling in behind, losing 2 positions in the space of a lap and hoping not to make it any more. Of course, they've got a big gap to Tommy Armand, so I don't imagine they will do. So it's just going to be a straight fight between these top 3, and Wardle and Med side by side. Med having a look, but not quite having a go at Wardle just yet. This is a sensational 3-way fight that Alex Clark is trying his very best to stay within range of. And so he's going to be watching on as they head on to the last lap, and it will be, or the last couple of laps, and it will be 0.666 between Med and Clark. It'll be 0.1 1:17 for Michael Med off the back of Wardle, who goes for it here. Goes Michael Med, trying to make his way through. He runs a bit wide on the exit to try and get the turn in and try and get the power down as early as he can. But Wardle, in the end, is going to hold station and holds on to the lead of that race. Med looking back to the inside. He's committed. Wardle moves across. Med backs out. So it will be Lawrence Wardle to stay in that first place for now. But Michael Med always challenging on the back of him. Clark in third place as well. Really trying to find a place to make that overtake. Lawrence Wardle going to have a look maybe to the outside, maybe to the inside. Where is he going to try to defend? And where is Med going to try and find that spot to take that second race victory of the day for himself? Lawrence Wardle, of course, he didn't even really compete at the top of that first race of the day. Now he leads the second one right here, right now. Of course, he ended up being 14th, 12 laps down, our race leader in a 12-lap race. So it looked like he only did one lap, but it was good enough to see himself into this next race, and it was good enough to see himself with the confidence staying in with this one. And Michael Med is going to try and go around the outside. Not quite got the opportunity. There he is, though, to the inside. Michael Med from nowhere, jumping through on Lawrence Wardle. He had a look to the inside. It was closed off, so clearly Wardle had run a little bit wide on the exit to allow Med the space. And so that will be the number one, making his way through. And onto the last lap they go then. Wardle had the fastest lap the last time around. It will now go to the hands of Michael Med. And Alex Clark can't stay anywhere near either of these riders. Med, with a big gap now visually, opened up. It's about half a second between himself and Wardle, or it was when it crossed the beam. I'd say this is about 6 or 7 tenths of a second now between these two riders. And Michael Med is going to go home and somehow sneak this one, snatch this one from the hands of Clark and Wardle. Yes, he's had to work hard for it. So did the other two, but he was the one making them work very, very hard for it indeed. And so Michael Med is going to feel ecstatic about this one. He can now start to relax on that bike. He can now start to think about the celebrations. He can now start to think about that champagne. The final corner will beckon for Michael Med, and he will go on to take the victory here in the Superminis, the Minibike 160s and the Minibike Vets. That is race 2. That is 2 in 2 for Michael Med. Second place for Lawrence Wardle. Well done to him for coming back. And Alex Clark in third. It looks like it's going to be Tommy Armand in fourth place, but of course it looks like we might have actually lost the transponder of the 35 Ben Grayson, and a bit of respect between those two riders. That is going to be a fist bump between Med and Clark, just showing how hard they pushed each other and just going, yeah, well done, mate, well raced, because that was a hard one out there. They pushed each other very, very close to the limit, and well, I mean, in the end, Clark didn't quite have the pace to keep up with Med, the pace to keep up with Wardle. He had the pace to round out the podium. Tommy Armand in fourth, and the winner of the minibike class. Then second in minibikes will be Ben Johnson in sixth place, and third, Matthew McLean in seventh. A very close fighting actually between fifth down to eighth once again. They were split. Pretty much all of the riders were a second off of their leader, and there you go, there's the gaps confirmed. So Dave Cook 1.13 ahead of Ben Johnson, Matthew McLean 1.053 behind Ben Johnson, and Aidan Walker 1.4 off the back of those riders. So very, very close indeed. So the mini bike podium is going to be Tommy Armand and Ben Johnson, as well as Matthew McLean. And then the veteran podium is obviously going to be the three veterans that race in this one: Dave Cook, Matt Linley and Barry Linley, in that order, after Dave Cook challenged for that fourth place. Next up in our series of races today, race number 13, it's the FIM Moto Mini 160. A hot day here in the UK, and the action has been as hot as it feels out there. 22 degrees Celsius, of course, which is not much if you are from Europe, if you're from where Austin Dilks is receiving support from in Portugal. But then if you look at it, it's so very muggy out there. It must be horrible under the helmet. Very, very sweaty indeed. They'll be coming off and they'll be wringing their head wraps out and all these sorts of things that they'll have in that helmet to try to keep themselves cool at the end of it, because it is just very, very hot out there, and the riders doing very well to keep themselves up. No mistakes really from today's action, and I know that I'm jinxing it in saying that, but there has really been not many mistakes from any of these riders. No real huge ones, apart from the one that we saw earlier on in, of course, the Moto Minis with Ansel and Knowles. So the race that we're actually heading on to now, the 160s, there was no real issues for any of the riders, apart from Jensen Knowles, who, of course, had his issues in race one in this championship, where he just ended up dropping off of the bike right at the very end. He was being pushed very hard. He was pushing very hard. And in the end, unfortunately, he found himself down and out of the race, and very, very furious about that one, you can imagine, because he was racing so very well. So in the end, it will be Jensen Ansel to take the victory in that one. Joey Addersyke in P2 and William Dickinson in P3, just 2/10 off of our P2 runner. Leon Simpson, then JJ Manchester, Matthew Jennings, Claudia Dudman, and of course, Jensen Knowles, who had problems on the last lap, and Daniel Tanton, who also DNF'd. So difficult for the riders to... It'll be difficult for Knowles to pick himself back up after that one. But, of course, they have had one race since where he couldn't quite get close enough to make that move. But he's done such a fantastic job today. He deserves a race victory, I think it's fair to say. And he's just going to be trying to earn it out there on the track and trying to really fly in this last race of the day for this class. Of course, they've still got one to come. But in terms of this class racing, it is going to be it after this one. And then they will head on, of course, next month or in over a month's time, to the next series or to the next race that we've got, of course, at Three Sisters at the start of October. And so it'll be interesting to see the racing out there versus the racing here in the sweltering conditions, because it is muggy, so it'll be heavy, and the riders will be trying to throw their cars through all of the corners. Difficult, but they've been doing a very fine job of it so far, and I hope that they're able to keep it up throughout the rest of this throughout the rest of these races, because it has been very, very fun to watch. Let us know, don't forget who you are rooting for from home, and we will watch on with the rest of these riders throughout the rest of these races. Once again, a little bit ahead of schedule, as we'll have a little bit of a chilled start to our final hour of action here today. We've, of course, got the Mini GP 160s now. Then we've got our Minibike 140s, then our BMB 110 Cup, and also the Ohvale 110 Cup, and then the Mini GP 160 and 50 action to round off the day. So we are nearing it, folks. Unfortunately, we are nearing the end of today's racing action, and you can enjoy yourself an ice cream, enjoy yourself a chilled watch, the final four races, the final hour of this one here today, and it'll be a lot of fun, I think, to watch. It's been a lot of fun throughout the course of the day to cover as well, so thank you to those at Stretton Events and at the British Mini Bikes as well for having me back. Of course, as I said earlier on, I was here for round one in Cumbria. And so it's good to be back at this racing circuit that was good fun to compete around last time. It was good fun for the riders to compete around last time. It was good fun to talk about the riders competing around last time, even if it was an entirely different challenge for all of them, because it was wet. And so the deviation from the lines pretty much nothing, because they didn't want to take that risk, because every time somebody did go off, and this is why I think it was a small reason as to why I was so surprised that there was the mistakes were few and far between, or have been few and far between today, is because of the way that that race went. So props to everybody for getting themselves just continually improving themselves and improving their racing abilities, because it's not easy. But yeah, they've done an exceptional job to get themselves continuing to go, and we're getting our first bikes out of out of the garage to get themselves ready to go racing once again here for the final couple of races of the day. And the final race for a lot of these riders. Of course, don't forget that a lot of them do cross series. Jensen Ansel and Jensen. Jensen Ansel and Jensen Knowles for 1 and 2 as well. So 2 very, very good riders, very accomplished riders in their own respects, both demonstrating that they are good across multiple classes throughout this championship and throughout everything that they enter. They have been very, very good indeed, and I expect it to continue throughout the rest of today, because I'm not holding them to higher expectations than they deserve necessarily, because they've had such a fantastic weekend in terms of what they've been able to keep up and what they've been able to do as well throughout the course of this run and throughout the course of this weekend. They've been the class of both of the fields that they compete in, and so they'll be able to go home very happy bunnies indeed when they are done for the day's action, which is unfortunately coming up sooner than you would think. Of course, only a few races to go, and then that'll be it for race day Sunday. Let us know who you are backing for these races, of course, as we always like to know. We are always curious as to who's watching on from home, who's going to be keeping an eye on their friends, relatives, anything like that. The next stars of the moto world generally as well. They could be keeping an eye on. But yeah, it's going to be lots of fun. Hopefully, they'll be keeping an eye on me as well. So maybe I can follow them up the ladder to the next stages. That would be great fun. In fact, to climb up the moto ladder with these riders, and of course covering them rather than actually being in the bikes. But then I'd get to know them pretty well, and it would be an honor really to be able to cover them for so long. But yeah, I mean, if our journey together ends with British mini bikes, it's still been a great time, and I'm still going to have unconscious biases, or very conscious biases towards these riders as we are ready to get underway. The flag's at the back and the flag's at the front, and we are racing. Jensen Knowles gets a good start. Ansel is going to be on the outside line of the first corner, and he's not quite going to have the overspeed to get ahead, so he stays waiting in behind on Jensen Knowles, who got the whole shot, and we're hoping to hold on to it as he heads through the next couple of corners of this racetrack. Ansel, though, did get a good exit out of turn number 4, and he's continuing to have a look. The inside of turn 5 is going to be where he's going to have a look at this race and at this rider in front. He's going to want to make that move further up the order, which, of course, he's been... these he's going to, I think, pull alongside him now. Yes, he is. And Jennings, I don't think, sees this as his fight. There we go. He's just going to lift off into the corner. Doesn't want to fight Ansel too hard. Jennings and Simpson now next up for him. So it's going to be those two of the bread, and Ansel is the sandwich, and it will be Simpson, the next rider up to try to overtake. And yeah, he will be having a look at making that move. There we go, to the inside, and that's an unconventional place to make a move. Every time we see somebody go through there, they're really trying to push. And Jensen Ansel, in fact, had another look to the inside of Joey Athersyke there for 4th place, but couldn't quite make his way through. And I think that may well have been Leon Simpson re-overtaking Jensen Ansel. But either way, the number 22 right back up ahead and right back into 5th place, chasing down Athersyke. Not quite as quick last time around, but of course he's making his way through all of these riders further up. This is the fight for 2nd place, and JJ Manchester is going to try and stay on with the fight for 2nd place. William Dickinson, who of course has a podium so far this weekend, hoping to turn it into 2 in 2, and Joey Athersyke wanting to fight with them as well. They'll be side by side. Manchester's under pressure from Dickinson, and he can't quite make his way through in the end. Can William Dickinson, and so JJ Manchester just stays ahead. This will feel like the longest race of Manchester's life as he tries to stay on that podium, and he tries to hold on to that 2nd place because he's got so much pressure coming from behind. He had a great launch at the start to make his way up to P2, and of course benefited from Ansel's bad luck to take himself up to the lead. With 7 laps to go then, we are almost halfway through, and he's really hammering home this point here. If he wants to take this 2nd place, Dickinson is going to get close, and he was going to be on the inside line of turn number 4. Athersyke might have a look as well. Manchester's going to try and switch back, but I think in the end, Dickinson just has the overspeed to stay ahead, as Jensen Ansel has come in. I believe that there was a black flag even out there for the number 22. And he has served it, and he is into the pit lane. There was actually 2 black flags out there on the road. The second one, I believe, just a reminder for Jensen Ansel to come into the lane, but he was looking scarily fast, and most importantly, scarily motivated to continue his racing on. So I think later on in the day, he could be very, very good indeed in terms of very, very quick at the late stages of his racing day. JJ Manchester has, of course, lost that position to William Dickinson on the last time out, but that does mean he's still fighting for the podium as they exit of lap number 6 and onto lap number 7. Manchester is under pressure from Joey Athersyke. Now, this is where we saw that Dickinson was a bit more confident. We saw that Athersyke was a bit more confident as well, and he has gone through as Athersyke through on Manchester, and so he's up into that podium position. Manchester's going to want to fight this one back and tries to stay tight to the apex, but can't quite get that run that will be that much better than Athersyke to make his way through. Leon Simpson in 5th place, Matthew Jennings in 6th, Claudia Dudman in 7th, and Daniel Tanton in 8th as well. This will be fantastic in terms of the championship fight for Jensen Knowles, who currently leads it. And, well, despite the fact that Jensen Ansel took the victory last time out, despite the fact that he had no points there, but he had, before that DNF in race number 1, a perfect record in the Moto Mini 160s. And so he's going to be wanting to keep that record of finishes and wins up at the moment, and I think that may well be why he pushed so hard to try and get past Jensen Ansel. Of course, you want to take the race victory, you always do. The difficulty came right at the very end of that race, where he just pushed that little bit too far over the edge of his bike and over the edge of himself as well, and then saw him going down, unfortunately, at the end of that day. There may well be a move slightly further back. This is Jennings on the back of Leon Simpson, having a look at making the move on the number 85 is the number 9, but not quite close enough just yet. Jensen Knowles has now got a buffer of about 5 seconds ahead of William Dickinson. He looks to take full advantage of that one. Joey Athersyke in that 3rd place, I think he's going to settle for 3rd. He's going to be under pressure from Manchester, but if he can ward off JJ Manchester, then he's going to have a pretty nailed on podium. The gap between Athersyke and Dickinson is going to be 2.1 seconds. JJ Manchester, though, 4/10 off of the back of Athersyke, so that's still on, and Jennings actually got through on Leon Simpson in the end in that fight. Claudia Dudman and Daniel Tanton fighting it out for 7th and the 8th place, and they will continue their fight onwards throughout the rest of the race. JJ Manchester, who's already having his best weekend in class, 11 points in race number 1, will be hoping to pick up further points in this weekend and further points in this race as well. Don't forget, it's going to be 25 for a win, it's 20 for a 2nd place, it's 16 for 3rd, and it will be 13 for a 4th. So that means he takes 24. That's almost a race win for him away from this weekend. And he has a look at Athersyke, He just hasn't quite got his move done just yet, and he's going to hope to keep that momentum up. He's going to hope to find that pace and find that positioning to make his way through on that car further up, or the bike further up. Even I've done so well today, not to mention that, but on that bike further up, JJ Manchester closing in, and the gap between them last time around was 0.2 of a second. Jensen Knowles is leading this race by now 6.37 seconds. He's doing an exemplary job at the top of the field. As soon as he saw his rival go down, he felt as you would imagine he felt as though this was his time to strike, and he's certainly made the most of his time to strike by building up that gap to what it is now. And yeah, he's just done a fantastic job to keep that momentum going, and he's done a fantastic job to keep himself right up the very top of that order. And with that gap starting to increase, of course, he got the his personal best on lap number 9, lap 10, not quite, but he's only a tenth off of it, and he's about 9 tenths quicker than William Dickinson was last time around. We head on to 2 laps to go in this race, and Joey Abersyk is fighting with JJ Manchester. This is the fight for the final spot on the podium positions, and Manchester is going to have a look to the inside. Is he going to be able to go on later on the brakes? No, Abersyk is able to outbrake the 28, but Manchester's able to pull alongside on the exit. Abersyk pulls across just to cover off JJ Manchester, and did so in at the end successfully. So that number 28 just trying to find any opportunity. Is it the outside line here? Not quite yet. There is going to be opportunities for Manchester. He seems like the quicker rider, but the crucial part is he's running out of time to make this move, and he needs to make it at some point very, very soon indeed if he wants to pick up that race victory, or that podium even, to round off what will be a sensational weekend for him so far. Jensen Knowles, speaking of the race victory, is heading on to the final lap, and he looks like he'll romp home to take this one. And, well, he'll increase his gap in the championship and increase his 100% finish. Well, he's not his 100% finish, but his 100% record when he finishes record at the moment, which is an impressive stat, all things considered, and he'll be very, very happy with that one. He'll be happy to see it increase as well. Manchester really looking close to the back of Abersyk now, but again, not quite able to make the move. I think Abersyk is defending well enough just to hold on here, moving across at just the right times to make sure that no move is ever going to be on for the time being for Abersyk against Manchester. But for Jensen Knowles, what a race the 272 has had. He took advantage of his rival's DNF, and he took the victory in this race. Manchester had a look. That was the opportunity. I think it's gone begging. It'll be second for William Dickinson, who had that gap over Abersyk and Manchester at the end. Abersyk will hold on ahead of Manchester. So still 4th place for the 28, and for the 67, it is a podium, the second podium of the day for himself. And 3rd will be Abersyk, of course, 4th Manchester. Jennings and Simpson coming home in that order. Jennings actually quite close to the back of JJ Manchester in the end, so closed in on that little pairing of riders right at the very end of this race. And then it will be Claudia Dudman, Daniel Tanton, and unfortunately Jensen Ansel are only DNF of the race after a black flag earlier on. But that will be it in terms of our Moto Mini 160 action. It was Jensen Knowles taking the victory ahead of William Dickinson by 8.5 seconds. Joey Abersyk in 3rd, 3.882 behind, with JJ Manchester 4th at an agonising 0.184 off the back. And Matthew Jennings as well will feel as though he could have had that podium. He was only 6.67 off of the back of JJ Manchester in the end. And we'll be continuing to try and improve that pace after what was a very good weekend. Then it'll be Leon Simpson, Claudia Dudman, and Daniel Tanton to round out the field. Jensen Ansel fell over at the start, got back up on his bike, furiously tried to ride forward, and unfortunately DNF'd or black flagged right at the very end, or right at the very end of that 4th lap of the race where he just did dive in. We go from the 160s to the Minibike 140s. And in those Minibike 140s, we are going to be seeing a very, very stacked grid indeed. We have at the top of the field Michael Med, Tommy Armand in 2nd place, then Dave Cook in 3rd, Matthew McLean in 4th, and Ben Johnson in 5th. Aidan Walker in 6th place, Finley Cottenham in 7th, Ian Stanford, Neil Wilson, Ben Simpson and Sean Brunning rounding out the order, with Simpson and Brunning setting no time, so I don't know whether we will be seeing them later on in today's action, but that will be your running order for all of the riders so far. And well, that will be it for those riders to come up next. In race 1, it was won by Michael Med, but not by far ahead of Tommy Armand, but not by far ahead of Dave Cook, but not by far ahead of Finley Cottenham. It was very close, in fact, between all of these riders. Then it was Aidan Walker, Ben Johnson, Matthew McLean, and Stanford and Wilson rounded out the order, rounded out the 9 bikes that made it to that race. Again, we are a little bit ahead of time, so I'm going to take a minute to just have a drink and have a chill before we get back to the racing. Once again, of course, a chill is very vitally important because it is a hot, hot day here for the Cumbrian Racing Circuit. It's a hot, hot day here for everybody watching on, I'm sure, and I'm sure you'll be relaxing, all cool with all of your ice creams. Let me know what your ice cream order is in the chat. There's a bit of a different one rather than who you're supporting. Give me that as well, so I can see who's going to be having each. And each type of ice cream, for example, of course, they're all available for us. And it's... Anyway, I'm going to have a drink. Maybe a cheeky ice cream as well. No, I won't have the time because we are short and sharp. And so that's why the marshals need to be on it, and they have been so far. we've got bikes back out on the track for our next race. And, well, of course, as I mentioned earlier on, it will be the Minibike 140s. It was won by Michael Med in this 777 earlier on. Michael's having a great day, as he always tends to. He's a fantastic talent, is Michael Med, and he will continue, I'm sure, to show everybody else how it's done in terms of the way that he races and the manner at which he races. It's very, very good to watch indeed. But I mean, this was a bit closer than some of his other races here today because Tommy Armand was not too far off the back of him. Dave Cook in third place as well, pretty close. Finney Cottenham, Aidan Walker, Ben Johnson, all pretty close. So I'd say Matthew McLean as well, not too far off the back. So those 7 were very, very quick indeed in that first race. They just didn't quite have the result to show it, and I'm sure they'll be giving it a go to show us exactly what they can do in this one. They're just getting parked up for the next race, and they're just getting themselves ready to get underway, just as I was a minute ago. We got support for Joey Otherside's podium in the chat, and support for JJ Manchester as well, who was chasing that podium. So it's always great to see everybody watching on from home, supporting those who are, you know, challenging for things like podiums and everything like that, because it can be very nerve-wracking for the rider. But when they know that they've got that support from home, it can do so much in terms of carry them along, because they know that they are going to be supported almost regardless of what their result is. But of course, they want to do the best that they very much can, and giving them that confidence boost of everybody watching from home, everybody just feeling as though they can do well is the most important part. These riders ready to get going. And we're going to be getting that flag up at the back, the flag up at the front, and the action's ready to get underway, which it does do right about. Never mind, something's happened for the riders. There we go. We're going to get going, ready all over again. The couple of jump starts. That'll be Dave Cook, and alongside him on that row, that will be Finley Cottenham. Getting a little bit too keen. We're going to get going now, and it looked like, once again, a very, very good start from Dave Cook, just watching on at the very start and making his way through into the lead of this race. And he looks to continue on with that whole shot and carry it on into into the remainder of this race. Looking further back as well, that'd be a good start for Tommy Armand in second place, but not quite so good for our pole man, the 777 of Michael Med. We're going to go 3 wide for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, but not quite able to do so. I think that may well be Michael Med in the background, all the way down to 5th. So trying to rebuild himself. Yes, indeed, it is Michael Med all the way down to 5th place. So he's going to try and rebuild himself from where he was at the start of the race, all the way back up to the lead of this race. We'll see the 777 hopefully having a good recovery after what wasn't a great start, but it was a fantastic rider, and it's thrown this door wide open for all of these rest of the riders to give it a go. Dave Cook leads the end of the first lap. Tommy Armand right in behind, and Ben Johnson in 3rd, Matthew McLean in 4th, and Michael Med running in 5th, but all over the back of McLean, wanting to take that position off of him. But this is for the race lead. Tommy Armand right in behind Dave Cook. Where can he find an opportunity? Is it the inside line? Not quite. Cook's going to defend to the middle. He's not going to commit to either side, because he knows that as soon as Armand goes, he's going to try and follow him side by side for 3rd place. That's Ben Johnson fighting with, I believe that to be Michael Med, who's gotten back up into 3rd place. Then it'll be Matthew McLean and Finley Cottenham fighting it out for 5th and 6th. And yeah, these two fighting it out at the top of the field will be they'll see that the 777's made his way back through, and they're going to start to, I think, try to work together as a team, because they want this victory. They want to take it off of Michael Med. But the fastest lap is 6/10 faster for Med than anybody else on that racetrack. It's a 53.4 for Med, and the next fastest lap time is a 54.0 for Armand. So Med is very much ready to go racing with Cook and Armand right here, and it's the outside line for Tommy Armand having a look to it. Oh, he can't quite do so just yet. Sweeping back to the inside. What a move this could be if he gets the exit out of the corner, if he gets the run out of the corner, and if he's able to pull ahead, and indeed he is. That's the race lead for Tommy Armand, who's hoping to put Cook in between himself and Med. And at the moment, he's done so. And now he just has to hope that Dave Cook is going to be able to defend from Michael Med for the remainder of this race. It's a much easier said than done task. And at the moment, Dave Cook is very, very under pressure, but also looking slightly further up, taking alternative lines to try to put Tommy Armand under pressure. And I think he may well have just cooked himself here with Michael Med having a look to the inside, swapping to the outside of turn one. No move made for himself. So I think he's about to get away with it is Dave Cook. Michael Med right in behind, wanting to take that position right back. Wide for Cook as he tries to get the run out of the corner and keep the momentum up, and it has worked. But that still means that Med will be around the outside of turn number 5, and he will stay in that fight, but not quite enough to make that move. Michael Med looking in behind him for some reason or another on that bike. Just to try and give himself, G himself up, give himself the confidence to know that he's not under pressure from behind. Looking side by side between these two riders, Med to the inside, and he's through on Dave Cook. Up into P2, Tommy Armand next up, but Armand has been able to build up a gap. And don't forget, Cook is a very quick rider in his own right, so he's going to try to fight with Med all the way through. Lap number 4 then, and we are a third of the way through this one. With these riders just chasing it through, and Tommy Armand will be counting down the laps until the checkered, because he's doing so well at the moment to run in the lead. But of course, don't forget, you've got Michael Med, who is very, very quick indeed at the front of this field. Tommy Armand needs to almost find an extra 5 tenths or so. He set his personal best last time out with a 53.5, which in fairness is the kind of lap that he wants. But at the same time, it's the kind of lap that he wants for another 8 laps in this race to stay ahead, because he'll have Med all over the back of him very soon once he's able to bridge that 1.5 second gap. And dare I say it, he already has. I'd say that's about down to about 4 or 5 tenths of a second between the 777 and the 21 at the moment, as they head through the next couple of braking zones and they head through the final couple of corners just to head out towards the straight. What's the gap? It is 2 tenths now between Med and Armand, as Med set the fastest lap of the race. Armand, the best he could muster up was a 54-second lap time, whereas Med was in the 52s. Yes, a 52.7, so a high 52, but still the fastest lap time that we've seen so far in this race, but not quite the fastest we've seen from Med across the weekend. Race 1, he set a 52.561, which meant that he was about 2 tenths quicker, and he has 2 tenths worth of potential, but he's going to be focusing more on making that move past Tommy Armand into the lead potentially of this race. But 7 laps to go. We're about to go to the halfway mark of this one, and Michael Med is really hassling the back of Tommy Armand here, trying to find any sort of opportunity, as Dave Cook is under pressure from Ben Johnson for that final spot on the podium. We can make it an all neon green podium in just a few moments time if Johnson's able to get through on Cook. But who is going to lead it? We'll find that out in the next half of this race. 6 laps to go then, and it will be side by side between Cook and Johnson. They were split by 0.031 at the line, and so Armand is going to be the rider in the lead now, hoping that Ben Johnson is going to try to keep up that momentum. But in fact, Dave Cook has been able to defend in the first couple of corners, and so he holds on to that position for the time being. But for how much longer is he going to be able to hold on against the fast charging Ben Johnson, who was a 1/10.5 quicker on that previous lap time? And, well, Finlay Cottenham in behind, quicker than the both of them. So it could be a late fight between those 3 riders. Don't forget, Matthew McLean as well, also in that fight. And, in fact, quicker than the rest of those. Ben Johnson has made his way through in the end on Dave Cook, and he's going to try to maximise that and build that gap and increase that performance throughout this race. As now, is this the run that Michael Med wants into the first corner? Not quite, as Tommy Armand 53.815. Michael Med a 10th and some change faster, and will be wanting to make that move at some point very soon. And at the moment, he's just waiting in behind, agonisingly waiting in behind, because this is going to be so frustrating. This is the move that he so very wants. And at the moment, he just can't quite seem to find it. But he does certainly have the pace to take that victory. And it's just about whether he's got that pace over Tommy Armand. We saw in race 1 that Tommy Armand was the closest rider to challenging Michael Med all day long. The gap between them was 1.8 seconds. And so there is an opportunity that Armand is going to be able to hold on here. How wide can he make that bike in the last 4 laps of this race? Well, at the moment, Med's going to try to go around the outside. He swaps to the inside of the first corner, but he can't quite get that run. And it's just all about Tommy Armand getting those exits out of every single corner, because You can take the overtaking opportunities down the straight, but that's not what it's all about. It's all about the speed on the exits of the corners. It's not even necessarily about the speeds on the entries of the corners, because it's just all about that speed on the exit down towards the straights, because that's where we're seeing most of the riders take their opportunities, although quite a few actually have had a look down the inside, and I think Michael Med is one of those who has been taking those opportunities throughout the course of today and wants to take them one more time, wants to have a look one more time at going down the inside, has a look, doesn't go for it just yet, I don't think, as we cut away to the riders fighting for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Dave Cook has a bit of breathing room as these two bright neon bikes head out of the final corner, battling away. Michael Med has the lead. The gap when they cross the beam, 0.000. They will be split by nothing. And Armand, I think, has just about picked up that race lead once again. He's just about holding on ahead of Michael Med for the time being. And this is what he would want. This is exactly the position he wants to sit in. This race lead, so he can hold on with 3 laps to go. Michael Med ready to really go at it, really have this fight. And he now has this race lead, in fact. Tommy Armand has dropped down into 2nd place. And so this could be the opportunity for Michael Med to open up that gap at the top. Armand has pushed him so very hard. He struggled on the start, did Michael Med, but ever since then, he has been the quickest rider. Tommy Armand has pushed him close pace-wise, but I think there's about a 10th or 2 for Michael Med that Tommy Armand can't quite seem to keep up with, although it's just very difficult to keep up with someone as in form as Michael Med right now. Tommy Armand is doing a stellar job to do just that. Ben Johnson has been caught in the meantime by Dave Cook, 4/10 on the previous lap time. Saw the number 78 go to within a second of Johnson once again. Cottenham and McLean basically matching Cook on pace, and Cottenham was only 0.014 slower on the previous lap time. So he is very, very quick, as is Dave Cook right ahead, as is Matthew McLean, who's waiting for a mistake from any of those riders, and he may well jump up from 2nd to last to onto the podium, onto the final lap. We will head on to the final lap, and Med has breathing room. He's got about 3 or 4 bike lengths between himself and Armand, and that is just over a second of difference between the riders at the top and the rider in P2. And Tommy Armand, I think, hasn't quite got that speed as Michael Med back into the 52. So he's really been made to work hard for this one, Michael Med. But now that he's in the lead of it, it almost feels inevitable that he will always find his way back up to the top. One of the most fantastic talents on any of these British mini bikes fields. Michael Med looks like he's going to come home to take the victory here. Tommy Armand pushed him very, very close in both race 1 and race 2. The gap between them, 1.8 last time out. The gap between them for the majority of this race, nothing. The gap between them, literally, when they crossed the line a couple of laps ago, side by side, nothing. But that was when Michael Med made that move. That was when he made it to the inside. And Michael Med will take another victory here in the Minibike 140s. He takes the win. 2nd for Tommy Armand. And 3rd place around the final corner will come Ben Johnson, with Dave Cook just following in behind. And Finley Cottenham in 5th. Matthew McLean has had problems on the last lap, it seems, for the 17. And then Ian Stanford will be our final finisher. There is the 17, trying to reboot that bike up and get it going once again. But I think Ian Stanford is going to just about be able to beat him. There's Stanford there, making his way through. But that is our order. Michael Med, Tommy Armand, Ben Johnson, Dave Cook, Finley Cottenham, Matthew McLean, who's going to be overtaken by Ian Stanford right at the end of the race. And that is a lap record for Michael Med. So well done to him right there for that 52.797. He challenged that a couple of times throughout the course of that race. But there you go. There's your final race results with Matthew McLean behind Ian Stanford. And that will be race number 14 for you. 2 more to go. So we're on our penultimate one. It's the Mini GP 110s and the Ohvale 110s up next. And here they will come onto the circuit in a few moments' time. They're getting ready to go racing again. We're ahead of schedule. It's been fantastic how ahead of schedule we've been throughout the course of the day. And we'll hope to keep it up for the final round of this day and the final round of our Rowrah season. Of course, only 2 more races to go. And then that'll be it. There'll be no more Rowrah for 2026. As far as the British Minibike season is concerned, we'll head on to the Three Sisters circuit, and then we'll head on for the final round of the season to Wilton Mill to round ourselves off for that campaign and for this campaign even. And it's been a very good one so far. It's been a pleasure to be a part of my first mini bikes experience in 2026. And we will hopefully reconvene next time out. I'm hoping that I'll get more opportunities to be with everybody in the paddock next season, and then that'll be great. Great fun, because it always is great fun to cover this series. And I mean, it's a fantastic paddock. It's very, very well matched between a lot of the riders for one, and it's very high spirited for a lot of the riders as well. It's very positive for a lot of the chat, and you can see that in the YouTube chat that we've seen today. Lots of support for various different riders, including some riders who have gone in with surnames not of the riders that they've been supporting, but still coming in. I believe I saw Esme Ansel coming in earlier on. I wonder if that's a relation to Jensen supporting Nelly Newth in her race. So, yeah, it's just a positive paddock, and we hope that it's going to be, or I hope at least, that I'm going to be able to come back for next season, because it has been good fun. And yeah, it's just a lot of good riders as well, because good fun is, that's the most important part, apart from those who think that winning is the most important part, in which case I agree with you. But yeah, it's been fantastic to see the riding across the weekend, to see to see what we've been able to do with this weekend across the course of the season as well. It's been good fun, and yeah, as I say, pleasure to be a part of one more race in this next class to come, and then only 2 more races before the checkered flag for the day. Bikes for the penultimate time on this, the 21st of June 2026, here in Rowrah in Cumbria, the site of a disused quarry and one of the most beautiful backdrops for racing action. I always find that the north of England does racing and does circuits like this especially correct. when you come to you come to it, and you can see the backdrop is absolutely incredible for these riders to compete in and compete in front of, and it makes for some great pictures. It makes for some great pictures indeed, and some of the static cameras that we've got, I'm sure, have been set up to carry that background in, especially the one that we saw earlier on just a moment ago when we were taking a moment before the final race of the Ohvale 110 and the Mini GP 110s as well. And it'll be Cody Brennan on the front row of the grid alongside Nelly Newth, with Seth Hayward in third and Austin Dilks in fourth. Joey Billum will be in fifth place with Louis Craig in sixth and Daisy Grayson in seventh. Lawson Dorrington will be in eighth. Tommy Dickinson in ninth, and Jake Todd will round out the top 10 with CJ Maguire 11th, Charlie Forrester 12th, Oliver Med in 13th, and Hugh McDowell in 14th. That's the grid that is available on Alpha Timing. Of course, you can follow on to the racing action on Alpha Live, on Alpha Timing, alpharacehub.com/British Minibikes, and it'll be right on there, right at the very top. Live timing, round number 3 at Rowrah. And we're just getting the final preparations underway for this race. Just to remind you of what happened last time out. Cody Brennan took the victory ahead of Austin Dilks in second place. Nelly Newth was in third with Seth Hayward in fourth. Louis Craig in fifth, and Joey Billum found himself in sixth. And it was Lawson Dorrington, Daisy Grayson, Jake Todd, CJ Maguire, Tommy Dickinson, Charlie Forrester, Oliver Med, and then Hugh McDowell. To round out the order, Hugh with an unfortunate DNF. Hopefully he'll be able to get himself going for this race. And that would be great to see him back on the grid and back racing once again. The flag is held up at the back. The flag at the front, ready to go. It's in front of the riders. And the action gets underway now. Who's that with a great start? That's going to be Cody Brennan, who's going to lead into the first corner. Nelly Newth with a good one as well. And Louis Craig and Joey Billum fighting it out, fourth and fifth, just behind Seth Hayward, who picks up that position. It looks as though we've had a struggle further down in the order. Who's that going to be having a problem with their bike? Is that going to be Lawson Dorrington? Yes, it is. Unfortunately, our graduate from our mini moto class has struggled to get underway here today, but we'll get back on the bike and is back going once again. Nelly Newth under pressure here from, I believe that to be Hayward in third place. As well, it looks like a big gap for Cody Brennan. He got the whole shot, and after that, he was just able to pull away and continue himself further up the order because he had a great start to the race, where I'd say that gap's probably about 2 seconds already, just because of how strong that start was from Cody Brennan. It's so important to get the launch nowadays, and especially in these bikes where you can have that performance. It's 1.4 the gap between himself and Newth. Seth Hayward in third, Joey Billum in fourth, and Louis Craig leads the Mini GP 110s in fifth. So at the moment, the top 4 are for the podium in the Ohvale and in the overall class, and then the next 4 are at the top of the Mini GP class. Louis Craig, Austin Dilks, Tommy Dickinson, and Daisy Grayson are right in there. Lawson Dorrington trying to catch up to the pack, and I think he will do because he's got very, very good pace. The time that he set last time around was a 1 minute flat, which will put himself in the top 10. So I think he'll be catching back up later on. He's 8.6 off of the back of Oliver Med, and I think he'll catch within this or the next lap, something along those lines, and he'll be doing a very good job to be able to do so. Will Lawson Dorrington. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see lots of changes from where they all started, of course, because when they got that whole shot, it's all about who's going to be taking that position. Cody Brennan got a great one. Nelly Newth is trying to close in, but is going to be 7/10 slower than Brennan on this lap, and is going to be just ahead of Seth Hayward by 5/10 of a second. Joe Billum and Louis Craig, who had a great start, just climbing up to 4th and 5th ahead of Austin Dilks, who dropped down 2. Tommy Dickinson in 7th, and Daisy Grayson in 8th. They both swapped position. Jake Todd gained one as well. CJ Maguire, and all of these riders, of course, gained a position off of Lawson Dorrington right at the back of the field in 14th. But shout out to Hugh McDowell as well, who's able to get himself going for race number 2 and also get himself past Oliver Med and up into the top 12 of these riders. And so it was a good move, I think, in the end from Hugh McDowell, who's able to get the whole shot ahead of Med and also avoid Lawson at Dorrington. It can be very nerve-wracking when you've got a bike right in front of you who is going to have a problem. McDowell did start in 14th place, so he was on the same side of the grid as Lawson Dorrington, but then Jake Todd, Charlie Forrester, and Hugh McDowell were all able to avoid him. So well done to all of those riders, and well done especially to Tommy Dickinson, who's been able to have a really good start, and he's been able to make his way past Austin Dilks. There's been a problem for the number 85, it appears, on the previous lap time, which means that he's going to drop down a few positions. Did not see that, to be perfectly honest with you, but it looks like he's going to be able to get back going, hopefully. Well, I'd hope that he would, at least, because he's dropped down to the back of the order. He does have the fastest lap in class, the 85. Is he going to be able to rejoin the race? I'll be keeping an eye on that one, because, of course, we hope that he does for Austin Dilks, and I'm also keeping an eye on what happened on the previous lap time to see if we were able to see it on our end. I don't believe that we did in the end see what happened to Austin Dilks, unfortunately. But yeah, it is one of those things that you can't have a camera on the whole track at once. If you could, it'd be very boring, because we get to have a closer look at all of the riders, and this is a great shot down towards turn one. This can be the shot for the first corner or the last, or this can be the shot for the first corner. Jake Todd through on Daisy Grayson. This is the fight for 6th place. Tommy Dickinson leading it at the moment. Todd made his way through on Daisy Grayson. Grayson's going to look to the inside. Todd's also going to look to the inside of Dickinson, but doesn't quite go for the move. On the exit, though, is Jake Todd going to be able to jump through, or is it going to be a case where it's just going to be Dickinson who sits right in front? It will be Dickinson to sit in position for the time being, and Todd in the number 71 is going to be ahead of Daisy Grayson. Made that move on the previous lap time, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what these riders are going to be able to do. Grayson having a look, but not quite able to go through just yet, and we'll be following right in behind, trying to make the moves. Is there going to be side-by-side between these riders heading into the final corner? Not quite yet. Not quite yet for these riders, but I think they are going to be exactly side-by-side as they cross the line. Todd gets the exit and is going to pull ahead. Fair play to him at getting ahead of Tommy Dickinson for that 6th place. Dickinson dropping down into 7th ahead of Daisy Grayson, and this will be very, very interesting indeed, this fight. Grayson looks as though as well she's gotten through on Tommy Dickinson, so a couple of dropped positions for the number 14. Unfortunate there, but hopefully he's going to be able to get his way back up and compete at least with these two right in front. And yeah, we'll see what they are able to do. Don't forget as well about CJ Maguire in the background. He's ready to be at the race, and I'd say he's about 5/10 back. But of course, it's going to be difficult to see what these riders are going to be able to do, because they will be just jostling for position throughout. And I think this is going to be Daisy Grayson trying to fight it out with Jake Todd for that 6th place. She's come alive in this second race of the day, really, really has, and is really starting to be very competitive right now, and is looking to make a move. Is there going to be a move to the inside? Not quite yet. Not quite yet for Daisy Grayson, who just waits in behind, but looks the quicker rider between herself and Jake Todd. There was a 10th difference between the two riders on the last lap in the favour of Daisy Grayson, who's now hopefully going to get the exit. Jake Todd covers across and is very late there to cover across, but Daisy just has a look to the outside, but it does break the number 19's momentum, and so she's not able to make her way through on Todd in the end of it when it's all said and done. So Grayson's going to keep trying to make the move. The last lap around, it was 0.179, the difference between them pace-wise. But at the top of the field, looking further up, because of course we focused on the lower down action, it's Cody Brennan with a gap of 4 seconds to Nelly Newth in 2nd place. Nelly has a gap of 1.2 to Seth Hayward in 3rd place, and Joey Billam finds himself in 4th right now. Louis Craig in 5th, and then you've got this fight for 6th place, currently led by Jake Todd, but Daisy Grayson looking very, very close to the back and looks to the inside. Is this the move Daisy Grayson was hoping for? No. It looks like she's just lifted. Looks like she's gone too tentatively into the corner to make the move. She didn't have the confidence to make her way through. And so that will be Daisy just trying to fight in behind for this time being. Not through right about now, but he's really continuing to challenge here. He's really continuing to push Jake Todd here. So this might be the chance for Daisy Grayson to just try to make Jake make a mistake. That was a tongue twister if I've ever said one, to the latter stages of this race, to try and make her way through. And it'd be great to see Daisy Grayson right up ahead. Would be 2nd place. It's continued to be 2nd place, in fact, at the moment for that Mini GP class. And of course, is fighting with an Ohvale, so doesn't need to make her way through, but it will still be good for bragging rights to finish 6th overall rather than 7th overall and 2nd in class. That would just feel that little bit better as we head on to what will be 3 laps to go. Cody Brennan heading through the final segment of the lap and will be crossing the beam just to start us off with 3 laps to go. Brennan doing a very good job. Newth doing a very good job in 2nd to build up that gap to Seth Haywood. Not quite able to get close enough to Cody Brennan, though, pace-wise, to keep up in this race. So Brennan, I think, is going to maximize that and is going to come home and take the victory in this one. But of course, we never quite know what is going to happen. Last time out when we headed here, it was, of course, Cody Brennan who won race 1, but then it was Nelly Newth who won race number 2 in the end after, well, misfortune for herself in race 1, and then Cody Brennan, misfortune for him in race 2, because of course it was all about that attrition and trying to stay up on the bike throughout the race, which was easier said than done later on into that race, especially when there started to be a really dry line that formed, and every time you went off of it, then it became very difficult to deal with. Daisy Grayson, where can she find an opportunity? Nowhere quite yet. Nowhere yet for Daisy Grayson to find her way through on Jake Todd, but she's really trying to challenge into the final couple of laps of this race. And well, she's going to try to make her way past at some point. She's taking all the alternative lines. She's doing all the right things. It's just Jake Todd is doing all of the right things as well. 2 laps to go then, and Cody Brennan's halfway through this one, so it's about a lap and a half to go, and we'll see what they are going to be capable of. This is where Daisy Grayson tries to get the run down towards the first corner. Not quite able to find her way through for now. And still, this is going to be frustrating. If it's, I mean, whoever loses this one is going to be frustrating in the end, or frustrated in the end, as Cody Brennan takes us on to the final lap of the race. But Jake Todd's had a fantastic performance. 10th up to 6th. Daisy Grayson has had a race where on paper she's 7th to 7th, but it's not quite been the story of the race. Lawson Dorrington, by the way, in the meantime, has been able to gain up to 12th place in the 38. Austin Dilks, unfortunately, unable to rejoin us in this race after just the 2 laps in the 85. Called his race to a close with the fastest lap of the Mini GPs. That promotes the rest of the Mini GP riders onto the podium, means that Tommy Dickinson is going to be able to jump onto it, and it means Daisy Grayson will get a very well-earned P2 after trying to get past Jake Todd for the Ohvale class. But of course, don't forget that the Ohvale class is in a different thing all in itself, and Daisy Grayson just heads on to the last lap. 0.138 behind. Tommy Dickinson drops actually behind CJ Maguire, as well, it will be around the final corner for Cody Brennan, who's going to take the victory in the penultimate race of the day. And Cody Brennan, what a performance, just to maintain that gap all race long. Nelly Newth in P2, and that will be it for the podium, with Seth Haywood crossing the line in P3 for the Ohvale class, and the overall Joey Billum will be in 4th, and well, Louis Craig will look to come home in 5th and in 1st in the Mini GP class. What a performance he's put on here today, just to build up that gap to Jake Todd and Daisy Grayson, who are fighting all in and of themselves. And don't forget, whilst their bikes look similar, it'll be the darker helmet for Jake Todd when he comes to the line. That'll be Oliver Med. These two will be finishing off now, and it will be Todd holding off on Grayson for now. Then it's Maguire, Dickinson and Forrester, our final finisher, with Dilks, our only DNF. But that will be, it was Forrester, there we go, comes to the line for the penultimate race of the day. 1 to go, and that is your final finishing order. Brennan to Newth to Haywood to Billum to Craig to Todd to Grayson to Maguire to Dickinson to Forrester to round out the top 10, and then McDowell, Dorrington and Med to round out our finishers, to Dilks to round out our order. And in terms of the classes, it's Brennan, Newth, Haywood, Billum, Todd, Maguire and McDowell. And then in the Mini GPs, it's Craig, Grayson, Dickinson, Forrester, and then Dorrington, Med and Dilks. We have got just the 1 race to go here today. It's going to be the Mini GP 160s to 50s. 160s to 50s indeed we have coming up for us, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a fantastic race indeed to finish us off for today's racing action. In the Mini GPs earlier on, in this specific class, early on in the Mini GP 160 and 50 class, well, it was a fantastic race between all of the riders, but especially the two at the top, Jensen Ansel and Jensen Knowles. Ansel just about had the edge to take the victory after all is said and done. Knowles came home in P2, Emilio Pereira in P3, William Dickinson in fourth, JJ Manchester in P5, and Matthew Jennings in P6. Reed Saxelby, Rex Armand, Austin Dilks, and Dylan Cook rounded out the top 10, with Danny Longhurst, Charlie Forrester, Daniel Tanton, Claudia Dudman, and Carter Spinks round out those in the order, with Spinks and Dudman being our non-finishers. But that would be that for that race. And next up, for the Mini GP 160 to 50 class, we'll be seeing what will happen. Jensen Ansel will start from pole position. Jensen Knowles in P2. Emilio Pereira in P3. William Dickinson will start from P4. Then in P5, it'll be Reed Saxelby, Matthew Jennings in P6, then 7th for JJ Manchester, Austin Dilks in P8, Rex Armand in 9th, and Claudia Dudman in P10. Then Dylan Cook, Carter Spinks, Charlie Forrester, Danny Longhurst, and Daniel Tanton will round out the field. The final race of the day ready to get underway is going to be the Mini GP 160s, 250s. And of course, as I've mentioned many times across this broadcast, the two Jensens are likely to be the two fighting at the very top of the field. But of course, we could be still having some riders further back who give them a good run for their money. Emilio Pereira being one of those. He ended up on the podium with them last time around, and we'll be hoping that he can do something very similar in this race, the second race of the day for this class. Of course, those riders have had a little bit more action to speak about, Havanson and Knowles, in different classes, and they've come to blows more often in the other class, but you never quite know, because Jensen Ansel could be absolutely fuming in this race, and I would imagine that he will be. So he's going to try to fly through this race and pick up what he can throughout the remainder of this one right here. Because of course he was unfortunately black flagged last time out, and yeah, that was very unfortunate indeed for him, and that means that he would not be able to pick up any points. But it did mean that they both had a total of one finish in that class, and well, we'll see what they can do in the final race of the day, because they're both those finishes that they had were wins. So that's not a bad track record, and it continues Jensen Knowles' track record of 100% finish to win ratio in that class. But these bikes are getting themselves ready to get going for the final race in the day. The flag will be held up at the back for the final time here at Cumbria, and the flag at the front is held. And the action gets underway now. What a start from Jensen Ansel into the first corner. He's going to take the lead. It's not even going to be second place for Knowles, I don't think. I think Emilio Pereira was able to jump him at the very start of this race. Looking slightly further back at these riders who are just going hammer and tongs for the final race of the day. They're really giving it a go. But at the moment, it looks as though it is going to be the 22 ahead of the 31 of Emilio Pereira for second place. Jensen Knowles is going to pull alongside. Is he going to be able to pull ahead? He is in the end. Pereira just didn't have the run out of turn number 5, and so he wasn't able to make that move. Confirmed in the end, and it was the rider that, of course, got that whole shot, Jensen Ansel, who took the lead. Emilio Pereira was fighting with Jensen Knowles, is still fighting with Jensen Knowles. You can see the bright red of Jensen Knowles and the bright neon of Emilio Pereira. It's a popular choice, of course, in this racing scene, and he's going to keep trying to give it a go. Then there's a 2-second gap back to William Dickinson in 4th place. Matthew Jennings in 5th, and Reed Sachs will be in 6th. Then Rex Armand, Claudia Dudman, Carter Spinks, and then Dylan Cook round out the top 10 as these are going at it once again. Emilio Pereira having a look, not quite seeing his way pass through, and he's going to really try to have a fight for this P2. He's not going to give Jensen Knowles that position too easily. He's going to really try to hammer home the point that he wants this P2. He's going to get it by any means necessary in this final race of the day. He's going to topple the Jensen hierarchy, as it were, at the top of these fields. Of course, they both had a race win, and it looks as though Jensen Ansel is in a very good place to take a second race win of the day. And Jensen Knowles is hoping to catch that gap, but he was a second slower on the previous lap time. So I think Ansel, on these bikes in particular, on the Mini GP 160/50s, I think Ansel just has the edge. I think they are very well matched in the others. I think Knowles just has the edge there. But I think this is where Jensen Ansel can really maximise that pace, and Knowles is closer to the pace of Emilio Pereira. Of course, last time they were split by 19.4, Knowles and Pereira. But now that Pereira's on the back of the number 272, I don't think he's going to let go any time soon. And, well, this will be a very interesting fight to watch as we head through the final race of the day, the final 10 laps of this day, the final 10 laps of round number 3 here in Cumbria. Going to be Jensen Ansel to lead onto another lap. Is it going to be an even faster lap from the number 22? It is not. It's a 51.2, which is only 100 slower than his previous time, to be fair. Knowles is going to lead. Emilio Pereira in second place. There is a penalty flash up for Jensen Ansel. I believe that is going to cost the 22 a decent chunk of time towards the end of the race. Not quite sure what that penalty is going to be handed out for. But either way, that will be a penalty added to Jensen Ansel's time. It remains to be seen what that penalty is for and how long that penalty will cost him in terms of the time. But we will see what happens later on in the day, side by side between these riders slightly further back, off of the back of the race leader, of course. And they're just giving it a go here. They're really trying to fly through on this final lap, or the final race of the day. Indeed, it's looking like it's going to be a very, very interesting one for all of these riders, as it's just becoming a very interesting dynamic. So you've got Ansel, who leads. He's set the fastest lap once again. He's going to try not to make a mistake, and then he's going to run home and romp home to a victory, which I'm sure he'll celebrate it even more than he did the first one. But then you've got Jensen Knowles and Emilio Pereira, who've not fought all weekend long, who are now fighting, and then William Dickinson in 4th place, who's kind of in a world of his own. But if he makes any mistakes, then he's got Matthew Jennings and Reed Saxelby waiting in behind. They've got their own race going at the moment. They have the 9 and 75, but they'll be wanting to fight with the 24 of William Dickinson further up. Then you've got Rex Armand, and he's kind of in a world of his own. But of course, if he makes any mistakes, then he'll be under threat from Claudia Dudman, also in a world of her own. And then Dylan Cook and Carter Spinks and Daniel Tanton ready to fight. And then Charlie Forrester and Danny Longhurst ready to fight all in themselves. So they're all giving it a go here to have fights, barring maybe Armand and Dudman at the end of this race. They're all involved in fights, and Jensen Ansel at the top of this field is going to be leading the way and is going to set another fastest lap of 50.930. Jensen Knowles is going to be 1.1 ahead of Pereira in 2nd place. Matthew Jennings in 5th place is just coming across the line ahead of Reed Saxelby, ready to go for the move, ready to try and fight with our race leader, or with even our 5th and 6th place. Up for grabs. Dickinson holding 4th place just like he did earlier on in this race. I don't think we're going to be seeing JJ Manchester, unfortunately, in this one after his good performance in the other class that he was racing in today. But we will see what these riders are going to be able to do. Is this going to be side by side between these two? They crossed the line a moment ago, and is this going to be a move for these positions further down the order? I don't think quite yet. There is going to be an opportunity for that move to be made as we cross over the halfway point. This race is absolutely flown by because of all of the dynamics that have been developing. It's been hard to keep a track of it. And, well, Jennings and Dickinson ready to go at it. Hammer and tongs. Jennings and Saxelby, they've split up a little bit more. Saxelby lost 8/10 on that previous lap to Jennings, and so that's not going to be what the 75 would have wanted. Daniel Tanton all over the back of Carter Spinks. I believe this is these two having a fight, and then Charlie Forrester and Danny Longhurst further down the order. They will be going for a move for 12th and 13th for now. There's Forrester, and there's Longhurst crossing the line, split by 0.3 of a second. Daniel Tanton at 0.2 off the back of Carter Spinks. And, well, Emilio Pereira has gained on Jensen Knowles, but Knowles has built up that gap earlier on in the session, which meant that the gap at the moment between these two riders is 1.1 seconds. Next time they cross the line, it's 1.7. So Knowles has really locked in over the previous lap and built up that gap to a sustainable amount, one where if he makes a mistake, he's not necessarily going to be punished for it. And that could be very important for Jensen Knowles, because then he's not going to have any pressure from Emilio Pereira in terms of on track, so it's going to be all down to the number 31 in terms of trying to put the pressure back onto the 272. William Dickinson in 4th place has been able to break free of Matthew Jennings, but don't forget Jennings now is free of the shackles of Reed Saxelby further back. Rex Armand in 7th at the moment, and Claudia Dudman in 8th as Daniel Tanton's jumped past Carter Spinks on that previous lap time, and Danny Longhurst has jumped past Charlie Forrester. So the two moves at the back of the field have been made. The two fights at the back of the field continue on, and I believe the riders who are a little bit quicker in them have been able to jump past on the same lap at the same time, and it's side by side between these two right now, Tanton and Spinks. I believe these two to be. We've not seen much of them all day. In fact, that's going to be Jensen Ansel continuing on his merry way, closing up to the riders that he's coming through to lap. I believe was that Danny Longhurst and Charlie Forrester that he's just passed. In fact, as Jensen Knowles sets a personal best to try and close down on Ansel, but it's not going to be anywhere near. It's going to be 0.5 off of the back of Ansel, in fact. So, unfortunately for the number 20, the number 272, I don't think this is going to be his race to come back for Jensen Ansel. He needed a confidence booster right at the end of this, and he certainly has gotten that. And he can coast to the end now, 6.6 ahead of Knowles, although on the previous lap time, Ansel a bit slower, but that's because he got caught in traffic. So the 1.1 that Knowles gained was a little bit more difficult for Ansel to go through. And so I'm sure that we'll be seeing that gap build back up for those two riders. Emilio Pereira now 4.2 off the back of Jensen Knowles with 3 laps to go, and he's had a good race all race long, I'd say. He's had a pretty consistent weekend sitting in there, as has William Dickinson, in fairness. They both just seemed very, very consistent. Those two riders just want to give each other a go at it at the very end of this race and towards the bigger picture of the season. They've done well to keep themselves fighting throughout this race, and they're going to keep themselves fighting throughout the rest of the season as well, both in very, very good positions as well as in the championship, because well, Emilio Pereira, heading into this race and heading into the weekend as well, he did lead the championship by 11 points ahead of Jensen Knowles in second place, and I believe he's still going to have that lead as they head to the next round of the championship. Don't quote me, because I'm trying to do the maths in my head right now, but I believe that may well be the case. So it's 16 for third place, and Jensen Knowles is in second. So yeah, Emilio Pereira still going to lead this championship. Jensen Ansel, who did not pick up any points for the first two rounds of the season, has that victory in race number 1 to speak about. And if he picks up this second one, he's going to lead all the way up the order. I think he's going to be somewhere like 6th or 7th place in the order as we head on to the penultimate lap of this race. And actually, we head on to the last lap of this race. That was Jensen Ansel, and this race has absolutely flown by. 51-1 at the very end of it. He saw Jensen Knowles closing in. He said, yeah, I can do better than that now that he's in clean air, and he wants to demonstrate the pace that he can really demonstrate. But yeah, Pereira was 11 points ahead of Jensen Knowles heading into this weekend. No, he wasn't. He was actually 15 points ahead of Jensen Knowles heading into this weekend. And so for the 272, he is going to close in. He is going to be in second place in that championship picture, but it's going to be just about the range of, because he's 11 points ahead now, it's just going to be the range of 7 points between those two riders later on in this race. Ansel then coming through the final few corners, he is going to take the victory in this one. This is going to be a fight between Spinks, Longhurst and Forrester, we've been watching on with, by the way, in the meantime, while I've been trying to do my math. But Ansel, the final race of the day, is going on to what will be a race victory. He takes it here in Cumbria, and Dudman and Cook will go on for one more lap. Jensen Knowles comes home in second place. He was gaining and gaining right at the very end, but couldn't quite make his way up in the end. This is the fight for 11th place. Of course, lap traffic getting in the way of our third place rider, Emilio Pereira, but in the end it will be Spinks holding off Longhurst, holding off Forrester, and Emilio Pereira in the middle of that pack. William Dickinson will come home in fourth, but not before we'll be seeing a lot more riders coming around the final corner. Jennings through Saxelby, nowhere to be seen. So I think he's had issues on the last lap, unfortunately. That means that he's not able to keep with Jennings. There was only a tenth between them on the final tour. And so the 75 will drop back positions potentially. Is this going to be the 75, or is this going to be Rex Armand coming home in sixth place? It will be Armand. They're not sure what happened to the 75. It's unfortunate nonetheless. Then Claudia Dudman and Dylan Cook will come home to finish. And I think Reed Sexelby will be a DNF, unfortunately, on the last lap of this race. But he will still be classified ninth because he went through and lapped Daniel Tanton and Carter Spinks and Danny Longhurst and Charlie Forrester as well. But that will be your final classification for today's racing action. The victory was taken by Jensen Ansel in P1. Jensen Knowles was in P2, but wasn't quite close enough in the end. 4.2, I think, flatters Knowles a little bit because Ansel just took his took a victory lap around the last one, but Knowles still did very well to break through from Emilio Pereira, who kept with him right at the very start of the race. And then as soon as Knowles was able to get free of those shackles, he zoomed off into the distance with some impressive pace. Then Pereira, of course, in third. Dickinson in fourth, the 24, running a bit of a lonely race. Matthew Jennings almost catching up right at the very end. And then he, of course, ended up in fifth with Rex Armand in sixth. Claudia Dudman in seventh place, Dylan Cook in eighth. Reed Saxelby, problems on the last lap will mean that he will finish ninth, and then Daniel Tanton will round out the top 10. Carter Spinks will be in 11th place with Danny Longhurst in 12th and Charlie Forrester in 13th with a new lap record for Jensen Ansel of 50.930. But don't forget, he also had that penalty added to his name earlier on. So keep your eyes out on the real results, because these are, of course, provisional. But what a day of action we have had here. We've had the Jensens fighting away. We've had championships change. We've had championship leads extended. We've had riders winning 2 in 2, which has been incredible to see those riders able to do just that. We've seen riders just having mixed fortunes. We've seen the Jensen versus Jensen fight, which is something we'll watch across the last 2 rounds. We will see you in just, I'd say it's a month and 2 weeks' time. We will see you at the very start of August when we head to Three Sisters for round number 4 of 5 of the season. We are over halfway through now. Thank you very much to everybody for watching from this disused quarry site. My name is Joseph Black. We've been the ACU British Mini Bikes round number 3 broadcast team. And thank you very much to the team behind the scenes for making it happen. And until next time, it is goodbye.